Oh, tell me when. You're on. You're on. Okay. Which camera? Top in? Main? Hello. You gotta be louder. You gotta just shout for two people now. Ready? Hello. Hello. Better. Hello out there. It's the last day. Strataganza is more than I can hope for in every way for all the volunteer effort and all the amazing talent, all the just the discovery and all the creativity that's coming out of the students. Just amazing. So today we're going to be a little silly. Play would inspire you to be. I think what doesn't get recorded or transferred when one does an hour presentation or goes to do a lecture is that working with this, especially with a community of other people, is fun. And so I want to focus on fun today. There's been a lot of techniques that we've learned for animation, but I want to do static or I would say dynamic art that doesn't have to move. When I say static, I don't mean that at all. I mean anti-static, but it's not moving. So dynamic, Stratacut paintings, if you will, is a simple way of thinking of it. Use your art in a way that puts multiple pieces on a piece of flex. Then we're going to lightly heat it up. It will relax. It will sit on the surface. We'll cut out acetate. We'll lay that down. We will have paintings or Stratacut similar to the ones you see on the walls. I think that's an awesome use case. So you can decorate your house with as many pieces of your art as you want, and preserve your Stratacuts so they don't die, because they will go into the junk clay bin pretty quickly if you don't take care of them. But off camera, before we started, I was talking with Tay about how we sing. We to ourselves we sing. You're never going to see that here because we're all too embarrassed to do that because we're being recorded a week to it, and we'll come back to haunt us. But this is the kind of quiet, the true intimate nature of having kind of a quilting bee situation with everybody parallel playing as they do play brings along conversation and sort of a casual, fun intimacy. And I think that I'm going to share a few things that I do when the camera isn't on, at the risk of being embarrassed when other people watch this. So, good morning! Good morning! Last day! The last day! I'm really glad it's the last day. As you can tell, I'm quite untold. Again, thank you, Ben Stark from the Milky Cup. I'm going to have a sip of coffee. We're going to get through it. It's going to be wonderful. But I have very mixed feelings because I would like it to go on and on. But I'm so glad this is the last one. So bear with us and have fun on the ride. I'm going to talk about a few other things. Today, Strata as wall art. That's what this is about. Using it in all kinds of ways. At noon, 12:20 is Luca Tarantini with AI Stratacut, CG Stratacut. I really think that's the future, in addition to my own drive for captured multi-field stop motion. And then we're going to have, in the afternoon at 2 o'clock, we're going to have finish up, cut up, clean up. Finish up, cut up, clean up, everybody do your share. What doesn't get recorded is how much gunk goes on the floor, how you actually literally have to do what I call 52 card pickup on a table. Like before the camera rolls, I'm sitting here for half an hour picking up every piece, putting it back into an organized spot. And that's a part of any kind of clay, a lot of clay hygiene. You just have to organize it. You have to pick out the colors and the textures and group them all again so you can come back and clean. It's important. I want to finish up any blocks you want to cut out. Cut them up, clean it up, and we'll just wrap it up. We have another student. Can someone help her initiate the? Yeah, thank you. Those who have been here and understand the organization, that's really helpful. And then the last period at 4:30, we're going to show everything and simply just talk about it and have fun and plan where the party is going to be by 7 o'clock. All right, with that in mind, I also want to tell you that Taylor Wells has finished his SpongeBob Love. I think we briefly showed it yesterday, and he will be cutting this up in the stop motion room. Yay, Taylor! Amazing. I was saying, well, it's the best SpongeBob loaf that's ever been described. And he said, yes, because it's the only one. And that's not quite true. I did a SpongeBob, pizza, I should say, did a SpongeBob that I put on the Snoop Dogg portrait. Sitting there, like hidden in his, right in there, peeking out. And, but I didn't animate it. We made a sort of, she didn't animate it. We made it, and we sliced it. We didn't actually capture it. But this will be the best one. That's happening at 2 o'clock. Along with the finished up cleanup, we'll be going back and forth between the 2 rooms. There we go. I'm gonna move it over to you. Put it back. I'm gonna go over a few really quick things. I brought. I want to just catch up on the things that I've missed showing you, because this will be the last day. This is a Stratacut mold. Maybe. I guess if that's my camera, I don't know if that's visible. I'll put it down here because it's probably visible on the big screen. Okay. Question: is this very clear? Is this like show up, or do I need to? I need to.
That camera's not streaming. This one is.
This one's.
This is.
Oh, okay.
One of the room to see.
Yes, but this is.
This
Okay.
one's streaming, and it's got much better.
All right. Let me look. Okay. All right. This is a Stratacut. This is the pieces I made for the rotating box that you saw. I have one. I did. I put it away. Anyway, yesterday we were showing rotating boxes, and so all of the pieces are poured into a mold. You sandwich it together. You Mason on day 1 when he melted the clay with a double boiler. You pour it in. And so if you can make repeatable Stratacuts that just go on, and you slap them back together after they're done. It's something I would encourage. Another thing I wanted to show the world, or at least I think it has a lot of potential. This is a rotating letter, and I think it's a rotating B. I think I tried to make like that letter. And I tried to do it in Sculpey so I could make a bunch of molds out of this. So this is what it looks like before you mold it. But look at the complexity of that many pieces in order to make a rotating B. And I have to tell you, I have never put this back together. I actually did it once. I fired it. I've never molded it. I wouldn't know how to put the pieces back together yet, but that's actually the way it looks to create these interesting, I call that shape. It sort of has the S curve. It has the propeller shape. Thank you. They were getting. Sometimes when you sing or act out, you get more energy in that. And this is an example of rolling the straight edge along your side. So this is one of the best ways to see this, to understand the precision you're trying to get on the pinching in the end. Because I spent the time to do it, and I baked it, so it still lives. It isn't all squished and mangled, but that's why you try to pour molds, because you're able to do all that work and then it's preserved. You look how thin that gets at the edge of the propeller, and how it, in a sense, when you look at it in the middle, there's 2 planes. It's like it's like going up this way and that way. By the time you're at the end, it's completely drifted into one single thing, and it disappears. You want to pass it around, or you get the point? All right. Yeah. And I'm gonna give you the box too, if people want to actually look at details. I'd like to do more on that someday, but there's not gonna be today. We're still going to do strata art that is both static on your wall, but hopefully still dynamic to watch. You got in, go. Ooh, that was my science class. I should get. One thing I also wanted to show briefly before we get started is how do you store your Stratacut slices? This is some of the tailor's work from yesterday. It's the blacklight Mononica. Terrible, I'm terrible at that knowing that name.
What's the name? Oh, Makume Gain.
Makume Gain. All good.
It's the pattern behind the face, that color.
Right, it's a color pattern behind the face. It's when you lap steel on itself multiple times and keep hammering it. Well, that's a lot of what he did here. How do I preserve and store this? Is the question. So all of these, you put it in your bag, and it gets squished and weird. I want to put across the concept of papoosing. Papoose your artwork, make it snug, tighten it up. So simply, once you have it between pieces, wrap it gently but tightly. Find a piece of cardboard. I set out. Where did it go? Did you see a small piece of cardboard? That's all around? No, it's a small piece. I got to finish this. Yeah, they got it. So I take a small piece of cardboard. I simply fold it in two. I fix them in there. I sandwich it, and then I tape it. That you can mail, that you can take in your backpack, that will never go away. All of these things are still going to be solid. So it's a super important way to preserve papoosing. All right. Yeah, I'm getting closer to the line. I'll take that. Yeah. And you can tie it up if you want. I'll take it home if you're giving them away. Yeah. Or sharing them, I should say. Today, all of the artwork you make is useful if you choose to use it in other contexts. One thing, I like mixed media because I believe finding a contrast background to the Stratacut is an important part of presenting it as a flat piece of artwork. So I have everything, I have stuff that everybody throws away now. It's compact discs. It's nice and shiny. It's attractive to the child in me. And I look at it and I think, well, what can I do with that? And I've always been fascinated by iconographic icons. Think of it as Russian, I guess, or conservative, Orthodox, Greek Orthodox paintings. But I want to put your Stratacut faces there, and then build use some of the textures in a sense to create a creature. And I'm doing this on the fly, completely randomly, stuff left over by people during the event. I'm going to take like some squiggles. Is it visible enough to see? All right. By the way, another technique. I'm cutting toward myself right now, parallel to the surface, right? So you see the knife. I'm actually, if this thing slips, I'm bleeding, but I am pushing toward myself. The smartest way to do that is always never put your fingers in the way. I put a little pressure down with my thumb so I understand, okay, I can feel, oops, and it just came up, but it wasn't so radical or weird that it actually cut me. But I promise in one of my future demos, when I'm better rigged up, I will put in a fake tube in my finger, and I'm going to spurt blood at the audience. Like a Saturday Night Live skit. It's the kind of thing Sarah Swarm would do now, and I hope she does. Okay, so here this character has the compact disc at the back of their head. And then it's really great to take fabric or any other medium and put that as your backing. Let me get a piece of cardboard. Where did I put those? Thick cardboard, please. Yay. Thick cardboard. All right. When you design a background, whatever it is, it can be anything. you're trying to complement and excite the eye enough that they want to also enjoy the Stratacut with it, but it's not overpowering. You're trying to find a combination. Here, I would use some kind of spray 99, or what is that? What's called? So anyway, it's spray adhesive of some kind on the cardboard, and then I would lay this down. You can also just use white glue. It tends to buckle a little bit, so be careful to press it. If you use white glue, just make sure it's super flat and pressed down, because it might start to bubble a little bit. Whereas the problem with the spray mount is it also doesn't really get the edges really well between cardboard and fabric. And so I sometimes have to go in to actually repair it. Then I turn that thing over, I slap a bunch of tape on it, to be frank. I am not being careful or I should say professional in how I'm building them, because I'm just trying to express. I figure, oh, it can get fixed later if anyone wants it. It's storable. It will last 100 years as is. But I take a roll of tape. Let's see. I'll take hot pink tape. I'm feeling it. And simply I slap to try to pull it taut. Of course, you can add glue to the back, that helps. And let me just show you quickly that I'm throwing like tape, 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 and then it will hold itself, at least in a way that you can work with it as you're building your simple strata character, flat character to hang on your wall while you're watching the Strataganza on your big screen TV. Strataganza 2025. It ain't happening next year with me, but I will get the energy on the 66 to come try it. All right. Why I did that is I wanted to show you how when you put the iconographic thing there, you put the character, you put his body, their body. I'm going to add more of this. Whether or not that's cray or well designed, I'm not going to pretend I've got a clue right now. I'm just trying to give you the concept of what you can do. And then I'm going to show you how to use the heating pad to low heat it. There's many ways to adhere it, but low heat is one of the best. I'm going to go ahead and slice this beautiful texture down so it's flatter. I'm going to add some legs. How will I do the legs? What will be good? Perfect. This isn't necessarily the best. You also are encouraged to, use other material. I like, shiny bright. Why? Because I'm just trying to be loud and, the wild wax out to go with the main thing. So, you can do. I'm still doing mixed media. You can add all the clay you want wherever you want. You can not. I'm going to give him feet or her. Strange feet. I'll cut it in two. The feet will be like the arms. And then it needs hair. Each they need hair. This is the chance to really go bold and big. This is where you can throw your wackiest textures if you want. These are some textures I made from a series of cones. When I was talking about stratagami in the first session, stratagami is sort of just taking a flat sheet, flat sheet, a new one. Can you pass me a flat sheet of clay? Excellent. Any more? Keep coming. Thank you. I'd like a few flat sheets. This already has a lot of got multiple Sure, something together. Thank you. Clap together. Awesome. This is the, oh, more, of course. Thank you. Right. Simply a refresher on Stratagomy is to cut out. I should have made this clearer in the first demo, or whenever I first talked about it. Is when I call it that, imagine you've cut out a circle, la 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 la, and you take a wedge, a 45 or 90 degree, I should say, a 90-degree wedge out of it. So this is back to the birthday cake analogy. What this is a piece of, think of it as a piece of paper and simply connect the two edges, and you have a cone. Repeat that, repeat that, repeat that, and keep stacking those up more and more and more, and you actually have a nice bit of animation. And that's one of the simplest shapes. There's the whole opening of Stratagomy is so large. I haven't really explored it because it takes what people know as a technique, and I'm fairly familiar with paper cutting, and start to apply that dimensionality in a repeated layering cake way with Stratacut. And I think there's so many complicated, bizarre, beautiful things that you can control. It's not actually as scary in the sense of the time sculpting, the time flow stuff. More straightforward. All right, I made one more circle just to repeat this concept. I'm cutting out 90 degrees. The cake wedge goes. I'm joining the two sides together like that. And now I have a cone. It is now dimensional. And I stack one little hat on the other hat. And yeah, you just keep building. Once I've built it up a certain length, what can I do? What's the, let's say this is 2 or 3 inches high, what would I do? Not necessarily, good idea, but no. There's actually, when you twist this, you're not going to get much out of it because there's no lines going this way, so you won't get any animation by doing it that way. But let's imagine it's 2 inches high. I always do that reboxing because I simply cut it in the middle of that 2-inch depth repeated stack of little cone hats. And then the bottom becomes the top. You simply reverse it and put the bottom underneath and put the top on the top, and you have a lot of animation. This is what it looks like. I'm going to undo this from the side. Like this is a bisection of that kind of idea. You can see that the cone shapes, when I bisected it, all sort of dip up and down all the way up it. A stripy effect, but it's really it localizes the energy field, right? You know, you can build like dozens of these into your Stratacut, and they're all like as dots or circles or whatever shape you want. And it's not a large effect, but it's like a localized, high impact little thing, and it's very easy to make. The reason I bring it up is I'm going to use some of these now as the hair, and this is how they were made originally. And it's a technique I can't express enough thought about because I still haven't explored it enough. Would love to see others explore it. So I'm going to give him a hairdo, or her, or they. I'm not sure. And probably they, since there is no gender identity typical on this necessarily. There's just wackiness. All things live in happy harmony. Stratacut weirdness. So I like to watch what I'm doing with the character. It was sort of straight up. I like to throw body motion into it. It's best as an animator, of course, to do a zigzag zig. So it's got attitude. So this would be, I've just shifted a few things to angularize it. And now I can make the hair super super weird. Because it has room to cover the canvas now, liking that. All right. These are too thick. I'm doing some mistakes here because I have to remember I'm going to heat this with a heating pad or with a heating gun, depending on what's available or how we do it. Or even better, put it in the sun. Don't use the energy. If you have the ability to do it, just put it in the freaking sun, let it sit 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15. You just watch it get glossy and relax. It's done. You don't need to you know take the fossil fuels or the other stuff. Um, I don't think it's very clear. I'm going to go ahead and this stuff is garbage over here. I'm trying to make graphics, so I'm trying to find lines that make simple, understandable arcs. Okay, this character is liking that its hair, its stiffened hair, has got an attitude, an angled attitude forward towards body's going. It's got the little thing in the back. It's not good to go, but it's close enough that it gets the idea across. You could add, some freak out. I don't know that helps. I think that doesn't. So, widen the hair effect. All right. Are you with me? We're good. Go. So now I want to take a piece of plexi that's approximately the size of the background I made. Right. No plexi. This is going to be the. Yes, it is a wacky day. It's going to be the aquarium under which it lives. The glass under which it's both imprisoned and survives. Otherwise, it would not exist. So one thing I'm going to show you, I don't think I could show this often enough. People think, well, now what? How am I going to get it on there? Often, when you have a large piece of Stratacut, you've laid it out this way. You simply, like the papoose I was showing you earlier, right? Tightness is your friend. That. Okay, watch this. You kind of go to the left to get your mojo, and then you go right and bend it and flip it over. All right, so I'm going to go left just a little bit and do that. Right. Now it's all it survived. My design survived upside down. Now it's on the plex. I take this guy off. I don't need it anymore. I was just using it for design. And then this is what you heat in a heating pad. I'm going to take these guys off as well because they go now. All of these other elements go in the have to be applied directly to the fabric in the background. These things have to be there when I put it back together. So I'm disappearing a few pieces over here, and I'm going to work on this without the legs. It's not going to be as charming or as understandable, but the idea is eventually to. I'm going to go ahead and curl his body, give him some more body English. So the texture is now Stratacut great that way. Look, I can actually take any texture and make it the thing I want. I could add hands to him or her or they, and I don't know how. Not sure. There are ways to sort of make hands. Here, let me pinch this. In my imagination, any stripy thing can work. There's a pinch on a color sandwich. There's a color sandwich. There's a pinch on the color sandwich. I'm simply going to take the pinch. That's the pinch I want. Done. I'm going to recompress it sort of backwards, negative extrude it. I'm not making a spinner. I'm actually pushing it back down, and then cut off a couple of hands. They're not the greatest hands, but they're the kind of quick and dirty way in which you can create. He, she, they are doing the. I'm putting an elbow in. No, I want one arm really up and one arm really noodly down. Hi. All right, there we go. Designed. Now you can see that this is really crappy. Like this isn't very well designed on here. It doesn't matter if the surface that I want is only one-sided in this case, because it's going to have a backing. Now, this is a heating pad, right? I have not plugged it in. Oh, I'm not plugged it in. I have not turned it on. I don't want to break a circuit. I don't want to, like, if the live stream goes down now, you'll know too many things were plugged in the wrong places. Be aware. I put the heating pad under it. I don't put it on top. What I'm trying to get is the radiant heat coming through the plex, just to give it a moment of, to let it, and when it relaxes, it sucks the clay to the surface of the plexi, which reduces there's a lot of microscopic friction on the surfaces. When we cut it, it's not actually all aligned, but when it relaxes to the plexi, a different sort of micro event is happening. It's becoming completely aligned because it's actually all there to the plex. So it seems as if it gets sharper or more chrome is coming through in some way. And that's, that's why you put varnish and gloss and all these other things on painting. Same thing with the plex with clay. I have turned it on. This is a slow process. It's probably 30 minutes. I'm going to take him off of here now, a heating pad at a certain amount of time. No, I'm not going to do it yet. I want to show you one of the things. There's a roll of saran wrap somewhere. It's important to use saran wrap, and I only have a few rows. Well, not the brand, of course. There's no pitch there. I'm just seeing any kind of plastic wrap to separate. I just need a separator for what I'm going to put pressure on the top. And so if I put pressure on the top, I don't want whatever is on that to be affected. This will stick to anything. And so you're trying to put an insulator, much like I loved the idea of creating a series of blocks yesterday or the day before that all go together with saran wrap separators. And so you can build all the compression pieces so they puzzle piece three-dimensionally, and then you can actually pull it all apart and it all is ready to go, maybe. Here's me hacking apart the first part of the saran wrap. All right, so there, down, and scissors, and some scissors, oh, these weren't used to be good. Maybe it's just the nature of it. Okay, and then we're going to put something really, I want to put something firm enough on it. And then we put weight. Weight is easy to come by with Stratacut. Why? Because you have a bunch of clay that's lying around, put it in a box, you got weight. And now you're pressuring it just enough that it will really want to go down that way. You're also closing the heat in on it. Be careful not to leave it in there too long. It will melt its way into a disaster or into something you didn't expect, or it could melt its way into a magnificent, unknown, liquefaction. What?
Surprise.
Surprise. Some are good, some are bad.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take it off the table now. It will be baking in the background, but don't lose sight of watching. I have destroyed several pieces, thinking I had it under control, and it was not. I'm going to show you now one of those as I pull this away. I'm going to put it on the floor, and I want somebody to say, "Hey, it's been 10 minutes." So it doesn't go too long, and then we'll check it out in a little bit. All right, it's under the floor. I'm going to show you how bad things can go. These are the actual spyglass pieces from Huey's Playhouse, Christopher Columbus, 1987. And I was mounting them, thinking, oh. I really would love to, put them all together in a row, and you can see them all, right? Well, this is kind of what it looks like on the back. Is that beautiful, or is that magnificently awful?
That is excellent.
Yeah, I can hold it, right. And it comes to my conviction as we go into global warming. We're having a extra warm Brooklyn summer, evidently. I drove my van full of Stratacut in August down to LA. What I had to drive from 10 p.m. at night till 9 a.m. in the morning and then try to sleep in a road stop while it's sweltering at 100 degrees. So you could then, and hide into the trees, try to find a cool valley, anything you could do, and then you kick it into gear at 10 p.m. It's still too hot at 10 p.m. You try, and you throw ice buckets. It was a U-Haul van because this is a much larger artwork than you see here. I couldn't bring them in the minigun. So we would throw buckets of ice in between. We sort of tried to insulate it by putting 5-pound buckets, throwing the ice in, putting it in between the arms, if you will, and then throwing all the packing blankets we could, because then it self-isolates from the heating at the top of the van if you're driving it. Stratacut and heat. So I think it has a story to tell about global warming. This art form can actually help us visually, instinctually understand that we're facing our own Venusification. We go there because it's still tolerable to us. We're being boiled slowly, like frogs in a sense, because we're all self-optimizing creatures. I am too. We're born to consume, take care of ourselves, take care of the people close to us, and then try to ignore what externalities we create in the world. We don't look at the people that who are, and then collectively how we're in a sense poisoning our own nest, which is a very dysfunctional animal behavior, right? we're collectively doing that, even though none of us individually want to. So Stratacut perhaps can do that because it can melt. Maybe there's a story to be told there, and I'm trying to do it. I, by the way, put gloss medium on this. This is a way to help preserve Stratacut. I don't know where my bottles of gloss medium went. I was going to show them. Gloss varnish. It's actually golden. The brand I was using was golden. Some kind of liquid varnish. It used to be a really good formula, and then they had to. I think there was something in it that they didn't want, so it's become a different liquidier thing. It's more water based or something. Anyway, this if I can pass it around, that's a really effective way. If you want to show your Stratacut open into the world front face, use some of that material, that coat, and you can feel it kind of, that's going to last. So this sort of massive destructive piece, beautiful or strangely destroyed. I don't know. I'm not sure what I'll do with it. I'll pass it around so you can at least feel how the gloss varnish, or the golden varnish. I really want to show that just so that it's clear to people what sort of coating works with oil-based vanadium or any other oil-based clay. It's over here. Yeah. I'm walking to the other side, finding some big guy. I need to show you golden varnish. So this was polymer varnish with UVLS matte. It's warning: exposure may, allergic reactions, etc. I know that Mason has a slight reaction to clay, which is a really unfortunate. He wears gloves because he gets a
You say dermatitis.
what do you call it? Dermatitis. Yeah. Sorry to hear that. And then, but he's hacking it. And now this is what it's become. It's gloss waterborne varnish. So this no longer exists on the market. I think it was, to me, a superior experience. This is sufficient. So these are the tools you can do to have your open face Stratacuts to the world and yet somehow protected. There you go. Put them down. Let me finish a couple of things. I want to point out also that if I was doing a two-sided piece, if I was actually throwing Stratacut on both sides or something, I would use a form of acetate. Show that. Thank you. Okay, this is two-sided. It's just, these are some slices I had left over. Why do I preserve them? Because they're sort of beautiful, and I want to remind myself to get back to, I want to get back to the kind of, it's not Starry Night as much, even though that's a great inspiration. It's the, I don't know, the organic energy flow that goes around bright lights and any kind of moons and stars, any kind of whatever. I don't have this piece anymore. I have nothing from it. So this is my way to preserve it so it can remind me. But this is two-sided plex. And these are literally just stuck between them. Plexi is not glass. I can say that again. A lot of people think that if you put Windex on your plexi, it's a good idea. Some of you laughed. You understand how bad that is? Okay, very few people do. You think, oh, it's clear, Windex. No, that's only for glass. For plexi, you need a very soft surface, like these glasses. You know, I wouldn't use a paper towel to clean the glasses. You have to do that. You have to think of plexi like that. You will scratch it. Now we have a lot of scratched plexi here because we're running and gunning in really strange conditions. But remind yourself to use like Brilliant Eyes as a brand name of things you can spray in your plex to clean it, and then use super soft film. What's the thing that filmmakers when you handle Bob, when you handle negative, you have this tissue paper or what's that stuff?
Lens tissue.
Lens tissue, yeah, lens tissue, something like that. Just really careful. I'm trying to send information that will save some people the heartache of knowing, oh shit, I scratched it. Now, a lot of people think I can put this between two pieces of cardboard and ship it and it's good, right? What's the problem? No, cardboard is giving it micro scratches. You don't notice them. You can probably buff them out. It's possible, but it's best not to use cardboard. What you should use, you know, when I passed papoose that thing, there was no plexi in there. I papoosed it between, you know, but don't, you could papoose this. But the first thing you need to do before you wrap it in cardboard is wrap it in saran wrap. That's it. Then your plexus is well served. It's protected against all the other abrasive things, and that is a lesson not to be forgotten. Okay. The point was acetate. I pulled out this call it Duralar. It comes in different, and there's other brands. I'm not in any way promoting this. I've had others. This is nice and thin. This is a thin piece that can actually work on bumpy clay a little bit. When you put it on the heating pad and it starts to get soft, you can move a few just saying. And it starts to get soft. What you're going to have to do is take your scissors and you have to cut out the shapes. So if I have a shape that on my I can't bring my drawing here. Let me use this one. Okay, these are these are the last slices I have with you guys, right? I'm done with them after this, so I'm throwing them into the fire. I made a kind of suit and tie for my orange Julius work, and but I also made some, you know, rough and dirty skulls last summer, and so I like putting like this suit and tie as an idea with this giant.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
I think that.
What happened?
For the heating.
I can't.
For the heating pad.
Oh, 10 minutes. Yay! 10 minutes. Somebody is paying attention. Thank you. Now I understand. Let's see what we got. All right. This is 10 minutes. Peeling it off. It is not quite there. Let me see if the heating is high enough. I may need to boost. Let me see. It's there, it's soft. You don't want to, it's best to take it slow. But then paying attention. Give me 10 more. Thank you for that. Going back down. gonna rest on the heat head, and we'll put the surface stuff back on top of it. So the curly arms, the stuff I was using for the arms, I'm gonna use again for no good reason. And start to show you how to use acetate as your frame. It would be a little difficult for some of what I'm doing here, but I'll show you a mix and match thing here between where to use the acetate and where to use the gloss sealant. When you're making a one-sided Stratacut that is going to have a background, then the reason for the gloss and the reason for the acetate is to both preserve the flexibility of the clay permanently as you can, but also to protect the oil from the fabric or mixed media surface that it will be touching. This way, you don't get an oil stain that's leaching into the fabric or the fiber surface of the thing that would happen over several years. So you start to see, this sort of stain growing behind your artwork if you did not acetate it, and it would become more brittle with time as well. What you're trying to do is seal it from elements as best as possible so it lasts longer. So these are two arms. I'm going to I don't know.
No.
I'll just leave it at that. I'm going to go ahead and where's my hand? Here's my hand. I'm going to reuse these hands, which are really, you can do so much more than what this is. It's just completely whack. But you could put thumbs, like I would like to put thumbs and index fingers, so it really looks like a hand and not a webbed foot. But here it is. And so this guy, this is an important thing. I have a whiteboard behind me. I don't know if that's visible on camera or matters. It doesn't really matter. What matters is this comes from a whiteboard, but I would use a thinner, for this trick, I would use a thinner thing than this. But all I'm doing is, in a sense, deciding, okay, I want to protect the face. So I go and outline the face with a dry erase marker, not with a Sharpie, because this will be the acetate that covers the back side of the artwork. There, right? See that shape. I'm going to cut that shape out. And now the theme music begins. I'm not going to do Jeopardy because it's annoying. You do it in your mind. Thank God, I don't know. People don't sing that much anymore, so I'm happy about that. Or this is a song, it's annoying to my friend. Yeah. Lamb Chop, she could have been so much more Pee-wee. And I'm surprised. I would love to see Sarah Storm do the Pee-wee Herman, do a reinvented, not Pee-wee Herman show, but something that was as whacked out and really going everywhere in a happy, childish, but adultly wink and a nod. Yeah. Cynicism and innocence go together when you're done in the right proportion. All right, I cut it out. You see that? It's the camera. See that? You got to put it. All right. I'm taking my acetate away because we're only doing the demo. It flies away. I'm going to now just use my fingers to disappear the edge that I drew on there. Just goes away. Gone, gone. And a lot of people would say, well, you got a bunch of fingerprints on it. Why do you clean them up? I don't. Why? Because it's oil, and once it's heated up, it actually disappears into the effect. You actually really don't need to clean it up. On the other hand, you'll see little scratches and other things, or little smudges, I should say, on my work. And I leave it there because I just can't get rid of it. There's a fight against cleanliness outcome that I just find I decide enough is enough. Hey, it is what it is. you're gonna get some fingerprints from the oil as you work it, even if you're trying to keep the back clean. It's Stratacut. Here's to it. So this, I would put everything I just did, but I would put the acetate down with it, right? That's all I'm trying to point out. You can seal it from both sides. The acetate can do this large area that is the sort of wedge area of the suit and tie, and it can do this other large area. And for the small areas, you get out your varnish and you just try to do them. I mean, you can cut that in acetate, have at it, but there's no reason that this is a faster way to just do them. You could do it all in varnish too. You don't actually need the acetate. It depends on your preference. When you take this out of the oven, if you will, out of the heating pad, combined with the top thing, you have to actually smooth it out. I'm going to show you that in a moment. You have to sort of, in a sense, put a little bit of pressure on it with your fingertips and smooth it out in all the ways, because it is a liquefied puddle under your fingertips, and you have to do it not to liquefy. Okay, here we go. That is, so everybody has acetate. They understand how it works. It should be thin. This is, I think, 0.5 or less. I'm not sure what the thickness is on this one. 0.4, 0.004, there you go. And what I like about that is it's very flexible. So if there are bumps in it, it will actually curve. If you get 0.006 or 10, it's going to be so stiff that parts of it, the edges may fly out because it's really not going to respond to the bumps in the clay. So there's finding the right kind of relaxation of the acetate is another issue. And I am going to move him to the side. There you go. Acetate and Plex. It can be two-sided Plex. It can be Plex plus acetate, which is less heavy. That's another reason I like it, because it's two sides of Plex starts to add up on weight, and it's heavy enough. Don't add. All right. I will move this to a safe area and come back to it. On gluing this down, I use what is it called? E6000. It's a fabric multi-purpose glue. I don't have any next to me. I know I have some in the room, but I don't want to slow down the experiment. Then probably in a very, very hard to find place. Pause. Coffee. Drippy cup. Thank you, Jim. So for the sake of quickness, one thing is that you see how the disc got all oily? Oh, which way? That way. I don't know if you can see how oily it got. You can use, I don't know that you need, maybe it is just like Plex. You should use a nicer cleaner than whatever, but you should clean it off as best you can. Glue it or whatever to that and glue this down. I'm not going to do that, and so for speed, I'm going to use double-sided tape. I don't have any double-sided tape, so I'm going to make double-sided tape by rolling it over on itself a little bit at a time. This is just me ballparking what the hell I want and how it's going to look. So backside, once I decide, oh yeah, that's the composition, that's the thing I want, then I can glue it down with E6000 or any of the fabric tape that goes to anything. I would suggest, well-ventilated room, go outside to do it, do something like that. It has a sort of vanilla smell, I find. I have no idea that, nobody probably knows the level of long-term exposure. Obviously, less exposure is better. I believe it's well ventilated, and or you're outside and you don't, bring it to your nose. It's pretty good. Thank God we have noses to tell us what things are bad in the world. But they put the vanilla in to make you think that it's not. It's like a little sick. Like, I can see the paper bag people in the back who have lost hope in their lives. Got the E6000. So sad. I think a theme in my understanding of humanity is seeking oblivion. At some point, we all have gotten enough. You have a question?
It's been kind of good.
No, thank you. I've got the 10-minute timer. People are actually looking up and helping me. They're looking at, oh, they're interested. Oh no, they're just trying to time me. All right, I'm double stick taping this. I approximately know keys, sort of. I don't even know what it is. I have to line them up again. So I'm going to leave this to the side. I'm going to bring him up from his key pad. But here he comes. Okay, it's not great, but it's sufficient. I would probably leave him in a little longer. Now, I'm going to do a little acetate on him. Just so you can see how the acetate pressing on him would work. I have a little sheet, I lost it. Starting again. Oh, I found it. You can wait in the corner. I can reuse. There. So again, I take the expo marker or the dry erase marker, whatever brand, etc., and I outline him. I try to do it probably in a finer one. This is a little fat. I'm doing it very quickly. You can do it much more carefully. Sometimes, if you think you're going to squeeze a little bit of extra out, meaning if you're slicing it a little, if you anticipate it getting a little wet, meaning soggy, and it's kind of thick, then it would be good to add a little more on the edge. You know, I can cut to the outside of this line rather than on it. I'm going to cut on it because I don't think this slice is kind of thin right now, and I don't think it's going to mooch out much because it's also not that hot yet. I need another 10 minutes. But you know, just like when Julia Child pulls something out of the oven faster than she could, but she's still going to pretend to like it as she eats it. She had to get it done for the TV show, and something didn't all go together well. All right, so I cut the acetate out. It's taken off the surfaces. This is still slightly warm right now under my fingertips. And watch, I'm simply pressing with my fingers from the center out. And I'm watching little bits of changes in the play right now. See it smush and moosh and move itself. And you can probably barely see that. Like right there, you can see it. I don't know. Is that visible? Somewhat? Okay. I can do more cell acetate. I can decide, you know, oh, I want to do the body. All right. The body a little thicker, still warm-ish. So it looks like it needed 30 minutes under the heating pad. Let me put the other guy down. Here's my I saved him over here. I'll put him down as well. Now that this one's gonna be done. No, I'll leave it on for now. I'll do that later. This is the body of the strange wacko, or the joyful. It's sort of like, that's a bit Monkian, don't you think? That taste it got made. I love that. There's a sort of shocked, innocent horror of I don't know what to do next. And the character has sort of like egg, fried egg eyes. Ah! What is the noise in the mind of the creature we are making? Ah! Ah! Now that's, you know, I was trying to talk about expression without words the other day in different, you know, Westerns. How I believe we have a lot of thoughts that we have, but we don't have words for them. And we have sort of ambivalent feelings or instinct or feelings for these things. Are they not real because you cannot put words to them? And the idea of like that simple moment when this character is both, I don't know, strutting down the street, but also somehow in this terrified, like innocent but completely OMG, OMFG, I could say. Now, I have, as I put this acetate down, watch my fingers, I'm smoothing it out underneath it, I'm spreading it, spread, and done. Now, I'm not going to finish these other parts. They do probably need a varnish or acetate, only if you want to preserve it for a while, and it's going to leach the background. If the background is some sort of surface that takes no oil, you could just slap it right on the background. I mean, any background you want is fair game. I am just literally cementing the clay back onto the flex. Why does this sort of work? I think it's because clay is oily, gooey, and sticky, and it's thin. If clay is fat, it falls off. But if it's thin, oily, sticky, and gooey, this becomes the substrate upon which it lives from here on. So now I have my, here's my character. Hey. And you can understand how I would have finished these other parts with, but it's, on this side, I want to point out something. With the back of my fingers, I am pushing from behind, and you can see air bubbles, tiny air bubbles in the clay where it did not touch the surface. And you actually try to work those out. You can actually press against that air bubble and work it to the edge, and it'll disappear. You will not get them all. Don't try. Don't kick yourself. You'll over distort in piece if you're attempting to get all the air bubbles out. But I can get it about 95%, and it's sufficient to. I know this is visually really hard to tell on live stream, but I'm simply pressing the back like this while I'm looking at the front and seeing where the air bubbles and then pulling part from the center out. All right, here he is. I'm going to put this guy down. Oops, the double stick tape worked too well. But it's also temporary. So done. Extracellular thing. Silly noises. And he's going down in the heating pad now. I'm going to put a piece of saran wrap first. Or I shouldn't brand name it. It's like cleaning. Plastic wrap.
There you go.
There you go. Every time I memifying their identity, and it's accidental. But okay, now it's down there heating up. This guy, I'm going to recompose him now that he's fully. I can, my clay is not falling off anymore. I put this down. I try to line up now visually where I want the stuff on the back to be, and then the key is to get the legs to line up and the icon of the CD disc, the Greek the Greek Orthodox Church Passion Play martyr, the martyr of religious devotion, the crazy guy, and so I'm simply trying to line it up so I can actually understand where to glue it down later. It feels like the double stick wants to go there and there. And then I'm going to get the other guy, the other leg, which is glitter fabric. He's ready for the disco. He thought he was going to the disco, and that's the moment he realized he had no tickets. I was all dressed up. I had my duds on. I was all psychomorphic, and then damn, no party. And this is a tough one. I'm trying to get him to walk towards something, and I gave him body, but maybe, I think I did the legs that way. Like the feet are coming out from the fabric, the sequin. All right, that's pretty good. I think the head needs the circle. Circles are odd. You need to line them up really well to try to. There it is. So this is kind of that. Where does it glare on? Hey, live stream tape. Oh, he had to head out. How does this look on the live stream. Can you, is it too much glare? I have no idea. Here, you're right.
It's like that. Yeah, put down the way it was.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to get a good view for those who are watching outside. I would have done more with this pant leg. I'm going to do that. Not quite right. And the fabric isn't glued down, so everything is mystery wind. It's all shifting around. There, I think that's a little better. Okay, so I've spread the legs out a little bit more. And the thing I like is that the circle, you know, I'm trying to get the head to be in the center in the martyr CD disc no, icon. Call it an icon. Is there too. And so some of these elements glint and glare in the light, and so the Stratacut lives in a dynamic background. That's the goal here. It can be any dynamic background you choose, any mixed medium you choose. And yeah, I will put it around. You want to take a better look. It is not finished on a lot of levels, but that is a quick and fascinating thing. Now, I want everybody now to do this with your own play, with your own slices. There are a lot of slices around. There are bucketfuls of beautiful stuff done by people during the week. There was one box. Yeah. Oh, can I borrow some? Sure. You're great. I just want to show them. You know, I want to make more characters with these guys. Look at the pile of goodness that is. Look at the beautiful opportunity to enjoy, you know, colorful and lovely, full of energy. You know, that's a bit like it looks like a mouth that would go to, you know, that what's that insect that doesn't die? It's a bug, it's like a tardigan. It's this bug that
Water bear.
what?
Water bear.
The microscopic
The
one?
water bear. Okay, I'll go with the water bear. But there's another one. It's called a yeah, something like that. So
Tardigrade or something.
yeah, thank you. This is what the mouth looks like to me. You know, you want this sort of alien talking mouth. I don't know if that's what I'll use, but quickly you can take any assortment of interesting shapes and strange things that you have found, made, or see, and you know, quickly make character arrangements on your plex. And do you have plex in front? You ready? Give it a try. Oh, I'm sorry. In the middle is plexiglass. I should have told you. If we gave you plexiglass, you can build on those plex sheets. And I think that the live stream is all going to pretty much be here for a while because our Kayla's in the other room trying to set up the next thing. So always the nose, in this case, to join the mouth to the, and then the hair. I am just making another wackadoodle to try to explore the fact that no face that you make is wrong. I'll use this as the nose, and then this is the hair. Even though they have a similarity in tone, and they come from the same squat. But using repeated outlines. In this case, since I want to solidify my character more, having thrown together nothing but, is there some yellow someone can throw forward, block of pure love yellow of any kind? If you will,
Little bit here.
that's fine, mix is fine. Yay, to the rescue, I can continue without getting up. I'm only choosing a rando color to separate and become sort of a unifying field for this guy. Yes, was there one other character on a piece? Oh, that's it. Here we go. So I want to I want you to think about open characters when you do Stratacut static or painting, dynamically unmoving art. Characters. Here's a view of it in that screen, I think, right? Does it show up on that screen or just that's off?
Yeah, that's all.
That's off. So all you got is this tab. You're seeing the light you've seen one, you've seen the other. So I'm working for two masters. So that's what it looks like up there for you. That's what it looks like up there for you. What I'm trying to say here, in general, is the openness. You see the openness of the face? There's just a line there, right? I let it open. It's clear, right? There's no. I did not fill in the flesh of the character. Please do that. You know, please be loose with how you identify the face. You don't have to just slap clay over everything. You can let it be open-ended, right? It's got eyes, it's got a hairdo, ears, and a mouth, but you let the face be a non-finished thick. I think it's a good opportunity, something to think about. That's what I'm going to do here. The reason I brought that up. Like, all right, let's try it out. I wanted you just enough color to unify the face now. I'm using yellow as that color. And I want to sort of make it this is the forehead, but I'm not going to fill all of it in. And I'm going to hope it still reads like a character I'm trying to make it read like. And you're welcome now to invent. This is the moment where you grab that plexi, you take any slices you see, using any character or image. It doesn't have to be face. But I want static art that is using the clay in a way that you can now have a permanent or I say that with caution. All art will be destroyed. Every one of it, Mona Lisa, Van Gogh, it's all going to get destroyed. It just may last a lot longer than clay, or your clay especially. Most art gets destroyed very quickly. It just gets made by somebody, nobody knows about it. It gets thrown away after 5 years in the junk pile because they had to move out of their apartment and it's gone. We have no idea what that art would have been. It didn't affect enough people to preserve it in a way where they thought it was meaningful. I'm throwing down more, oh, maybe that's something. Anyway, this was the box I was taking it from. You want it back?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for, let me borrow your piece. Another thing I want to now actually add, and I want you to note this, I want to smear the textures. There's no reason why you have a combination of finger painting going on as well. You shouldn't ignore that. Because you see what I'm doing on the hair here? I'm going to go ahead and thumb press down into one of these. I'm thumb pressing and I'm pulling it forward and I'm smearing it out, right? Like it's just going off. And thumb press smear. This is making him very spiky hair, very punky. Thumb press smear. There. Now I'm going to keep adding yellow and trying to unify the space. I may want to add eyelashes. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, choose any color, any texture. There are boxes of interesting material out there from all the work that's already been done. And it's all just possibilities, it's opportunities. You just look at it, design it, and you can make any any weird, fascinating thing. Trying to figure out eyebrows. I don't even know if they're necessary. Are they confusing? Or do they help? I'm going to make more yellow that is in some flesh unified, but I'm not going to close it up. I'm going to leave this open architecture. May not be the best piece to do it with, but hey, it's a concept. It's a thought. You can design with ropes and snakes. I'm just building little snakies like that, throwing them down, trying to. Yeah, and expressionism, which is what I would call this, right? We're not in impressionism at this moment. We're in expressionism. Allows very fast, very quick, very fluid. You can do, you should do almost fast and dirty stuff most of the time because it has energy. If you do it real fine stuff, it's amazing and it has its place. Being precise, made, and has its place. Being energetic, especially when you're creating just spirit characters. You know, this is sort of like an Indian spirit character I'm making right now, right? This is a non, it's not aligned with the physiology, the human reality of our proportions, but it draws upon them in a animalistic way, maybe, right? The shaman, this is a shaman object in a way. Hopefully there's more in the future. There are more shamans and less bad faith, deceptive politicians and businessmen, where everybody understands we're in a collective. We're all going to sink or swim here, people. Let's figure this out on a global scale, even though the word globalism sounds really nasty or awful because, oh, it's not in my control, but I'm sorry, it isn't anyway. It's in the power of those who you passed it to, either by your negligence for not participating in trying to make a self-governing system work, because you're bitter and cynical, which you shouldn't be. You know, I can't tell you, there's good reasons to be bitter and cynical. I'm not saying it's wrong. I have been that myself at times. But participation, if you're too lazy to participate, that you're going to hang around and be bitter, that the thing isn't working, you know, get off your ass and go make it better. That's, yes.
Today, I was looking at Zoom working.
Awesome.
Okay, I'm good to go.
Taylor tells me our future Zoom call at lunch with the future of Stratacut in AICG with Luca Tarantini is all up and ready. It should be a less of a rough ride. And our work is I think with Tony Alarco yesterday, but I think he did a magnificent job considering he could barely hear us and he couldn't see us. And I had to shout into my computer as like a bad microphone to get him to hear me. And yet, I think what he said was really, really excellent, concise, helpful, visionary, and inspired. You know, he wants to teach as well. He's got a Jones for finding ways to spread the joy because it's just so strangely open. You know, this is not a closed book. This is an open book. All things are still haven't been done here. And our surprises are still coming. Happy surprises, bad ones, but they're coming. I'm going to put a little separator between the head and whatever I'm going to call the neck or the body for no apparent reason. That way I can have sort of rounding shape at the bottom of my shaman head. This is the spirit warrior of human, the future of the MeshNet human collaborative universe where we all see each other's thoughts and we're all okay with it finally. We all share empathy. Why? Because we're all basically 99.9% identical. And rather than focusing on the minuscule differences each of us have, the which is the current way of saying blame the other or you're not in my tribe, it's best to be. Okay, so I've made a very quick, Taylor, does that show up?
Yep.
All right. Can I put a white thing behind it?
Yeah, it looks cool. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. And then that's actually the surface on the other side, right? So that's the looking, I'm looking at it. Now, use another interesting piece of fabric. I could add ears to this, that would be the next thing I would think of. But there, I'm gonna get a piece of cardboard. I'm gonna do the process of sort of taking it up. Even though I think you get it. You do spray mount or even white glue. If you do white glue, make sure that it's even pressure, you spread it out beforehand. And what the problem with white glue is that it itself needs, when you put something on fabric and white glue, the glue will also attach to the thing you're pressing down. I'm not sure if that means you need another saran wrap or whether that would just stick to the glue. I don't really know. In any case, whatever gets done. The beautiful thing about fabric is that it's another world it's nothing like clay, and yet it sort of can be complementary. And really, my fabric stage won't last forever, but will always be there. And I have all kinds of backgrounds that are not fabric, but are just trying to find mixed media excitement. I want to do something unusual with this one. I'm going to make ripple fabric. So I'm putting it backwards on the backside, and I want the fabric itself to be casually mounted, not stretch mounted. Maybe it'll make more sense when I show you how that. I peeled over one side. I'm just going to peel over. This is a very long and loose, extra long sheet of gorgeous, deep, rich, satiny, synthetic, bluish. And the other one goes down. And I'm just taking it to the roughest look. What I'm going to do, flipping it over, now I'm going to attempt to do this on this side. I want to actually create a sort of casual surface like that as the actual finish. And then let the strap cut on top of it. And bring it into a kind of it would be the background for a Hollywood movie in the 50s that had a title sequence and you would have the sound effect behind it. This would be beautiful, by the way. Make that as your background. I can't do that because it requires a lot of time and tech, because you can't casually keep this in place without a lot of thinking. And I have never actually spent the time to do it. It can be done. Please do it. I want to see this because it's just gorgeous and it has depth. And then the Stratacut is going to be beautiful when it's mounted against it. Does that show on the camera today? Or is it great? It does.
That's great.
Okay, so you can see the beauty of the background. You can see the transparency of the contrast of the foreground. I'm going to go to the back and then show you one more thing. I'm simply taking, even though there's a lot of fabric here, I'm just taking to the edge my Pinko here. Yep. To the edge and to the edge. One way to start to get that effect that I want on this side, which is not going to happen tonight, or this morning, I should say, or maybe tonight if it's in New Zealand or Australia, or yeah, they're still going to be waking up on this time. You could simply, I'm going to throw some stupid double stick in here just to give you an impression. It's not going to look right, but it's something. So I'm under the surface of the thing, I'm bringing double stick down under the surface, and I'm trying to place it somewhere where I want the fabric to be tacted there, right? It's underneath it. To do this correctly, you would have to use glue and other ways of supporting it, and it's really pinchy. When you try to do this by hand, it doesn't look natural. So finding ways to make it look natural, see, it's very pinchy right there. I'm just trying to keep it in a form that sort of supports the concept that I was trying to get it. Then it goes on top. This actually should go on the heating pad. I'm not going to do it for now, but that is your crazy ass. Now, if I were thinking of ears, like does this guy want ears? I'm not going to put them in, but it easily could take a few ears that are circular, semicircular, kind of go like that. I just rolled a Tootsie Roll there, and hold it a four of them. I have a few of them. Oh, this is all. Never mind. I have a few of them like that just because they're cheap and they can get some things done. I'm going to leave this for 1 minute. I have to go to the restroom. So it's live, and I apologize for taking a break. I haven't had to do that until this morning, perhaps one cup of coffee too many. Hang with us, Taylor, if you want to show other, probably show what other people are up to. See you soon. Um,
Very nice.
Thank you.
Show the internet. Oh, I love that. Are you gonna do any skin on the face or just keep it clear? Or do it behind with something?
Oh, I think I'll keep it clear, but
Yeah, that looks very cool, clear like that. Yeah, I like it. Whoa. I love that. That's so cool. I love the colors that you chose. Very like simple, minimal. Very cool. Dude, I gotta get a shot of yours, man. Show the world. The textures are awesome. He almost looks like he has like reptile skin. Is that from the gloves?
Yep. And I'm pulling him off of the heating pad that he's been under. Nobody called 10 minutes, by the way. I'm pretty fascinated how they didn't know that was continuing.
I got too many other things I'm trying to keep track of.
Oh, no. I'm pressing it down. It's not quite finished Needs more time. Oh, there's the acetate. Of course, I'm gonna put it back down. Medium one. And then finish that guy. Yes. Okay.
Actively slicing blocks over here on the guillotine. How people are building now. And then I know I had a question in the chat about the artwork David brought, so I want to show some of that. These are all from animations David has done over the decades. David singing to himself again.
For 30 minutes, you know. Oh, honey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna ask if you can walk this over to Bob. Oh, this is something I did want to get cut up. I had done this like on the first day, I think, at the kind of a. I wanted to see what the birthday cake looked like cut at a very hugely weekend. Look explosive. Thank you.
Getting a lot of people in the chat today.
That's good. A lot of people in chat. Great. Great, great. Hello, world. We are doing our best.
Well, he finished this one first.
What camera are we on today? I've done. Oh, we're on the main camera. Hey, everybody. The couple of thoughts of what to show next. It involves the heat gun as well. Not too noisy. Probably terrible in the live chat. I mean, on the live feed, probably too terrible. But I want to put yeah. I want to do a fair amount of melting because it's beautiful. Liquefaction. What can clay do, processing clay, for all its faults, problems, and being, the easy way in which it gets destroyed that other hard clay mediums and marble, for example, and plastic art can't do, and that is it can drip and it can melt. You can't do those FEMA, you can't do with polymers, so let's use the quality that the clay gives us to do exciting, interesting things artistically that only it can do. And one of those things is use the heat as your friend. Heat is your advantage in Stratacut, especially in I mean, if you look at the BuzzBot, for example, if you ever have a chance, 1985, I would do a lot of melting on my slices in that because it just when it liquefies in animation, it's pretty awesome. And liquefaction, as you can see in some of the paintings, is used as an effect, especially due to either nuclear war, atom bombs, of course, or global warming. That's completely like idiotically obvious to people who choose not to listen to fossil fuel industry propaganda, much like the people who listen to the tobacco industry propaganda how many decades ago. The same kind of confusion that they want to put into the world. Now, we are addicted to fossil fuels. I had to drive a car. I recognize the contradiction. I'm not, certainly I'm a hypocrite in some level, but I'm attempting, I think it's hypocritical to call me out and yet not do anything in your own mind to change your own thing. I'm attempting at least to change our minds and the way we think about our world. And that's actually the most important thing, even if it uses some fossil fuel as an inevitably must, because we have an economy built on it. I mean, I could do nothing and you would not know me, and I could actually be energy efficient. It's very hard to do sculpture, heavy medium, in Brooklyn when I live in Portland, other than to do all that. So it's better to use the medium. Long story short, to talk about in a non-verbal way by melting. I'm trying to engage people in the idea of their own, the consequences of their own. Downfall, desiccation, and Venusification, for lack of a better word. Imagine that. Let's all live on Venus today, shall we? No. Okay, let's do something about it. Oh no, we can't get off fossil fuel. Oh no, there's no political will. Oh no, etc. It's not that it's wrong. It's been a great fossil fuel era. It has made an enormous first world economy. It has brought a lot of people out of poverty. There's nothing wrong except the stupidity of not advancing to the next objective that's recyclable. And the bountiful abundance of what the world can give us is so amazing at this moment in time. We are foolish to look backwards and let's look forwards. That's what I'm trying to do. Yay! There it is. I don't think that's radical. I think that's common sense. I think that it's important to be. We all need to be currents in the room for the rest of the globe because everybody's ass is on the line, or our children, which is really what matters, or the friends of our children. And it goes on and on. Now, heat. I want to take something like this character and like put him on a long piece of plexi and start to melt him and make some decisions as to how to melt him. I don't know what this is. This is a terrible piece of plexi. It's all started up. I don't know if it's a good. Ooh, he wasn't glued on. There is a tackiness to it, but it doesn't last if you don't glue it on. So I will go ahead and use heat gun for a little bit. Let me do that. If you can hear me, I'll shout. It's important to. I'm not using a heating pad, as you can tell. I'm just using front heat. You can look at how glossy it gets on the edge. I mean, it's actually like you can tell how it's. So I'm going to go somewhere else. Like, don't let it get past that. It's going to start to drip. Okay. It didn't take that long, but now, in a sense, you have to feel very carefully. If I touch this and it comes back up on my fingertip, it's too wet. It's too puddly. So you're trying to get that middle where it's soft and whatever. And right now, I'm very gingerly pressing it in because I didn't want to find anything. Like out here, I'm a little worried. Now it's fine. So you can't understand the temperature with this. It's not too bad. So I'm going ahead and thumbing this down on the plex. So the backside is actually the the goal is the backside. But once you melt, melting can be good on the backside or the front side, but usually it's better on the front side. There's something about the way the three-dimensional clay looks that's somehow less smeary than what's on the other side. Okay. So is that visible? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Are we on the front? On the. Okay. Yeah. All right. Now he won't fall off, right? That was simple. He's done. And now I'm going to continue the melt. And melting is fascinating because it just, you're trying in a sense to loosen it up in general. So I'm going to do a general looking around this and then, wafting it, and then try to get in a specific piece you really want to drip. So you're going to see two things going on: a general heating for a moment, and then I'm going to actually try to make parts in a directed way with the accidental stuff that comes in. All right, I'm going to go over here. I don't know if that's visible. I have to go up. We can see it. Okay, I'm going to get down to the main camera. I can still see it. I can still see it. Oh, cool. All right, great. Okay, I'm getting the general. And I'm watching what's giving way right now, what's loosening up, what's letting go. It's starting. The planet, it's melting. We're all going down. We waited too long. We didn't turn up and jump around quickly. Everybody, jump! Uh-oh, the sea is boiling. I can't get up. It's not fun. I mean, we can laugh about it because it's kind of shitty, though. I mean, it's normal. When you can't do anything about it and you know it's bad, you have to laugh. All right, now I could make this go much faster at a higher angle, or I could make it go slower at a lower angle. So I can slow my drips down simply by having that, or I can speed them up by doing this. So control it. I bet you didn't think this is how the Stratacut seminar was going to end, or close to it.
I want to see the blowtorch.
Yeah, it's coming.
Hey, David, say hi to Eva. She did Boys Don't Cry.
Eva,
She's,
yeah,
she's watching.
shout out. I wanna show your work later today if we can get it linked up. I think she has awesome pieces.
I'll ask her.
Yes. It's more that I'm having a hard time linking. I'm going to say something just so everybody understands. My computer I can't touch, so I have no way of like doing much email or anything right now. I'm completely sort of adrift, except with my phone, only between 9 p.m. at night and 8 in the morning. That's it, because it's always being used to stream, and this is always being used for this. So anyway, I haven't been able to do my Google Slides or my other stuff effectively. So that's your drip. Now, do you want the other part to drip as well? Maybe.
Yeah.
But there are other methods to do it. This is a torch arc. And I'm not going to do it that way. I'm going to heat it up first. It's better to use a heating gun. First and foremost, do this in the sun. There's no reason I need to do this except that I can't accomplish my objective without sun and some time, and that's nobody's gonna sit around and watch it. So it's not sunny, and I couldn't even do it today. You need maybe 15 minutes of direct sunlight, and you will watch it, and then we'll do what you think. You can also, in the sun, ultimately protect it. Use a way to stop the sun from certain parts. You can use it as what they call it, dodging. Dodging was a photographic technique back when you had to have photographs in a dark room. And you would just simply obscure certain parts of the photo while it was happening. You can do that with the sun. So you can save the piece you want, let the other piece bake, watch it melt, decide. Creative process. I'm going to heat this up because the blowtorch is too concentric. It's too it's too narrow. It's just trying to. So I'm heating it. Okay, done. So done. All right, now I can actually pinpoint some things I want to go down. No, I don't think that's not triggering. There we go. No, there we go. Yeah. All right. So look at that. I can actually control a little piece that I want, just in the little place that I want, and I can continue that down. Come on, this isn't behaving well. And make extra control drifts, right? And then, for those that are adventurous, this is used in cooking and icing cakes a lot. There may not be anything in there. Yeah. Oh, well, I'm not going to go there. I think that I'm out of detail. What you would see in your imagination at the special effects simulator, should you choose to, is a giant kaboom. And it would be blazing and fun to look at. I'm not going to do it. Ultimately, you can use this. This is used for cooking, and also have different applications for it as this blowtorching thing. All right, we've done melting. Woo! Now, look at the two sides of it. This is kind of softer. I think it doesn't. This side is kind of cooler. I like this side more, right? Because it has more information left in it. So often with melted Stratacuts, like I had to work very hard on those because I didn't show you the front side to make the striping on the back side not as ghosty as this. So you can design that. This is not, you don't have to live with this. You just have to understand it's going to happen, and then design your original art to have a bunch of contrasting lines and ways to really visually understand the effect, not a broad thing of red. But this is the better side. But this has a lot of interesting qualities. It's almost like his neck is an airbrush, right? You see the strange new application of multi-mixed clay chroma. They're just blending in a really nice way. That's so effective if you spend the time. I haven't gone down the rabbit hole. Spend the time, you can do some amazing effects with this method. So there you go. I am putting this to the side. I want to show. I'm going to walk across the room and just show. I'm going to come around that. I just briefly wanted to show a application of hearing. I am. So this is sun and the sea. So this is like something I did for Sesame, never got. It was in something called Treasure Fish for Sesame Street in 1988 or so, and I did it in my garage in Eagle Rock. But I made like 100 of these backgrounds in a cycle. 100 of these exist. The part that is smeared, you can see on the back side, is I used, when you're smearing, I heated it up, but in order to get a smear on this side to actually move that far, I needed to put a piece of acetate and actually physically use it as a hole and hand move it over, right? I actually smeared it over, trying to get that flow by hand. And I did it on the other side. You can see the way I stretched it out. Like on this side, I started here, I heated it up, slapped it down, moved it over. And so you get this kind of effect on the back side. And I left these open as a way of sort of, in a sense, stating to the world the original piece and how it's constructed. All right? Excellent. Really, really love the melting of liquefaction. I wanted to finish the liquefaction thought, show you something I've been toying with in my, my thoughts is I want to make an NFT that looks like a what do you call it, a rare peppy card or something, a dungeon, comes from Magic the Gathering and these other kinds of playing card games. And there's an entire online world where you have a digital card that has information and you have an icon, a JPEG. But this is a physicalized version, but it comes from a loaf. I've actually shot this. I have all of the footage. So when that's done as a nerf, as a dimensional representation of the Stratacut, you can, in essence, deliver this as the physical clay meat, the peppy goo meat. You get that, and it's your trigger. You possess it, and that becomes a trigger to open your wallet and access the entire Stratacut dimensional state. You are to enter the room now, and this is your calling card to get in there. PPB, tripping hard. Your very own psycho slab of green meat, peppy goo. Rely on simulations, accept no limitations. Feels goo man. As you know, the meme, of course, would add a D to it. So I took the D off because this is particularly Stratacut version. Melt in your mind, not in your hand. For those that are old enough to remember that mnemonic, I am. I love this at the bottom. Strataflex on other players who envy your rare peppy goose. Because literally NFTs are sort of possession items to brag about, I guess. And the reason I think it's also fascinating when you get into the bizarre world of dare I say crypto in general, is that they love to burn tokens. Has anybody heard about burning tokens? It's a simple way for them to reduce their supply. So if there's a token out there on the exchange and it's not feeling love and starting to drop, what the people who somehow run this, they burn their own tokens. They actually start throwing them in the trash pile, they disappear. And what they're trying to do is constrict supply. So a lot of manipulation on the pricing of tokens can be sort of controlled by how many are out there. And so burning tokens is a big deal. It's not probably in this room, but the reason I'm putting these two ideas together is ultimately this is the burned or melted version. I burned one of these tokens and it's melted and I document it. And my goal, I have 175 Peppy Goose lessons, right? My goal is to keep burning them when I get the time. I haven't set this up. This is a goal of mine, to set it up and say, all right, the structure of owning a Peppy Goo piece is that I'm going to burn one of these every week or every X amount of time, or randomly. I'm going to randomly burn these things. I'm going to melt them for you. I'm going to document it through the video. And until someone's willing to pay $100,000 for one of these Peppy Goos, I'm going to burn 173 of them, so there's only one left. And you get to watch. The supply is limited. It's been reduced greatly. And you get to watch all of the other destruction pieces. The funny thing is that that's an NFT too. That's a physical object that's now taken on a new form because it's a past Peppy Goo. And it's always going to be individual. There's no two alike, etc. Also, you see that I made a miniature fabric background, as you can tell, in this, using, and try to, this is very much dummied up. This is not a final look or anything. Text will change. This is me tossing ideas in. So I think that eventually, if that's more professionally or finished, you would have a fairly lightweight piece to distribute. It will have an NFC chip inside of it, right? It will have an NFC chip that you, like when you tap to pay on something like that, that NFC chip can open up anything. It becomes a customer relationship management tool. So for celebrities, musicians, others who want a VIP pass, if I was Flavor Flav, I know he could wear it around his neck that day. But however small or big, and Tay's little medallions in resin are perfect for that size, right? That will have an NFC chip in it, and that will in sense allow you to the VIP back room, or it'll allow you to do all of these other advantages of whatever your fan base or and any function you want. So one thing to remember is NFTs are best when they're functional, not just when they're pointing toward a JPEG on the ISPS. They're best when they're dynamic and moving. The best one, procedural NFTs are the most popular. In a sense, Stratacut is a procedural program, just only analog. And this is just a fascinating way to take what is a medium that you wouldn't think, but somehow integrate it. I'm getting the physicalness of this combined with the digitalness of this other stuff is happening. It's rough, it's difficult, but it's coming. And once we are able to open doors and locks in our cars with our NFC chip to our particular thing, we carry around whatever symbol or brand or whatever we're having fun with, and that becomes an identity, et cetera. So I will leave that thought to you, but I wanted to express that as a avenue of exploration. Very excited. In theory, there's a lot to say. This is another example, of melting two-sided acetate gone a little wrong. Maybe it wasn't what I wanted. In fact, he's still cooking. He may come up strange. I've got one on the burning on the back. But that takes the same face, and you can see the strange distortions. And I'm not saying that's great or anything. I'm just saying that it happened. Lastly, well, here's another. This is an example Right. So this is a frame of Pepe. I actually have one of them. I think it's frame number. I wrote it down. It's frame number 69. I love 69, right? It's a funny number because you know what else it also means. When I think of 69, I think of our bone above future, how we will all be enjoying each other and pleasuring each other because we don't have to fight each other anymore like chimps down and dirty in the capitalist billionaire wasteland, trying to get ahead a little bit. We'll have abundance because AI has brought us nanotechnology, chemical technology, a way to defriction how we exchange. And we can take our Pepe and I can say, all right, if I were to melt it today, I could do it on camera. I'd do my flex, I'd put it there, I'd melt it on camera, and it would be verified. Oh, there's only 172 Pepe left. Please come up with $100,000. I'm going to murder the rest of them. So ransom note. All right, it's a theory. I'm talking out loud. This is not stuff that's finished, but it's in process. We are at 1 hour. We are at 11:50. We are at the closing bell of our first session. I'm going to try to do this in 10 minutes. Everybody recognizes these skeletons. This is from around 2000. I made this. I've lost the animations. I do not have it. I don't know where the film went. I used to have it on a roll in my garage. It's unfindable. And my question, I want to put one last thing in your mind, that the way your slice comes out is not how it has to live on a sheet of plexi. You can further manipulate it, and you should. I'm going to do that for you now with the posture grinder. So when you look around, say at some point you can show this after I'm done with my demo, or we can put eyes on some of these paintings.
I went around and got all of them right.
Yeah, well, so the one that has the skeleton is really long and skinny. How did I get that? Well, I'm going to show you. How do you do long and skinny with Stratacut? Oh, wow. The smell on this thing is crazy, right? Because it's been in the saran wrapper for 20 years now, 25 years.
Wow.
Wow. I don't know if I want this. You should. No, it's not terrible.
I think it's wrong.
Yeah, of course.
It's not good.
Absolutely.
Well, I can't
agree.
to be honest.
I don't find that objectionable. I just find it strong.
Yeah, that's what
Wait, what would you say?
Concentrate.
What's your opinion? All right, I got a complete throw up out of
I'm a big fan.
I'm obviously biased. I accept it because it's like, yeah. All right, this is really bad. I didn't expect it to come out this bad. I'm going to do the pizza flip. I showed you the pizza flip earlier, and I'll show it to you one more time. I do not know how to scrape this off here without breaking it. So what I'm going to try to do is slide this piece of paper underneath it now with a knife. I'm using my knife as the wedge tool to slowly, gently peel up the clay from back, right? Got that? I'm using my fingers to support this crazy, weird operation. And I'm trying to get, with no other hands, get the paper slide underneath this guy. I'm trying to keep it from breaking apart. Wow, almost got it. All right, I'm halfway there. I'm gonna say I can do the rest by other shimmy. I'm shimmy, 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 shimmy. Now, this is the pizza trick. I'm putting my hand underneath it to support it. Remember, you have to sort of go backwards a little bit one way and then flip quickly. You ready? Like that. And that way, the thing, yeah. Now, what I wanted ultimately is to put it in the pasta grinder in the next 5 minutes or less, and then sign off until noon. It won't work because it's too old, it's too crumbly, and I'm literally forcing the cracks. I'm trying to push the thing back into business. This is a moment where Ellard would say, use the heating gun. I think I'm going to do it.
He's watching, by the way.
Hey, Ellard! Ellard in the house! Ellard and Sarah did such a fantastic job, and her camera work and her ability to handle the stream is the only reason this half of Monday, so no, half of Tuesday and Wednesday worked out. Bless you both. I'm shoveling it back down now on the. I made stick unfortunately to the plex, which is bad, and I'm trying to knife the separation back to get it off. There it is. And then I'm going to use a heating gun on this. Why? Because now it's on a peelable photo paper backing and it won't stick to it. And now I'm going to, in a sense, rejuvenate the clay that is 20 years old, 25 years old, sitting, that just got released to the world. Alive, encased in its little plastic binder. And this maybe, I've never done it to try to do it, but I'm going to relax it a little bit. In doing this, I'm changing its physical composition just a little bit. I'm going to press it together now, so I'm going to sort of freshen up the ability of the clay to be malleable so I can put it through the grinders. And this will take a few minutes. I will finish it, and then we'll call it lunch and come back at 12:20 with Luca. I hope it's been enjoyable. Took a trip down stationary Stratacut wall art or stationary, using it as a. All right. Now I'm going to press it together. Parts of it are just about to melt. Don't do that. I don't want to melt it. I have to actually let it not. It's too melted in some ways to put through the grinder. If I wait a minute, that will not be so. But in that minute, I'm going to try to, in a sense, reintegrate any of the cracks and any of the oldness back into that. And then when it peels up, it will be, in a sense, have a more unification. If I get another sheet of photo paper, anybody? Sheet of photo paper.
I got you.
Mine around. Thank you. Been a day. Sheet of photo paper. It goes down in front. You can flatten with the photo paper. You can put any kind of this one. Now this can go down. I can put a hammer on it, flatten it out. Right? I can actually bang on it, not on the table, on the floor, on a steady surface. The reason I did that is now I can flip it. It does. I didn't need to do the pizza trick because it was integrated. It's already integrated enough that I didn't need to do the little thing. I could just flip it as normal. I'm just pressure fitting the pieces back in because it's going to go to the pasta grinder. And it will fall apart unless it's actually an integrated piece. I use a little heat that relaxes a little bit. And I am going to slice them down the middle. Why am I going to slice them down the middle? Everybody. Because the pasta grinder is not wide enough. All right, so the smartest way to do them down the middle is actually don't cut his head, just cut to the shoulder and the rest of it because that's less critical to line up again. I'm going to line it back up afterwards. I could go down the middle. That would be an interesting experiment. I'm not because this amount should fit through the pasta grinder. And then both of them will be the same amount of stretch. Cutting, 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 cutting. Done. And now you can see this has still got some crinkle. I want to put this on a thumb sheet. This is what's going through first, the big one. And then I'm going to seam them back together and go. We're going to down, the stream will go down and we'll stop for a moment. Now this tape it's time to take the handheld. Because this is the pasta grinder, and otherwise, pretty much lost. The information was lost, it was too far away. Here we are. Mechanical pasta grinder. Going in. Just barely wide. I'm going to trim the other side. I do not need the extra green over here, so I'm trying to make him fit without any extra.
I have the same pasta grinder as you, but without the motor.
Well, you should get the motor.
I know.
I know you will.
It's sweet.
It's two. All right, so he's going to go in. I'm going to carefully try to remove the substrate, which is keeping him from falling apart, and pray that he hangs in there as he goes in. 10, 9, 8, 7, blast off! All right, I only did a little bit because I want to pull the bottom out along as he goes through. So I'm trying to actually keep it from crumpling down on itself a little bit. So I'm pulling it out. Okay, so he is now longer by a fair amount. I will do this twice. I'm doing it on the general wide view. I'm going to do it on a more tight setting with the rollers together. But I have to do this first piece the same way, so I'm going to do it now and put it through at the same roller width. It's a repeat of the other. I'm trying to get the cracks not to fail on me, because if it fails, it's going to be a little messy and hard to reclaim. Ready? And now with this, you can see I can do both. I'm actually holding out both sides done. And then I'm going to move this pasta grinder down to X. It's thinner. Oh, is there plastic there? Yeah. There's like a tiny bit of plastic that got left, and I have to, if I had fingernails, which I don't, I would use that, but anyway. The brakes are pissing me off, so I'm going to go ahead and try to mash that together so the brakes are out of there. It's solid. And here comes the pasta grinding moment. So this, man, it's so bad. Okay, this is a chance to fold your paper over. Watch how it's in the middle. Fold your paper over, use both sides, and actually really reap on it. So anybody can, use their body mass to try to smash the, better behavior out of your old crumbly clay. I think that helped a little bit in the wrong spot. I'm going to do it on this side now. Fold your photo paper over because you do not want it to stick. I'm using the wrong side of the photo paper. It's still working fine, but I shouldn't have. I should have used the glossy side to touch the clay. Here we go. I think it's good enough now. I had to reintegrate it so it's like clay meat is all hanging together well. And this is thinner now. Okay.
Yeah, that works better.
Yeah, it's getting there. It's more significant. This isn't significant to change anyone's mind much about it, but I'm gonna. All right. Well, I could do that again and should, even thinner. I should do it a third time. I'm not going to. You can obviously do it. Now you see the trick. What I'm going to do is seam it back together briefly. So I'm just lining it back up. And then I have to mash it together like I have before to make sure that the seam of the clay, and I flip it over and mash it on the other side. I'm going to bring the pelvis back up so it touches, as it was intended to, the rib cage spinal cord. And there. It's not. It's much more stretched than it was. I would love to put it through a second time. We're out of time. Put it through a third time. We're out of time. So this will be it for now. But you can see how to stretch using a pasta grinder. So really go crazy and make super elongated Stratacuts. There's no limit to, and I think it takes it out of normal in a really interesting way, right? You don't expect, as we make these things, an entire new idea shows up when that thing is now 4 times longer, and it's a fixed piece of art standing on the wall. It's not actually how do I say it? It's not something you could animate, right? It's hard to, if I were to take every slice and unify in a unified way, stretch every slice out in this method, it would be way too unregistered. But as static art, I love it.
I'm gonna go show the one on the wall.
Yeah, and go show the one on the wall because that's ultimately done with more aggressive customary. So yeah, see how stretched out that is? That's all I'm doing is taking a normal skeleton and putting it through a third process where the gears are tighter and stretching out even more. All right, I think that's it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Tay. We'll be back in 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so. And Luca Tarantini, CG Stratacut, AI Stratacut. How can you not want to see that? Man. We have that's in the future in your in 20 minutes. Show up. He's great. It'll be a good conversation. And then in the afternoon, at 2 o'clock, it's finish up, cut up, clean up. That's what we're going to do in here. And then party time is at 4:30, where we all tour the work, and just everybody talks about what they think, what their reactions were, what they liked, what they see, anything. It's a free for all for discussion to enjoy everybody else's effort. And I'm gonna say that's good. Thank you out there for hanging with the live stream and everybody who made it possible again. It's an amazing thing to go 3.5 days and not be failing harder than we have at doing technical issues to make this possible. And again, it's a community effort. It's volunteer pretty much outside. You know, even the profs and everybody at Proud aren't getting paid extra hours sometimes, and they're still putting in because they can see the beauty of such a strange new art form being hopefully displayed and explained in a fairly concise thing to work. The attempt is to make it understandable on step-by-step basis. All right, signing off.
12:20.
12:20. It could be 12:30 if our technique, but I think 12:20. So on. If I come back, I fooled you. Yeah, let's come back. That's it.
Post credits.
All right.
You are back on.
I'm back on. Hey, everybody, we fooled you. Which am I on, the camera or the iPhone?
Seeing,
Hey, we fooled you. We're back. You probably are all gone, but I wanted to show this. This was done by already one of the students. Does that show up?
Yep.
All right. And I just think this. What did it take you? 30 minutes of that? Something like that, right? And put some interesting stuff behind it. You can recontextualize, right? We're just doing the basics. The opportunity to do interesting, strange, imaginative, anything. But this is just fun to, it's just so playful. All right, I wanted to share the work that's being done by others here. And this is one of the things that I saw as we closed out a moment ago, and I thought I would reshare it. All right, bye-bye. See you in 20. Signing off. Welcome. Oh, they just have a chair for me. Fuck.
I'll grab you one.
No, it's a stool. Be great to have a stool.
I'll try to find you one. This is your mic to talk to,
Okay. Hey, Luca. Woohoo! Right.
I figured we would just relay questions for him.
I'll
'Cause
do it.
he's not gonna be able to, he can see the crowd, but he won't be able to hear you.
Right. I'll leave it.
Hey, David.
Oh,
Hey,
hey,
Hey, Luca! I heard
Hey.
you. Hey! Look at you, man. We did it.
It's the first time I'm talking in person.
In forever. Forever. Not the first person, but didn't we talk once early on? I thought we did. Maybe not by video call. Hey.
No, not by video call, it's by chat.
Can you see me or is that bizarre? I have to be over here for you to see me. Do you see me here?
I don't see you right now, no.
But now you do.
the camera's pointing at the crowd. He's on this camera right here, David.
Oh, thank you. Got it. Now, all right. Now I understand. Hey.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna, did we get a link to media to show?
He's got stuff, he's screen sharing and playing.
I'm just gonna let you play everything you want to play and introduce you quickly and let you take it as much as possible. I'll just try to respond and
Yeah.
encourage. Okay. Tell me how you're doing.
Yeah, how am I doing?
Yeah.
I'm doing good.
You're in
This was,
Toronto.
Really, really interesting experiment trying to make this stuff work digitally. I can only show you some of this stuff.
All right.
It's like, I'm curious what you think.
Let's just
And you haven't seen any of this either.
No, I'm completely blind. I'm going to be thrilled. And I think you should say that. Like, this is really interesting experimental stuff right off the bat. I don't, that's be great. Okay. We're going to start in 30 seconds. Yeah?
All right.
I'll try to wrangle everybody.
All right. We're
Grab
going
you a
to,
big comfy chair.
yeah, good. We're going to wrangle everybody and make sure we're tied down. And I'll do some babbly bab while they filter in. So you have to start that over there, right?
No, this is your-
No, I'm sorry. This starts the live stream.
I already did it. It's going through here.
Oh, when it's, are we on live?
We're on live, but I gotta wrangle everyone over here.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Hello, live world. Are you saying that this is the live stream then?
Yep.
Okay, so Luca's this way and that's this way.
This is pointing to crowd for Luca to see them.
Right.
Get kind of reactions. And then
Right.
This is pointing at the screen.
Hey, the man, he's trying to set it up.
This is your mic.
Okay, you want to see me?
I didn't want it to be another Tony situation where,
No.
you know how he couldn't see anyone?
It's all good. I am very happy with this. Welcome, everyone. We are at an amazing moment. We are 3.5 days through. We had gone through all the analog, basic putty shape over time programming. We've done an enormous amount of that, and now it's time to lift off, look ahead, lift our eyes up, see that there's shape over time programming can exist in CG, it can exist in AI, and eventually, of course, in three-dimensional neural radiance fields / Gaussian splatter, which will be the current version of that. But I want to introduce Luca Tarantini. He is in Toronto. And he has taken up the challenge. We spoke, I put out some early sort of not quite AI, and he looked at it and I said, please, anybody, you can take this and make it better, can't you? And he said, yeah, I think I can. So I'm going to pass it over to him. And I have not seen what he's up to, but we have surprises ahead, and I'm looking forward to this immensely. Okay, and Luca, welcome.
Here's your mic.
Hey, thanks, Dave.
Oh, yeah.
I've been watching the last few days, and I've been learning a lot. I'm pretty new to Stratacut. I've never done Stratacut with actual clay. My experience of learning it has just been watching what you guys are doing, watching what David did in the past, and then seeing if I could transfer it into my own medium, which is the digital medium, like 3D animation and stuff like that. And there's some new tools that have come out in the last 3-4 years that have kind of made it like possible for the first time in a kind of interesting way. I'll just play this clip. This was like my first
Share screen.
event.
Yeah.
So my name's Luca. My company's called AOK, and we do kind of experimental animation for documentaries, for music videos, kind of for anything. But those have been the main two things. And the main areas that I kind of find myself in are finding interesting new uses for new technologies, kind of exploring new technologies and what they make possible visually, I guess. Like my sweet spot seems to be like something that's so new that it's kind of like freshly fallen snow, you know? And it's just you can just kind of you can pee all over it. I love it.
You're a kindred spirit.
So this was a test that I did, just kind of learning what I was doing. And there are some interesting things here, like tunneling, like realistic lighting, embedding objects like these string lights that I've embedded into the clay. And I can talk a little bit about how I did this and show a bunch of other experiments that I did.
Yes, please. It's awesome. Oh, wow. Nice.
Well, that's just my background.
Oh.
This is just a reel of some of my past work. So this video was done with point clouds,
Yeah.
with using 3D scans done with an iPhone and also with like a LiDAR scanner. The street scene was with a LiDAR scanner, and then it was all like assembled in Unreal Engine, and then it was built into like one big like video game world basically that the camera flew through. These are some other experiments. Some of them are After Effects, some of them are 3D animation, like this one's 3D animation. This melting ice sculpture thing. This is 3D animation too. So playing with like, it's always fun to explore the quirks of a new medium, even if it means you gotta kind of like break it a little bit and like use the glitches as part of like its existence, you know, it's just like kind of part of what it does. And I think Strata does that sometimes too, in like, it's the little imperfections that can really give something charm. And they're imperfections that are inherent to the medium. And you kind of don't want to fight that. You want to like learn to make them sing, you know? So let me show you, I'll tell you about my Strata journey, I guess.
Yay.
So we're all familiar with David's work, I think. And when I first saw this stuff, I think I saw it when I was a kid, and then I kind of rediscovered it again recently, and just, I mean, it's just the coolest art style ever, I think. It's it's amazing.
What did you see when you were a kid specifically? Do you remember? Or
I have no idea. I don't remember. I just remember like this style is familiar, but I don't remember anything specific about what I saw when I was young.
would it be?
But this was
Go ahead.
this was before I was born. So you've been thinking that like Stratacut's been like alive and well longer than I have, which is cool. So now like it's cool to see that there's such a family of Stratacutters growing that I've seen, that I've noticed, and it's cool to be kind of introduce myself to the family, I guess.
You're part of the family. It's an amazing group that's found itself. It's wonderful.
Yeah, cool. I'm stoked. So the amazing thing about Strata, I think one of them is that the work and how the work is done is sometimes so like well documented. Like this is Dave from '92 talking, like showing you this tutorial about cutting and patterns and stuff like that.
Were you alive?
And,
Were you alive by then?
I was alive in '92, yeah. I wasn't doing a lot. So yeah, like just trying to wrap my head around this stuff. It's so mind-bending to think about shape in time. It's not how you think about time, and it's not how you think about shapes. And I don't know how much drugs you have to do to get really good at this, but I'm trying them all.
I want to know the list.
But once you start to get it, and you start to understand the camera plane and geometry versus the camera plane, it's like It's amazing. And another cool thing about Strata is how you can like harness luck a little bit. Like sometimes you don't really need to know what your pattern is going to look like. You just have to do the process work and then press play.
Right.
And then you see what it was. You see what was in there as a result of your process. And that's like that's such a cool medium to work in when you get surprised by the results.
Yeah.
It's like it's a constant discovery. And then you notice things like, oh, when I did that, that really worked. Or like that didn't work. I should use like that other version of that thing. It's like there's so much discovery here. It's incredibly labor intensive, as I'm sure you guys know. And I found it to be labor intensive even digitally. And I'll show you what I mean. But there also are like a lot of benefits and time saves to doing it digitally, and a lot of things that you could only do digitally that I don't think you could do with real Strata, not without maybe like adding some VFX in there. So I first met David Daniels on Instagram. Is this it? No, this is the wrong David Daniels. That's David Daniels. And we started talking about his work and AI stuff. And I was kind of like getting into the world of AI because I'm doing a film right now where we're using live action footage, treating it with AI to look as though it was all painted in watercolor. While trying to avoid like the AI look, which is like this morphy, weird thing that doesn't hold together in any way. We're trying to like hold it together, and so it's more like using AI for like a style transfer, like a very realistic style transfer that's you can tweak and like massage and even train yourself a little bit with your own examples. So we started talking about that, and so some of that stuff is in my experiments too. So thinking about like the kind of work that I do, CG stuff, the closest thing I could think of how to do Stratacut with it are voxels, which are 3D pixels, basically. If you've ever seen Minecraft, those are voxels. If you get enough tiny cubes of different colors and pack them together, you can create three-dimensional shapes that are then deconstructible because they were constructed by cubes. So that way you can do addition, subtraction, using any like variables that you want. And you see this in Minecraft, obviously, with the mining and whatever, stuff like that. But if you pack those pixels, those voxels tight enough, they don't have to look like cubes. It can look like a very smooth, natural object. Like see this tree here. Imagine if instead of like 30 cubes, this was like 1,000,000 cubes, all very, very small. Then you basically just have a lump of clay that has like dimensionality and has stuff inside of it. Because normally 3D models, it's just a shell. There's nothing inside. But with voxels, it's fully dense and it's packed to the core as much as you want it to be. So I did some tests with voxels in the program I use in Cinema 4D. This is me creating like a loaf and just kind of like cutting into it. So you can see what I mean. This is familiar. This is just like Stratacut. There's a piece of clay on a cutter. So the little camera object you see here, there's an invisible box on the end of it. And that's being used to subtract into the cube, into the voxels. In my videos, you'll almost never see that cutting cube because it just like obscures the view. But you can imagine it's there and you can see what it's doing by its negative. So this was like my first little proof of concept, like can this work kind of thing. And then I tried that block animation that you see at the beginning of my talk. And this is kind of how I constructed it, more or less. It's very sped up and you can't really tell what I'm doing, but so I tried to create a pattern out of individual blocks, differently colored and offset from each other. This example has 3 different colors. And then I'm extruding my AOK logo in space with like a rotation.
That's cool.
Yeah, so these are like the beginnings of how this is done. And here you can see what it's starting to look like with different tests and stuff. This is me doing the skylights. If you remember in that first animation, it had like light for the scene light to come in. So I did that with like subtracting cylinders into the cube. So these are actually going to be subtractive, which is a cool thing right off the bat, you can do digitally with voxels is that like you don't have to think about gravity. So whereas like a normal piece of clay might start to collapse if the roof is too thin or something like that, like I would imagine it's hard to tunnel into a loaf of clay without giving it structural support. But virtually you don't have to worry about that at all. So you can create just kind of like, you know, whatever shapes you want. And that's how I made this. That turned into this animation here. Which I turned into like a little loopy thing. But I'll show you my first attempt at like making like a more of a Stratacut kind of pattern. Like this pattern is very simple. The blocks are very big. It's very regular. And the reason it's doing that waving thing is because you're cutting into it at an angle. So the blocks are revealing themselves like angularly. But this was like this one here. This is when I started. So I started watching like Dave's tutorials, and was just trying to follow his pattern here. He's doing like, you guys have probably seen this, but he's like layering things and cutting them and flipping them so that you're getting alternating, and then he's doing it again. So I created like a similar kind of pattern with different colors, and then packed it into a dense block. And then I start cutting away at that block to see if I can get the same effect. And it kind of worked. I'll show you a loop of like a pattern that I created. So one block I rotated in 3 different ways. And so this clip has like 3 different like phases of it that are the only thing changing between what you're seeing in these 3. That's number 2, and that's number 3.
It looks like it.
The only thing the only thing you're seeing differently is that the pattern block is rotated in a different direction. And my favorite one was not this one here, this next one, this one. I liked how this looked with like the alternating directions. And so I used that for most of the following tests.
What's brilliant, by the way, Luca, is that we can't cut our blocks up 3 different ways and see them, but you're able to do that. And the effects that they're telling us, the intelligence of the result is fascinating because you have that ability there. It's beautiful.
Yeah, there's lots of, I mean, and also I can copy and paste a block. I don't need to make it again. If I make a pattern one time, I have it forever. I can make like a library of patterns that I can keep reusing, duplicating, stretching, whatever, changing the colors, even changing the materials, which I'll show you, I think, in one of the next ones. This is a side-by-side. I did a lot of like these side renders of the block that you can see kind of what's going on. So that's what you're seeing there. So it is Stratacut. Like there's no tricks here. It's like this is a loaf with like real patterns built into the volume, and then it's subtracting away from it. So it's not like a video that I made that I pasted onto the front of the cube or something like that.
Right.
It's like it's as close to real strata as I think I could get. And also the materials, I'm using like clay materials, which is it's cool to replicate it, and it makes it look really good and makes it feel right. But there are opportunities to use any materials that you want, because it's all simulated material. So this could be glass, this could be wood, this could be metal, this could be like aluminum, it could be a light, you know. So one really interesting thing I found is using different shapes as the cutting surface. So everything you've seen so far has been with a flat cutting surface, the same way you guys would do it, cutting with a knife. But I experimented.
Sorry to interrupt you. We lost video for a second.
Okay.
There you are. You're back.
Okay, cool. So everything you've seen so far has been cut with a flat knife kind of thing, the same way that you guys would do it. But I wanted to experiment with like a different shape for the cutting object, because it could be anything. You're just making a shape and then using it to subtract into the loaf I call it a loaf. I don't know what you guys call it.
That's common, block
A
or
block.
Yeah,
loaf, those are all the first two. And
Yeah.
what else?
that's all ice.
Slab,
Slab. Okay.
I say,
Oh, I really like bread, so I'll call it a loaf.
yes.
So here I tried using a convex shape to cut in, creating like a concave shape into the block. And it gives like really interesting effects because you start to see more than one slice of time at a time, because you're seeing like, you know what I mean? You're seeing deeper into it in the center than you are on the outside. And so you get something that normally is only a linear pattern, you start to see curves in it because you're using a curved cutting surface going into
Right,
it.
right.
in shadow.
And shadow is telling
And you
you.
get shadow. Yeah, and you can tweak the shadow too, like you can dial it in, or there's a moment here where I turn the shadow off entirely here.
Whoa.
And so you can see like there would be a shadow there, but you can't, there's no shadow, so it's just this warped, curvy pattern. And I can show you a render that I did with a concave. So this is the same pattern that you saw, the flat pattern with the loaf, but this is using a concave cutter.
Whoa.
Wow,
Isn't that cool?
that is so cool.
Woo! It's a totally linear pattern, but being cut in with a round shape.
Wow.
So it's giving these rippling effects. So this is like a cool, kind of cheap and easy way to get more out of a simple pattern, just cutting it with an interesting shape. And you start seeing these like, yeah, you guys know, you think you get how this works. And it's kind of hard to tell if it's like sticking out or
Going
or concave, convex or concave,
Right.
which is kind of a cool effect.
Well, if it was a face or recognizable, it would be like the Halloween house at Disneyland where they have the faces that are concave and convex.
Yes, right. Imagine doing this with like a rotating face or something. That would be wild. I should have done that.
Well, yeah. But it's great. Like what we're seeing is great, by the way. Good work.
Thank you. Yeah, there's lots to experiment with. I wanted to create like more patterns than just the one kind of lining one you're seeing now, but there was just so much to experiment with that I just used this one pattern for everything because there's just so much to do. So I was thinking more of a Stratacut and thinking like, what is an example of something that you could probably only do digitally that would be almost impossible to do physically? Maybe not impossible, like almost impossible. So some ideas I had are like, you don't have to adhere to the laws of gravity when you're doing it digitally. So these are like floating balls. Also, the balls are made of wood, which you would have to be insane to make wooden balls for Stratacut.
Yeah.
But
People do it. I've seen
here we are.
Oh, wow.
So these are like wooden spheres with the same pattern inside them that are being cut by that same
Very
cutter. So this is just an example of how you could use you could mix materials, in any way that you want. So I thought like, okay, can I do an example? Now that I got these fundamentals down, let me try like a more complex scene with a lot of like mixed objects. Try to see like if I can bring in like I downloaded a bunch of 3D models and tried them. Show you what I mean. This is me trying a bunch of stuff. So I got the balls in there, and I created this little scene with these like dinosaurs, and it's very silly, but it was a good test. One interesting thing I did here was these palm tree shapes that are beside the dinosaurs. I tried to curve them in space so that they would do this like moving away effect as you cut into them, which is like how you do animation in Stratacut. It's kind of the only, I didn't attempt a lot of actual animation in time. I experimented more with like patterns and just getting the system to work. But this is one example of like an actual, something that would look like traditional Stratacut animation. And I'll show you what this looks like when it's rendered. Um, yeah.
I'm getting so many ideas from this. It's great.
Yeah, I hope this is like sparking some.
Every day, every session has sparked so many ideas to so many people, and this pushes us further, and it's brilliant to open this up.
Here's a
Oh,
pretty cool, eh?
Yeah.
Another really cool thing about this shot in particular is that I used a fisheye lens. So it's an extreme
Yes.
point, it's an extreme angle. So all of those lines that are curving, those are actually straight lines in the pattern. But because of the fisheye lens, they're being warped out. And also I'm using a little bit of that concave cutting. So there are like two cutting surfaces in this clip. There's a concave cutting that goes a little bit deeper and cutting like behind the objects. And then there's like a flat surface that's cutting the balls, cutting the dinosaurs, cutting the things. So there are two different surfaces cutting at the same time. And they're just attached to the camera. So as the camera moves in, it's cutting, which is exactly like, it just feels natural that way. I experimented with like bringing the loaf into the camera rather than that kind of stuff, but there were too many objects to move. So it was simpler just to move the camera into these things. But yeah, so this was a really cool test. This was like, I love how those palm trees like peel away.
Yeah, that's how it really happens too. Like,
Yeah, I want to experiment with more of that kind of stuff, creating like actual like motion in time through like distorted objects.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this was a fun experiment. So part of my talk, also I want to talk about AI, and that was some of the early stuff I spoke to with Daniel, that I would do some experiments with AI. So I tried a couple of things using like some processes that I'm kind of becoming familiar with. Mainly using stable diffusion, which is an AI tool. I mainly used the image to image function, which is you put in an image that you made and you give it a prompt and you give it a style and you choose like a model, and it will, depending on your settings, apply those style changes to your original image. And you can do this with like full image sequences. So you can do it on stills from a Stratacut animation that you've done.
Luca,
David gave me.
do you watch
Yeah.
Corridor Digital?
Oh, yeah, I love Corridor Digital.
Hell yeah, okay. I thought so from what you're talking about.
Yeah, they did that one, the anime one. That was
Yeah,
really cool.
yeah.
That's the same tool.
Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that.
These were some. David gave me some animations, and I used these as training data. I separated the frames and I tried to train an embedding on Stratacut so that the machine would start to like basically imagine these kinds of patterns as a style and then transfer that onto any other footage that you put in. And I got some interesting results. This is like a clip of me just trying. I tried the dinosaur scene and I was trying to like stylize it more to just give it a bit more, to see if it would like imagine more Stratacut on my Stratacut. I don't really know what it was trying. I was just trying to like see if the model worked. And this is what it looks like when it's running. It runs in a web browser, but it runs locally on your system in like these command prompts. And so it just kind of, it looks so like, it's just so janky, but it's beautiful sometimes. But I can show you kind of like some results of it. These were some examples that I got.
Wow.
So this is that dino scene, and it just kind of like imagined all these other parts of it, you know?
Wow.
Yeah. And here's another example with different settings where it's like, it's just like chopping it up and doing wild stuff. I couldn't get it to look good like in time, like multiple frames after each other. It was either too like it just looked like too AI, and unfortunately, I don't have a good example of like the output of that. But I did try something with AI. I used this like formula I've been using to make things look like watercolor, to look like a drawing / painting. And I'll show you my dinosaur scene treated with that. Or first, I'll show you that original pattern that I did, that looping pattern. So I don't know what the resolution is on the screen there, but this is like, you can kind of see like it's got some watercolory elements to it. I'll play it for you. It's just kind of a nice treatment. Like it doesn't look like clay anymore. It looks almost like someone painted this on paper. And if you did more treatment on it, like with some nice textures and materials and stuff, you could probably really make this look like watercolor on paper, which is an insane idea that somebody would paint this pattern a million times on a piece of paper, which is kind of a cool idea for animation. Like it's fun when you can do an animation style that looks like it would have taken a million years and you did it in like 10 seconds. It feels, it's very empowering, you know? So this was a fun little test. I tried also doing a dinosaur scene. So it gives it like these watercolory,
Right.
like irregularities, and the textures are and stuff. Like look at what these wooden balls turned into. They look like kind of hand painted. Like every frame looks like a painting. Like these edges got blurred, and there's like some spill here and stuff like that. Like this just looks like a watercolor splotch. So this all started from that 3D render that looked like clay, and now it looks like a watercolor. But if you fine tune your settings, it doesn't have to be watercolor. Like you could kind of, anything that you can use in this image to image stable diffusion, you can use to make your clay sculptures look like they're made of totally different material. So you don't have to start from a digital place to use stable diffusion. You could do traditional cutting with photos, and you could treat it in an interesting way. Like look at this, look at that like stroke there. That's so crazy.
Yeah, that's very watercolor and
Yeah, so this was a cool test. And then I did another, this is an example of sometimes when it doesn't work. This was with a different setting, not the watercolor setting, but it looks like just mushy and weird. Like it looks cool sometimes.
right.
I think this is with my Stratacut model that I tried to train. So you can see it's imagining some new shapes and renderings. So it looks like clay, but there's some weird stuff happening. Like, is that a face there?
On that frame, yeah, oh yes, oh yes, the buried secret.
Like maybe this is actually really cool. A cool thing to play with. But it's really hard to get AI to stop seeing faces and people and stuff like that. Like you have to keep your model very pure. It will almost always imagine things that it's seen before, unless you train it on a model that's never seen those things before. So this Stratacut model I did was kind of like an add-on to the normal stable diffusion model, which had like faces, cars, birds, dogs, and stuff in it. So it's not pure. So you start getting these things like seeping in, like this guy's face. There's another one later on. Where is it? There. So this is just a person with big hair. It's like Marge Simpson's brother or something.
There were some great clay-looking frames somewhere.
Yeah, it's like some frames look good,
right?
but when you have to do like 1,000 frames, they don't all look good.
They're right there before the other face came up. There was some nice. But when you see the stable diffusion model right there, yeah, that's the center part looks pretty clay-like. The stable diffusion model is a giant everything data set, and then you're training a small little Stratacut module off to the side, right, where you're ingesting the images. And then you're using the larger generative model to inform your narrow little data set how to respond or behave. Is that a fair way to describe it?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I know this stuff is like, this stuff's hard to understand if you haven't like played with it or studied it before. So I'll try to explain it plainly. It's like, the AI model is basically, it's looked at a billion images and it starts remembering features of everything. And then when you give it a new image, it then kind of like interprets that image with features that it remembers based on like what it sees. It's like, oh, that kind of looks like this, that looks like that, looks like that. It's not literally like that because it's like more generative. It doesn't like copy and paste from other images. It's more like it recreates patterns that it's noticed before. It doesn't know what the patterns are or what they mean. And then what I did is I trained like it's called an embedding. And it's almost like you're showing it a new set of images and it's like, try to put a fence around images that look like this. Try to play in this playpen that I've given you now. Using everything you've learned before, this is your arena now. And sometimes it works like this. Like this looks like nice, cool clay Stratacut. And it started adding these little like details, like these little imperfections, like this is all from the model that I trained, the embedding I trained off David's patterns. That's coming from that, that's kind of like when it works. Like that looks good to me. But then you get into like, that scary guy's face, and that's from like the other training data.
I love the eye, the wall-eye nature of it. The one eye is off to the side.
Yeah, it looks like Steve-O. That's trapped in the play.
Like the Rock. Dwayne
Um,
Johnson.
So yeah, that's how far I got with the AI stuff. There's a lot of potential, and it would be really cool to like to train an AI model that can work in real time. David's probably talked to you guys about this before, but an AI thing that could work in real time, that could be like a filter for your camera where you point it at any object and it turns it into something that looks like Stratacut in like real time. And maybe even as you get close to it, like you can like imagine cutting into it or something like that. That would be cool to develop. The Strata community needs to find some like hardcore AI devs to try to get on this stuff.
Yes.
But I'll show you some other experiments I did where I was trying to think like, what is something that you could probably only do with digital strata that would be like nearly impossible with physical reality? So I thought like, I have some motion capture equipment. I have like the Vive, the HTC Vive or whatever, and I've been using this to do handheld camera work for other animations, like 3D animations. So I tried this.
Nice. Oof. Yeah.
Oh, but I have like I had like a breakdown of it. Hold on, let me pull up like another clip that I have where I show how I made this. Oh, I actually don't have it. Okay, well, I'll explain it. So this shape you're seeing it came from me just holding this thing, standing in my living room and kind of like swinging it around.
Right.
And just making like interesting, if anyone's ever sculpted in VR or done like a little paintbrush drawing, you can paint in 3D. This was basically painting in 3D where the recorder is tracking the position of this object here, and I'm holding it in my hand and I'm swinging my arm around in like an interesting pattern. And then in the 3D software, I can trace the movement of that into like a ribbon so that the entire movement of my hand through time becomes a tube. And then I can use that tube to intersect with the pattern that I made. And also the exact same movement of my hand becomes the camera position and the cutter. So the shape you're seeing is like the totality of the movement frozen in time. and then you see it revealed slowly along the same path that it was created on, with the cutter on the thing. I can show you a first-person view of that from the point of view of the camera, and it's kind of intense. Another cool thing about digital strata is that you can do motion blur because you're working with a real camera moving in real time in a digital space. And so motion blur exists if you just tick the little box to enable it. And so this clip is me, is that, I'll just show it.
Wow, yeah, oh, nice.
You see what I mean? It's like a roller coaster, this example here.
Yes.
And so the camera's moving along the same path that created the shape to begin with. So it's kind of like perfect like symmetry.
You
Yeah,
could
so-
obviously place the camera anywhere, offsetting it slightly to the side or in either orientation based off the path. And you would get a more side view dimensional understanding. This is
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
yeah, you're right in the path here, so it's sort of like right in your face. And the lighting is changing dark to light. Well, the feeling is awesome, right? As a test, it really shows the opportunities or possibilities. Right?
Yeah. You can put the camera anywhere. You could have the cutting block right on the path, so it's cutting the object, and then like offset the camera so you're seeing it from the side as it's going through. Yeah, this was really fun. My first render of this was like 4 times as fast, and it was just like, but the motion blur was like insane. It felt like I should do a render of that actually. So it was quite intense. It was very cool. So after all these crazy things I did, I realized I had never done just the square one of Stratacut, the rotating block. So let's try the rotating block. This was my approach to it. I also added a little friend that I saw in the live stream the other day. So this is a rotating block with a bouncing ball at the same time. This is how I made it in 3D. I'll show you just like. So I got this little Pepe dude, and then I gave the block some colors. So here I'm first doing the animation in 3D the way you would normally, and the plan is to render this out and then separate each color into its own image sequence, and then use that. Yeah, here. So I'm separating the colors here, and then I'm going to use each individual image sequence to be a color of clay, and then assemble those together into an animation. So it's the same way. It's the same shape and time kind of stuff, except in this execution, you don't really need to like understand how the animation works to animate it in time. You can just animate it normally and then extrude it in time.
There you
See?
go. Yes.
Also, get ready to deal with like a million individual PNGs because that's how this works too. So this is me just creating a little, I'm creating like the frame sequence offset thing. Let me fast forward a bit. This is just brutal. This is me watching a YouTube tutorial to figure out what the hell I'm doing in cinema. Trying to get the espresso tags to work.
Yep.
YouTube tutorials are like, they're my coworker.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's fascinating, the opportunity to educate. When curious people dive in, YouTube is amazing. And then when less curious people want to be distracted, it's
Yeah, it goes both ways.
It goes both
pretty
ways.
much, it's a teeter-totter between is this helping me or is this ruining my day?
yeah,
That's
right. Did I waste an hour and a half?
yeah. Is this saving my job or is this ruining my life? It's kind of both.
But yeah,
So this is it extruded in time.
right.
There you go. See, so that just came from the 3D animation and then taking each frame and turning each frame into a slice.
And I was trying to show that yesterday in reverse engineering on acetate.
Yeah,
so,
right.
Right. So this is same thing, and that's why CG is a powerful pre-visualization tool for motion flow geometry.
That's what I was thinking. The planning would be like amazing.
Yeah, exactly. You can visualize this stuff very, very easily because you don't, it's like you can instead of having to imagine what it looks like in space, you can just like do the experiment and then see what it looks like in space. Like these are just the eyes.
Right.
Just the eyes.
Right.
You see?
Yeah. And were you thinking of making an optical flow of some kind, or like it's smoothing it out? Is there any possibility? Okay.
Yeah, there's possibility to smooth it out. You just got to make the slices smaller and then do like a lot of them, or do like an optical flow in After Effects or something.
Okay.
In this quick test, you kind of see the slices, like you see their individual images, but you could do it also with like a smoothing function with the voxels in Cinema. I did some other separations. This is just the face, just the color. I actually separated it by colors. So this is just the color green. And then I think coming up is, this is everything together. Oh, so this shows the cutting surface. So there's kind of like an opaque box and you'll see cutting into it. That's what it's doing. This subtractive thing with the camera. And then here, this is just colored pink. So this is the side of the cube plus the lips. Which is like, you
It's
could
the
never
shape we were
see
making
this in
yesterday,
real life.
right?
Not really.
Or not in a
Unless you
square
put
though,
them in
not a circle.
Some plastic or something.
Wild.
So it was cool seeing this because I never like I said, I've never done Stratacut for real, but this was the closest I got into actually seeing like animation in space, you know? So I was just like kind of studying this for a while. I'll show you what the whole thing looks like together now. So this is everything you've seen so far coming together. It's the loaf with that pattern I made earlier, and Pepe kind of cut out and outlined inside of it. And like I said, it's almost like sometimes I watch this and I think like I probably could have done this with just like superimposing a 2D video over the surface of this loaf. But I did it the hard way of actually creating this in full 3-dimensional space and time.
Right. But
So I don't know.
well, if you'd extruded or pushed the Pepe in the block, the rotating box forward a 1/4 inch or a 1/2 inch, and put the drop shadow on the surface behind it, you would have two levels of Stratacut going, a forward level, and to see the side view, I think is always the best. And it would have less of that After Effects composite possibility.
Yeah, that's true. That's a great idea. But I should have like put the box and the Pepe out a little bit so that you can see it's a real 3D shape. Yeah, so this was like this was really cool to see all together. Also, in After Effects, I took that 3D render, the one of just the clean Pepe that I used as like the input, and I gave it like a turbulent display so that every frame was a little bit different, just to give it a little more of that like that handheld look. Like you can see the box, the top of the box is always kind of like changing shape and like that's kind of funky. And so that helps a lot. I could have pushed that further too, I think. And there are a lot of happy accidents here. Like here, this pink spill on the eye and this black thing, this green. I don't know why that happened, but I think it looks really cool to have that like imperfection
It does.
that you would only get from like a real material, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Feels good, man.
Feels good, man. And I did one last test that was like, what can I do with like real time? Like imagine this was a real time camera, like this. So this is my mocap thing, that's me just walking around an object with this, and then placing a camera there, and a cutter on it, you'll see.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah. Nice. It's got a chewy, gooey center.
Yeah. So this is the first person view. This is the view of that camera. So this is like as if you were like holding a phone and going close to something and it's cutting into an object.
Right.
So those are just solid colors inside, but it could be anything. You could like, obviously you could put anything in there.
Are you?
Patterns or like objects or anything.
But so what is the cutter? The shape of the object? It feels like different layers are cutting away at different speeds.
Yeah. So that's a good observation. So here there are actually, I think, 4 different cutters. And they're just cubes, but each one is a little bit further back than the other. And then they're assigned to separate layers. So the closest cutter is cutting the blue outside shape. And then the next furthest one is cutting the surface underneath. And then, so you get that like offset cut from the same movement. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And the brilliance of that possibility eventually is you could even take an analog Stratacut, recombine it in the, I would call it window pane stacking. You put it in CG as a stacked window pane, like a bunch of PNGs, like you said, all closely together. You cut out the sides of it, or you separate the colors that are in the actual original. You create a synthetic strata or a digital strata from it. And then you use multiple cutters. So with different color, you could actually create sort of the shapes will be embossing at different rates. So the depth of the cut is going in deeper at certain colors and not. And then the shadow of the CG will make that incredibly dimensional.
Yeah. So this, having something like this working in real time in something like Unreal or Unity would be incredible, or even a custom engine or something. I don't know.
How difficult? How far in the future? How difficult it would be that?
I think it's possible today because I think both of those engines can work with voxels, and that's all you need to do this.
How about do they understand that does a voxel have some kind of extra edge improvement, understanding how to overcome the boxiness? If you go in type, you can see the digitization, if you will, of things. I'm not sure. If render engines can actually solve that narrow use case of the pixelation of the voxels when you go in and just say, hey, I'm aligned. Don't show the jaggings. Just show the intended line.
I think it could. I think that could be a shader thing, or that could
shader.
That could be like basically this here. This is voxels. These are tiny cubes, but they're so small that you don't see them. So you can do something with voxels as long as they're small enough, or use like larger voxels and then like a smoothing effect on top.
Right.
Which also I think there is a little bit of smoothing on this. Which I don't know if the engines have that, but I can't imagine it's impossible to implement that and to code that. You just got to be like an actual, I've got to be familiar with coding in Unity or Unreal.
How heavy is the voxel approach in the sense of what it's pulling in the CPU of the phone as far as
well, with Cinema 4D, with my software, it's really slow. Very, very slow.
Right.
But when you have, especially like this was a little bit faster because they're just solid colors. But with that other pattern I was using, there are so many like the voxel array is so complex and so tight that it took even longer. But Cinema 4D is just kind of slow at everything. Like it's not meant to be real time or fast. You can't do almost anything in real time in it. Even things that you could do in real time in Unreal. So you got to use an engine that's optimized for for real time rather than
A game engine, so this is Unreal Engine.
yeah, a game engine would be ideal for this.
And it would translate. Not many of the mechanics and steps would just have a different path inside these other engines, but they're natively trying to uh, do the textures, do the geometry so fast. That's their game. That's what they do. It's possible, conceivable at least, that the phone won't be overtaxed, and you would be able to get this effect at some point in a more real-time engine.
Yeah, exactly. And like with an engine like that, you could probably scale things down. So you could just kind of like use less voxels or less smoothing or something until it just runs on the phone, you know, like, and phones are just getting more and more powerful. That's also like, if you just in the future, just dial that resolution up and then you have the same software, the same setup, but it just looks better.
I think you and I,
So
go ahead.
yeah, so it scales with power, like real-time stuff, which is awesome.
I think, Luca, you and I are both skating toward the hockey puck, where it's going to go. Not toward the puck itself as we see it right now today, but where that puck is going. And so in our minds, we see this in 2 years as being a viable thing to build toward. And it takes 2 years to build it anyway. So by the time you go down that path in engineering, in software development, the increased performance and the additional compression ability of AI, you know, the ability to make it light on the phone is coming. Those are what we're looking at to say, the puck is going to be over there, people. Let's work on this now. So by the time the hardware arrives, we have something really cool to do with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you gotta like take the puck and move it around or go to where it's gonna be.
Yeah, no, it's a vacant space. Right now it's a vacant space. We're talking about something that nobody can see, because we can see the velocity of that object going there. And anyway, that's all. Metaphor is used though. So great. Do you have anything else, or that was a great journey?
No, yeah, thanks. That's all I got, guys.
What do you think? Any questions from the audience to add, Taylor?
Yeah, I'm imagining using it as a previs for clay work, and I'm wondering how long it took Luca to learn that process, because I kind of want to learn it myself.
I think it's pretty straightforward. Cinema 4D is fairly easy to get started with, and then, well, if the question is how long would a novice in a program like this before they could pre-visualize? We want to have a helper tool so we can immediately see shape over time, and then sculpt it in clay, of course, to help ourselves get better. That's not too difficult.
Yeah, with the helper tool, like if what I did was created as a template, like I'm imagining that the bouncing ball one. If you have like a basic understanding of how to link like image sequences and like, I mean, it still is like it's a little bit difficult. You got to be a little bit like apt at this stuff. But if it's all, because it's such a custom setup right now the way I have it, like that image sequence that you saw of the bouncing ball, that's not possible in default Cinema 4D. It might be in another program, but I use like a certain plugin to make it work where I can take an image and turn it into like an extruded plane. But you know what? No, actually, I could be wrong about this. I think there are ways to do this that could work like on out-of-the-box cinema, that if you have like the rudimentary 3D knowledge, it would be possible to like just plug something in.
Can you accomplish any of this in Blender?
Can you accomplish any of this in Blender? The answer is yes.
I am 100% sure you could, yeah.
And I would encourage absolutely any method. You're native, and this I don't want to plug it, but this is a YouTube moment, right? Where learning is accessible to
Yeah,
you. and you
absolutely.
can
That's what I was
jump
thinking.
on, yeah.
Mhm.
I was wondering faces and other more complicated objects and images. Have you thought about where you would go if it was either a rudimentary live action extruded in time or over time as shapes, or if it's even a part, more cartoony, or I always imagine that the Stratacuts we build could be in sense re-engineered as a series of window panes in CG.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Absolutely, they could. Yeah.
and then the optical flow aspect of putting those window panes together so it's so tightly stacked that you don't notice the scalloping on the edges. It's kind of a question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have thoughts about how that could be done, or if that's
Yeah, totally. Like, that would be an interesting experiment to take a Stratacut done like 20 years ago and reconstruct it in CG. Because all you need to do is exactly what I did with the bouncing ball. You pick a color from the frame, which is like a color of clay, and you separate that, and that becomes one shape in time. And then you do that for every color in the image and pack them together, and you end up with exactly like the shape that would have generated that original. So to answer your question, like to do it with footage or to do it with animation or to do faces, the way I would approach that is how I approach this. I'll show you. Is how we approach this here, which is just you get it to the point where you have it as a sequence of images. And then you separate each color from that image. So to do a face, I probably wouldn't sculpt it in 3D. Or I would start with a traditional 3D face like this. And then render it out into flat images, and then separate those colors, and then turn each of those colors into clay. You know what I mean? Is that clear? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I'm less attached to it looking like clay, not that I don't love the look, and I think it's important to have that ability in synthetic strata to nail it. It can be nailed to do that. But I also think the experimental possibilities of just letting it happen and let it be live action or let it be normal is also fascinating. When you cut that away, I've done some early experiments. I think I showed you from 2 years to 15 years ago. And so having struggled to try to find how you get pixel flow, like how do you get the pixels from one window pane, if that's live action, or in this case, this is easier in a sense because you're posterizing the color out of the complicated sculpt. Eventually, I got to feel like the voxels is one great answer. Is there an optical flow answer or a pixel blending answer that goes between each window frame that's the original source, defining the path of the separated photos that are telling you the flow of time. And I think of it as a physical thing in my mind, right? I want to try to describe, can the computer become, or the synthetic strata become, whatever technique it uses, understand the thickness of where the actual pixels are inside that block. It doesn't need to, all we need to see is the front surface. I recognize building, it's absurd to say, hey, a block exists, and every particle in it, every photon in it has a color identity that's placed in the exact right spot, so when I cut it, it's there. That can be cheated, should be, that's the only way to get it done, but in theory, that's the goal, in my mind, eventually, to have recreated the full physicality of it in a synthetic way. And then as you Boolean cut or negative cut or put an invisible shape to reveal what's inside of it, as you push that through and the shapes come out, the animation's revealed. I don't know. I feel we need to find I'm gonna stop because I'm at a loss for words. The,
I'm
Yeah.
I'm thinking back to that experiment I saw
yeah,
that you did years ago, like the dancer.
the ballerina.
So yeah, that was really cool. So that was like that's a case where you like it was just frames of video
Correct,
on alpha separated
correct.
or placed in 3D space
And
that were then like being cut away or just like disabled one by one.
right, but it's how close
Like football.
you smash them together like a micromillimeter apart, right? So you try to have enough of these things that they're tightly bound to each other in d-axis. They're not going very far. They're just like a series of.
Yeah. I see what you mean.
And
I think you could do this with splines. I think you could use splines to interpolate the vertices of each of these image planes in space, and then kind of like, if you wanted to, you could fill the area of those splines or the outline that's created by them with volume of some sort, or even like to do it pixel by pixel. Like I think that's possible, but it's not possible with Cinema 4D. I mean, it all depends on the input.
It's not efficient. I understand what I described as
Yeah.
really heavy and inefficient. And I really like that you have a theory of splines. I do believe that you could train an understanding of motion flow to some kind of artificial or synthetic intelligence that helped you. And it could separate these things. And then the spline would be the center of the action. And it would understand from that center as it's flowing through it that these other broken apart pixels and granular chunky things. Oh, we lost Luca. I'm hoping they put you back up. If you can still hear me, I don't know. But
Yeah, I can hear you.
awesome. And they're working feverishly on the other side. Maybe maybe it's our projector, by the way. I don't know. We could still actually be working here. This projector, for those who are watching in the theater, well, we'll continue in audio. That like having 16 different splines to sort of say this is significant in the flows, the face flows from here to here, the nose object. That's something AI can do. It can say, all right, that's the nose object. It's changing every frame. I can identify it. That could create the sort of blob understanding of what, paint by numbers. And there's a series of splines that paint by numbers and it just goes through and it isn't trying to micromanage every detail. It's just saying, in general, this is where the flow is going. Now put the paint by number effect on it, and then you're halfway home to making the optical flow lightweight enough that it could possibly. I know I'm doing a lot of engineering here in my head that probably is very hard.
Yeah. Probably. Sorry to interrupt.
No, please do. Please.
Probably a better way to do animation than what I did would be if you did it with vectors. And then those vectors can, because I did it with like 3D, but then I rendered it into just pixels, an image made of pixels. But if you instead did the animation using a vector animator program, you could probably then take each frame, like vectors are more native to 3D. They're basically they're already splines.
Yeah.
So if you could like, then you would have your animation in a way that's more ready. Yeah, I'm kind of starting to see it. Sorry, not very clear. I'm just starting to click together in my head as I'm talking about it.
I like that moment that we've
Yeah.
emerged with a new possibility path as we're struggling to balance lightweight and these other. Yeah, go ahead.
You would need some kind of code, some kind of custom code that would interpolate, like say the position of the nose. Like imagine the nose was like a triangle, but it's like a vector, so it's like a spline, like a single line in the shape of nose. And if that was like you had frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, But then if there was some code that would interpolate a perfect curve of all of the points of that spline between frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, based on how far they are in
Yeah.
space from each other.
Yeah.
I think that would be the way to do that.
All right. Well, oh yeah, another question, please.
Have you been taking your renders and data moshing some of that into like flat footage?
Data what?
And what? Sorry,
Data
data
what?
moshing?
Yeah, data moshing.
Moshing.
That's a cool idea. I haven't thought of that.
It comes from Mosh Pit.
It comes from moshing.
I love
No,
it.
it's taking like, can you explain data moshing to me?
I can.
Like, it's basically taking different, uh, pixels. It's not pixel. What is it? The P and the N. Taking different parts of the frame and like intermixing them, so you can take like,
I think I can try to explain it.
yeah,
It's in like MP4 video or in any encoded video, there are like a couple layers of information. One layer is all of the colored pixels in the frame and where they are. And then another layer of information is where do those colors move from frame 1 to frame 2 to frame 3.
Right.
So there's like and that's how they do compression. Because when you compress something, you're really only saving complete frames, like maybe 1 in 12 frames or something like that. And then all of the in-between frames are almost like vectors, where they're like, okay, that color moves there, that color moves there. And it's a way of getting the file smaller, because you're not saving every pixel position for every frame. So data moshing is using the pixel vector movement from one video and the color information from another video. So you see like someone's face move through the trees, and like the leaves are imprinted on their movement as they come close to you, because it's imprinting the pixel information of the leaves onto the movement of the information of the face coming close. Does that make sense?
David left. I just wanted to make a quick cool observation. The rotating box that's sort of on screen right now in one phone.
Yeah.
Looks identical to the ones David built, but he did it in his head, which is just wild to think about.
Yeah, David modeled all these in his brain. Yeah, his brain is a 3D engine.
Yeah. But what you're describing is fascinating. I didn't catch all the data moshing. The restroom was close, but not close enough. But the fact that that is a possibility to help, it sounds like you described it well. And the spline, the idea of using the spline as a guiding sort of flow is a lightweight way. So those are two possible helpful paths going forward, right? Luca?
Yeah. Yeah. If somebody should try like data moshing Stratacut with like some live action or something, that'd be wicked to see.
Yeah.
You could even just use like plain Stratacut footage and like splice it and like, you know, on it.
I wanted to ask you, we have about 10 minutes left, and I wanted to ask you about the larger database. My fascinating thought process is that we ingest many more Stratacuts into the Stable Diffusion or AI generative model engine, and we create a larger data set. So it's just you need more data generally to get better results if you're trying to duplicate a look in AI. And inevitably someone will do this, right? It's not like what we're doing won't happen eventually in 2 years, 5 years, or whenever people want to do it. But in the near future, there have to be ways where we ingest at least 2 hours possibly of Stratacut. There's probably that much out there that's of quality, or at least an hour. Would that be sufficient to start to get the brain of the module that is helping the narrow use case that's attached to Stable Diffusion the Stratacut use case is small, but it's using Stable Diffusion as its generalized basis to get more effective. You think that would just be single images, or there would be a way eventually?
Honestly, David, I have no idea.
Okay.
I think probably. I mean, one of the things about training AI is like, if you're, you can train it for different purposes. Like the way I personally like to use it is as like a style transfer kind of thing.
Right.
Where you could train it on, just abstract paintings or just like textures of things
Right.
without no figures in them. But another way to do AI is where you're training it to create figures. And when you do that, then you want figures in your training data. But if you're just trying to do a style transfer kind of thing, then you want training data without figures in it, because or else it's going to start imagining all these figures all over the place. So you almost have to make it depends what your use case is. Like the reason I used this training data for the AI training was because this is just Pad Plus. In a second.
Yeah. It had no faces in it, so
It's just patterns.
it can be applied to anything.
Because if I train this on one of your longer length actual animations with figures and stuff,
Right.
then that stuff would start to appear in whatever I was doing. You know what I mean?
We're giggling because we want to see that. It'd be so strange. So the face and this show up at the yeah. Yes, and I also think the semantic understanding of the data set is like a really unknown, unspoken about issue, meaning the AI needs to be advanced, needs to kind of semantically separate Stratacut effects and say, okay, this is the face, this is the head. We actually have to go in and label, in a sense, to start it off. We need to label, this is the face, this is the nose, etc. And then it can begin to self-train. And then we say yes, no. Like as it gets it wrong, we say no, we say yes. That's the second step. And so we're giving human reinforcement learning to it to try to improve its ability in this very strange thing. It has no words, How can you label any of this stuff we're watching, right? But wouldn't it need something like that to be highly performative?
Especially because there are some unique qualities to Strata that I don't really see AI doing a lot right now.
No.
Like the way that a pattern, like the whole point of Stratacut, how a pattern revealed itself through time. It's not a random thing. It's like a programmed thing.
Right.
But an AI doesn't think in 3D, it thinks in pixels in 2D. So you would need an AI that would create basically what I've created here, volumes in space. Like you need a voxel AI trained on Stratacut. That could probably be something that could work. But just an AI that just 2D stuff, I think it wouldn't understand time that way. I think that's my impression. I mean, that was one of the things I was having trouble with AI because it would never create something like this. It doesn't understand time and space. It only understands patterns in a single frame.
Two last thoughts, or maybe the last two I can think of until the next one. But they're going to have a video module, of course, for Stable Diffusion is this year or soon or next year. And that would be, I think, open up a new opportunity to ingest just the videos and see what it does with the video stuff that's coming. We haven't had a strong video engine yet. We've had some attempts at it, but Stable Diffusion's coming out with one, from what I understand. Eventually they will. It was not non-open. What is it called? Open chat, open geo. What did they call that?
OpenAI?
Yeah, OpenAI. Thank you, Sam. I'm sorry about that. They would. They're going to have a video engine, and their Stable Diffusion will follow. And so the video aspect to me will open up next year, and I'm hopeful that then we can just simply try that and see what sort of process, what spits out.
that video engine is going to be a game changer because
Right.
it's such a pain in the ass to do like
It's a pain in the ass.
long form
Right.
videos.
Right.
Like,
And then I look further, and we have 5 more minutes, but we haven't, Luke and I haven't talked about this, but I'm really super into active inferences. Active inference is the way a neural model has a worldview, and simply how it changes what it puts out. It's projecting its worldview, and simply, this is what humans do. We change based off of a tiny input, our behavior. When we stub our toe, our worldview changes. We say that hurts. That's all the information we need to continue our behavior in a new way. And so the model learns actively. It's not the passive models we have now where it's scooped up every bit of information. It's created a giant billion token, trillion token universe of possibilities, and it's pulling those in. It's very bizarre, of course. They've trained it off of Monte Carlo diffusion or something, like a Monte Carlo random diffusion is how currently AI builds a generative model. It's literally looking at dust, digital dust, and then starts to hallucinate these things that are forming in that digital dust. And as it sees that, it sort of coalesces around an idea as it builds it out and makes it look to you. And it does a great job.
digital dust. I like that term.
And well, I don't want. I fear that if I tangent, I'm going to confuse, and so I have to stay on track.
Can I see a show of hands? Who in the audience has any clue what the hell we've been talking about in the last 15 minutes? Okay, great.
3.5. That's more than a majority. That active inference will open up an enormous new AI that nobody understands, sees, or gets. We're working with, in a sense, a giant memory. I think the AI we're making now is a passive AI. It's giant memory, right? But when active inference comes, and I'm going to name drop, I think, Carl Friston, I believe. He's the neuroscientist from the UK who's been promoting this. And it dovetails into a theory of free energy, by the way. I'm putting that in quotes because it's a very hard thing to understand. Free energy, what does that mean in AI? But it's brilliantly simple, and it sort of leads the way where the AIs will really be self-teaching smarter as everything they learn, they ingest, they're not passive. They are going somewhere in the future because they have built that model, and that's going to be fascinating. I think that will help much of the we're stumbling with great opportunity now. We're using these amazing tools, and they are on a logarithmic arc, would you say? This is a logarithm curve we're on, right? Where it's escalating every year further up that ramp faster. Yes?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I guess it's an obvious yes. I wanted to make sure.
Dave, for someone who plays with clay and dirt, you're a real forward thinker.
Because you can see that I was always stuck between the STEM side and the art side. A lot of artists are like this, right? And I made a very conscious choice that I could succeed at the STEM side and be, in a sense, traditional engineer / whatever. But I'm more of a dilettante in the most nicest term use of that word. I like everything. I'm constantly curious. And if you don't get the technology side, you can't do the art side in the future, right? I'm just saying that to survive as an artist, as a commercial artist, you need to understand that stuff, because if you're planning to be, I don't know, what your career, many of the students here have a career and they're thinking of it as, I'm going to learn Maya, I'm going to be an animator. And the truth is, you should look 5 years ahead and say, what the hell is it going to look like in 5 years? I need that career. So design myself to fit that career, because that's where it's headed. And
Yeah.
I just love it. It's like this whole week has been opening up the giant mystery box of everybody else's interpretation. all these possibilities, and it's thrilling. Um, I, I'm an omnivore. I wouldn't say a polymath because I'm not deep enough in anything to be a polymath, right? I can handle a few things deeply, but I love to know 100 things deeply enough and not too deep.
Yeah, right.
We're
Just enough to like empower yourself as an artist, right?
right.
Like, that's
Yeah.
whatever, literally like just learn whatever kind of makes you feel like you can do more. And that's like the most important thing you can do. If you can do that, you can live a whole life creating stuff and always find something new to do, you know?
Yes.
Yes.
You got everybody, you got 100% understanding. This has been awesome. We have a couple of forward-thinking ideas to sum up that we've discussed. Learned an enormous amount. I really love the effort and energy and thinking, and you've explained it really well, by the way. It's a really hard thing for non-2D to get it, and I think that you did a great job.
Well, I hope so. I mean, it's you guys have the foundation of understanding all this stuff, so this is just showing how to do it like without 600 pounds of clay.
And then we were discussing, is it a block, a loaf, a slab? Is it clay meat? And then it came to me, it's a neon mystery turd. We should think of better and more names, but have fun while we're doing it. And
Neon mystery turd. I'm gonna start this now.
That's my next band name.
That's a great shredding. All right. Luke, I can't thank you enough. We all applaud you and are enlightened and see farther and further because you were with us for an hour and a half. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Thank you.
And
I hope to be at the next Stratacut.
right.
In Chicago.
In Chicago. It's near Toronto. Won't be far.
Yeah, I have a cousin in Chicago. That'd be sick. I'll come.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Well, awesome in every way. I look forward to it. Next week, I'll catch up again. And some of these thoughts have delivered a lot of thoughts in my mind, but it's not worth, we can't go on now. And yet I would love to, but we'll have to cut it short. And thank you again.
No problem, guys.
All right. Thank you, Luca. Bye-bye.
Bye, Luca.
Bye, buddy.
Wow. Woo!
Can't you see the future?
Yeah.
Not. I have to learn Cinema 4D because
Not far away. There's other,
those shapes are possible in clay. Like when I was looking at I was like,
Cinema
you
4D
can build that.
is the most practical way to do a lot of fast shapes quickly. It actually, you agree, you know it then.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna learn it now.
It doesn't have, it has certain things, but one of its strengths was graphics, 3D graphics, because it could just make entire arrays instantly of all these shapes and things. So graphic artists love Cinema 4D.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Being able to visualize a shape like that.
I know. And then,
We need to clean this table.
Okay.
Probably.
thanks everybody. It's nice to have some audience.
Is this your microphone?
For helping, being here helps us ask the right questions and encourages some kind of ferment of cross thinking. It's good. I'm gonna walk away. Thank you. We're almost there.
And
Yeah.
I don't know whose computer that is. Oh, does everybody know, you know what we were doing today, right? It's just strat painting, right?
No, I wasn't.
Can somebody, you want to?
Maybe a bit.
You can do your own thing.
No,
I don't need, I don't need to teach you. It's on video if you want to do it. She, more space is the question, if we can make that happen. So we're doing. Okay. Alright, we got it.
Is anyone, is this cardboard for something or is it just here?
I think cardboard.
Yeah.
Then I want you to roll a fatter snake. Tell me when you're up. Are we live? Okay. Welcome back. We are at event number 15. We've made it to day number 4. This is probably the last hardest thing I'm going to have to do, and it'll be wonderful to get about at 4:30. We're going to be screening all of our work in the next auditorium. There are some new students, and so I'm going to do a very quick, brief tutorial about some basic things. I'm having them make a snake. They're rolling out a single piece of clay. They're trying to make it even. I'm saying after that, make a fatter snake like this. But make it into a triangle. A triangle is a pinch that pushes down against the surface of the thing to make a triangle. And the last thing you need to do is find a pasta grinder. Well, no, I shouldn't say it that way. You should take whatever clay you have in your block, in your solid clay blocks, and cut them in slices with a knife. You can use your little knife. And then you take them over to a pasta grinder that's near you. Don't know if you can see it, or they're all around. And then I drop it into the pasta grinder and do this. I'm using a motorized pasta grinder right now. It makes it fast, but ultimately that's a sheet. Make as many of these in different colors as you can. And we will go back to snakes, triangles, and sheets after that. So I'm just giving you 3 things to do. And I'm going to go on to other lessons. And when you feel like, okay, I've got that down, raise your hand and I'll try to reteach the next steps. Thank you for being here and talking with us. Okay. Yes, session, this moment, we're almost through a exciting, strange, and wonderful journey. And I call this episode Finish Up, Cut Up, Clean Up. Which camera are we on, and is it working or not? Good one, thank you. Finish up means I want to finish up both me teaching to you. I've got some ideas that didn't get taught. I want you to understand them. I want you to finish up your own blocks, your own ideas, your own things that you want to finally finish. There will be no more instruction and no more time after 4 o'clock for you to formally be instructed or do anything. So if you can, it's okay to stay here and work, even though we're in the other room watching everybody's work, but that's not what we're planning on. So finish up your work. Cut up means, since the guillotine now is in the stop motion room, Taylor J. Wells is cutting up his SpongeBob block, and he needed to have contained lighting, so we cannot have the guillotine in the back of the room now. When you cut up your work, should you wish to cut it up, I would advise, I'd suggest you take your cell phone, download an app. There's many of them. You can download Stop Motion Movie Maker Pro or whatever, and aim your camera down at your Stratacut and click frames as you cut it up. That is a way to accomplish cutting up without needing a guillotine. Remind me, I want to show some knife techniques because I really haven't gone through those. Like when you have only a knife and you have no guillotine, it's important to have some ideas of what you can do. Remind me before we. Then that's cut up. And then clean up means I want us to all look around, mostly at the floor, and scrape all the clay off the floor on your hands and knees or however you need to do it, because part of both running any kind of teaching seminar, immersive training, is also not letting that get out of hand. When we leave clay on the floor, as we inevitably are going to do, it gets on your shoes. And when it gets on your shoes, you're walking it out into the halls. And when you walk into the halls, other people are picking it up. And they eventually are on carpets. Thankfully, this is all cement, even though it's hard on your feet and your knees. But cleanliness isn't godliness to me. It's just a necessary part of getting to the next thing to do.
And I think it's important for everybody working with clay to understand there's an aspect to it. You can't just go in there, do everything I did, and not get on your hands and knees. I do it periodically under this desk. As clay comes on down there, I'm scraping it up constantly. You need to know that. You need to be trained for it. And that'll be the end of it. That'll be the day. So enjoy. I'm glad you're all here. I'm glad that we've got a lot of you. And we have new students, as I said. So I'm trying to go over some basic lessons while I'm trying to finish up lessons I never got to. We earlier had a lot of fun in clay painting / strata, static strata, or dynamic non-moving strata. And I wanted to point out one other idea. What I have here, what is that? What am I showing you? It's not a trick question, really.
A frame, one dog frame.
It's a right. It looks like that. It's actually a David Daniels print, but it's from a much larger painting of Van Gogh. In fact, that's the print. I don't know. Do you want? Shall I put that on camera? I don't know if that you can see it up there. Is it like in frame or further back? Yeah. Further back. Okay. It's pretty hard to see, but it's my version of Starry Night done in Stratacut, but of course it has an elegant mushroom cloud coming off the cypress tree. Cypress tree is not green, it's sort of orange, and there's a mushroom cloud. So this is only a section of that here. Oops. Does that mean I've got timeout? Did I lose this? Okay. Probably need to move my mouse. There. See, everybody see that? That's Starry Night by David Platinum Animator. And so this is I made a larger print of it. This is like $3, $5. It's very simple. It's cardstock. The reason I bring it up is that I want you not to just use fabric as a background. I don't want you to use mixed media as a background. I love all of those, by the way. I use fabric and mixed media everywhere. But you can use Stratacut as a background. You can simply take a photo of your Stratacut, lay it down, and start smearing on top of it. So I'm going to use some of the images that the people have made during this session and have fun with it. I'm just pressing it down and trying to grow the idea set of what's possible, even though it's going to be rough, fast, dirty, and funny. Sometimes less than ideal. So you can see I put down 3 faces. Thank you. Yes, it's brilliant. And these are sort of pumpkin faces from yesterday. I'm going to smear them down. Watch my fingers pulling it down and smearing it in. I'm going to smear this guy down. I'm going to make him blend in the circle of the Stratacut that he's a part of. I'm going to smear this down and try to blend it into the Stratacut that he's a part of. I'm just pressuring it and trying to, in a sense, bring the characters into the cyclone of activity that's in the actual 2D image. So now I have 3 characters actually applied to a photo of the Stratacut, and they actually kind of stick pretty well. It's just the nature of goo, of Stratagoo to do it. I'm going to continue a bit, mostly because I don't want you to think that's the end. It isn't. Any texture you want to add is now it's your baby. So I am cutting up textures here. Can you grab that cup and bring it? Thank you. Oh, there's no water in it. I'll get it. I got some. Thank you. Did people see the new students? Did you see the Stratacord? Did you see this? It's always fun to. This is from yesterday. I'm glad I'm calling it out because a lot of you weren't here for that. But ultimately, glass and water is your friend to create an extra distortion layer. And I would imagine you can do enormous, interesting things. If you got a glass blower, could you use some warpy shapes? Is this in camera or can it be seen? I don't know. Yeah, it might be good for a close-up. because I think it's harder to understand the effect from far away. Um, so you don't have to move much from the camera. I'll go ahead and twist it around, but ultimately it creates a lot of interesting distortions. And so you're putting something interesting on something interesting. To me, this keeps it alive. I like looking at the Stratacoriums. And then this is the backside. You watch the backside. It's just Stratacut clay. I slapped on it fast. This took literally 2 minutes. Now, what are anybody who know the problems that this would have in long-term life? One of them is originally I put the clay inside the Stratacorium. Now that's where it should belong because why? Oil and water do not mix. So if you lay it down with dry, you make sure your glass is clean and dry. You lay it in, you inlay the Stratacut at Stratagu, and then you heat it slightly so it relaxes and it sits on the surface. It's not going to go anywhere. The problem is it leaches. The clay leaches a tiny little bit of dust. And at about a week later, it's kind of 90% visible. It isn't an ideal answer. So I'm giving you the problems. That's why he's on the outside, by the way. I didn't put him on the inside. It would have been hard to get him in there, but he's on the outside. Solutions. Solutions would be polymer clay baked. It has a different set of problems because then it won't stick. The only reason any of this is working is the surface tension of the Stratacut, the liquid, the gooiness of the oil, wax, calcium carbonate color, all somehow just want to not leave whatever surface, whatever, yeah. And with polymer, you could put it on the inside and it potentially would not leach. It could stay there forever, potentially, but I don't know how to adhere it. If I only have it on one side, I can easily adhere it with resin or with glue or something because it doesn't matter how. No, I can't. I can't easily. That's the problem. Oh, and if it's on the inside, I could do it with glue because you can't see the backside. If it's on the outside, it's a different problem. I don't have a solution. I'm giving you the problems. It's a beautiful thing to do in the future. I hope it happens. I think you could do outdoor Stratacut by using a series of tubes that are very long and tall, and you can slap your clay on the backside. Why would that last in sunlight? If I put that into the sun, how would that last and why would it not melt? And the theory, I haven't done it yet completely, is that the water itself is actually a slow, it's thermally really slow. And if you put the Stratacut on the backside of these tubes, these Stratacoriums, it doesn't, it won't melt because even though it's getting direct sunlight, it's thermally sitting there at 72 or 70 degrees. And it might be going from 70 to 72 during the day, but it isn't going from 72 to 100. That's my hope. Must test it out. I just think an opportunity doing large public art actually exists that we haven't explored. Okay, I'm finishing up. That's one of the things I wanted to make sure there was an understanding of. I'm not sure what the best angle is. Yeah. Thanks, CC. To finish, to start to go back to this Stratacut or Stratacut. Oh, this thing is lazy. Got bad taste. My webcam for the room is insufficiently good. Stratacut is a beautiful thing because it smears well and adheres well. I'm going to cut some slices. You can see I've got a knife. It's starting to go through the clay slice. You see the pretty or beautiful textures. I'm going to use these swirly textures and apply them now to my quarter scale David Vincent. Now you see how I'm lining up these textures to the textures that are already there, right? So I'm just smearing them in and letting them go with the motion, with the flow of the background that I've made. And so it's a way of adding extra. You can you know, what leaves off where and where does it begin, right? Because the background has already been done in this style. So to add foreground elements that are physical is really a fascinating way to play with the mind as to what they're really looking like, and it comes out. There was a great piece of we did varnish earlier. Do you see those two bottles to your right there in the center of that table? There's two bottles. Can you pass them to me? Thank you. I'm cutting more. I'm smearing more. Thank you so much. These are not. I don't know. You know, this is an older. Oh, wait, a cell phone or iPad? iPad? Okay. These are. This is not. This has been discontinued. It's thicker and I think somewhat more effective. This is what is available on the store shelf. It's waterborne, which I assume is not true in this completely. I don't know what's in it. Gloss waterborne finish. It's very thin, so it just goes and drips really easily. So you need to use very little of it, because if you put it down, you think, okay, it's done. No, it's going to continue to seep out and go down. So the older one does not do that. This one does. It will protect your clay on the front surface. I will maybe even show you that in a moment. I'm going to continue to add extra color to my existing Stratacut piece. My Chari Night, I think that's how it is. That's how I talk about it. Chari Night, paint your portrait, strike me weird. I want to put a beard on it because it rhymes. No time now. So I'm adding again this very simple extra line texture to not. I don't know if it improves it. It's like weird, interesting weird. And boy, I'm liking it. Notice I am cutting toward my. We're going to talk about cutting a little bit. I am cutting toward my fingers right now. See that? I'm not hurting myself though yet. You have to practice this. At some point, cut down into your finger and do not cut so hard. Now, the reason you would fail at it is you go like this, right?
Yeah.
And your finger would be there. Don't do that. The finger, one way is just to not have it be there. Go down south a little bit so you're never going to hit your finger. That's not good. The best way is just to understand the pressure of the knife, how it flows through it, and don't let it nick you. Where are we? I'm adding extra Stratacut texture on Stratacut. The background you choose for your strata paintings can be this or any other this. And I think the world's wide open to how that could play out. We are adding, I'm going to add a few more of these and try to see where they make sense in the composition, existing composition. I don't want to overdo it. Doesn't need to be everywhere. I just want to add flow to the existing flow that's on the background. Is the volume good? No. Thank you. Hello? Hello, testing. Does it bounce well? All right, great. Just trying to keep the awesome. I mean, and you're stopping every 20 minutes? Okay, sweet, thank you. All right, I've done enough of this color. I'm going to move on. Am I going to move on? Move on to other effects to attempt to find. Okay, I'm gonna take a piece. This is, everybody knows this is a pupil with a rounded radius Stratacut rolling around it. I apologize to new people that they don't understand how this is made. There is this wonderful thing. We have live streamed all of it. There is a videotape you can look at, and everything I'm talking about can be clear if you go back and look at that live stream, because half of the people have seen it, and you can not feel left out. Instead of cutting the eyeball like this, where sorry, this is the pupil, this isn't an eyeball. I should say it differently. That's an eyeball, right? Because it has the whites of the eye. Like that. That's the whites of the eye. I'm going to cut this though. It's just the center of it. I'm going to cut it the wrong way. I'm going to cut it 90 degrees in the wrong way. It is not the correct way to cut an eyeball that was made for that. What am I going to get? Weird, interesting stuff. What am I going to do? I'm going to try to use it in my strata painting. These are ways to get textures and techniques from what already exists, and not. Oh, all right. Now this is good. It is dangerous. When you're cutting down, well, I'm cutting sideways on the surface. This is really hard to grasp, but I'm trying to put pressure with this finger down on the cut to improve the chances that it does not slip up. I'm seesawing. Do you see this knife? It's not going straight. Watch it. Look up there. It's seesawing, right? I'm gently working my way through it, feeling my way through it, so I don't cut myself. This is very hard clay, by the way. That's partially why I'm doing it. There. I'll do a few more because this is kind of cool. I wanted to do this as at the steeple. I'm looking at the steeple here. This doesn't smear well. It was not a good choice of a texture. I'm going to. It's too hard. It needs to be softer, more malleable, younger clay. I'm going to smear him down a little bit more. I'm going to find a different texture, even though this is gorgeous. Something that this is too mechanical. I don't think it would flow. I could go with that. Look, we got some neon. Ellard made this, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This. Now I'm going to start inlaying this, smearing the lines into the flow of the background painting. I think I'll do some here and try to. Yeah, Taylor's going to shoot the SpongeBob now. Oh. I'm just adding in a play and the effect of, and maybe this guy. Since this is not going to be, I'm going to finish it on the front. I'm not actually putting it against plexi, not this one. Oh, look at that. Yeah. So this is how you do sideways cutting. I've lost everybody except you everybody around me is, oh, one person's paying attention right now. Just to share my secret. Oh, 3 people are paying attention. They could be, 5. I like it. The conversation was getting too good over there. I'm going to put one last silliness here underneath the pumpkin. And I was, side note, I was teased when I was in early elementary school. They called me Pumpkin Head. Yeah, and this is a 99 percentile encephalitic level cranium that I'm not saying there's extra brains in there. It's just too big, and my poor mother had to push that out. It took her 36 hours on Halloween, and that's part of the pumpkin. People scared of. It doesn't show so much now, but I have to have extra little caps. So this is a pumpkin. The face is the pumpkin in the Starry Night. I'm going to call it done. You get the point. You can make anything on anything if you have an imagination. This is Stratacut on Strata. I have slightly improved Starry Night, or maybe disimproved it, Charry Night. Now I'm taking the liquid that I talked about. Everybody see this? Golden varnish. I don't know. I think they're the only ones who make it. I'm sure there is a brand. And because it's gloss waterborne varnish, it says it may cause allergic reactions. Read carefully, etc. I'm going to ignore them. I don't advise you to. Please don't do this. But I'm going to go ahead and sacrifice my little finger, and I'm going to simply finger on the gloss varnish and cover it. Why? Because the clay needs to, in a sense, seal against the oxygen or the long-term effects. 50, 60 years from now,
this clay might get a little crumbly, a little old, and it preserves it better when it doesn't have the direct contact with the atmosphere. Another side benefit is that it makes it harder to deform. It sort of creates a nice binding effect. So the deformation, if somebody hits it, like you hit it or bang it, it's not as whatever. It's not going to move because the varnish has sort of created an extra coat of strength to the soft clay beneath it. I'm trying to do everyone. Maybe I couldn't, but here I am. And somebody's going to ring in. Somebody from Golden Varnish is going to call up tomorrow and say, "You shouldn't be putting your finger in that thing." I saw that live stream. That was a stupid. I don't know. The only hope any of us have is eating lots of antioxidants and leafy green vegetables and blueberries and all the great things that make the system of positive antibodies and positive elimination of toxic, even cancerous, precancerous things. You just have to support that system the best you can and make it energized to go attack any of these weird things. I don't think this is that dangerous, but again, I'm not saying this is for anybody. It's not me advising you. I would use a paintbrush. Long story short, I didn't have a paintbrush. I wanted to do it fast. I did it this way. I used a paintbrush. It's smeared. It sort of bleeds off, but that will be my finished painting. I don't know how to present that. Is that on the iPad? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could use that.
Okay. And I'll present to the class there. Now that gloss is watery, so it's dripping as I do it now. Just to show that to you, I will make it level now, and I will lay it out, and it will dry over the next 2 hours to probably a day. And this is how, once it's done, you can put this anywhere, and you can take it in, and as long as you're not literally hitting it really hard or knifing it or jamming on it, it should last a long time. Okay, strata on strata. I'm going to throw it on the ground. Why? Because it's a flat place and it has room. Next thing I wanted to talk about was cutting sideways. Cutting sideways. Oh, by the way, do you need more instruction? Are you good? New students, you're all right? Okay. Ask us, raise your hand if you feel you're left out. We made this sort of interesting. Oh, Mason, you have a. Can I show that?
Yeah, let me just,
I mean, give me the phone. I'll just put it up to the webcam.
bring my laptop.
Oh, okay, it's a little bit bigger. So this is simply yesterday, I think we tried to make happy faces, horror faces, and the method is to imagine you're making a simple 2 eyes, a nose, or any character you wish amount, and you only make it about 2 inches high, maybe 3, and then you simply pinch that together so it becomes stacked like a little pyramid, and all of those pinched pieces go together, and then you twist them as well. That's what's going on here. You'll see it if you rewind the tape and look at the earlier section. Now, this is a different way of bringing Stratacut to life. It's simpler than any other way you have because it is literally just a camera looking down at this without any, you don't need a guillotine, you don't need any camera motion mover, you don't need to build a little track. You don't have to have your log come towards you. Got it? Yeah, that's fine. And I'm not going to cut this because it still needs to be animated. My point is you're going to have to cut it, and we need to talk about knife safety and how to actually do that technique. I'm going to grab some other colored clay and make it into something of a shape like that, so I can show you a test of how to cut
top down, where you're parallel to the, most Stratacut is cut perpendicular to the surface. This is cut parallel to the surface. So it's a whole different simple way to do it. I did a lot of this in BuzzBox, a lot, and yet it's one of the things I've never seen a lot of other people do. So I'm trying to bring it out of the closet, out of the darkness, and see if it has any takers. All right, so let's assume, for proximity's sake, that I have made this blob is actually this, and I don't want to cut it up until it's really well done. So I'm going to put it to the side, but I'm going to show you is how to cut a block like that. All right, watch. I'm going toward my thumb. Ouch. No. Could be. So step by step, I'm literally just shaving the thing off toward my thumb. And as long as you're not, you have hand-hand coordination, it's not difficult. It's not difficult yet. This is the easy part. Oh yeah, it probably goes faster at the top, meaning you cut thinner slices and you cut thicker slices at the bottom. Why? Because in Stratacut, like the thicker the loaf, the thicker the line. The bigger the loaf, the thicker the line. The smaller the loaf, the thinner the cut. And so I can do 1/16 of an inch up here, while I'm going to have to do 1/8 of an inch here. It may be a niggly point, but it's emphasizing how shape over time works, because the cutter is the ultimate judge of how your Stratacut comes out. And if I were really thinking about it, my animation would be twice as fast at the bottom and less so at the top. In a sense, the design of that idea of building it, let's say 6 inches tall, letting the last 2 inches at the bottom stay, twisting the middle 2 inches, and then really twisting the top 2 inches, has created the ability to do 1/16 inch at the top and 1/8 of an inch at the bottom, right? Because the amount of animation going at the top is much greater, and therefore a thinner slice is absolutely justified. The amount of animation going on at the bottom is slower, and so 1/8 of an inch is actually justified. So it's almost a beautiful, here we go. It's almost a beautiful, such a beautiful little shape that the beginning part of the swirl is being cut thinner. And by the time he gets to the end, it's more static, and so he can justify the thicker cut because there's less motion going on. Yeah. I mean, I think that's pretty cool, and it's easy to do. I got people to do this in 2 hours. You can do it too. Watch the tape. You can make your own happy face or your own horror face. I chose those extremes because Stratacut is chaotic enough that it's very important to have a structural, clearly defined character or design in it. And that can be as easy as 2 eyeballs and a nose, something that's super identifiable. It can be a meme, it can be a tattoo, it can be anything that doesn't take much to read it. So if posterized graffiti is a great place to start. That would read in Stratacut, and it would allow the strength of the design to be complemented by the chaos of the textures that are all around that design. Anyway, good.
We're gonna get on the screen for it, but we're gonna get this down.
Yeah, so I'm going to give this to look at this. How long did it take you, Mason? All total to make it, let's say.
To make it,
Not more than 90 minutes.
no, yeah, I was gonna say an hour and a half.
Yeah, hour and a half.
Using the eyeball was an earlier demo.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, and it blinks. I love it.
Yeah.
I love that. He winks at me.
Yeah. I was trying to make a super sad face. That's the only thing I'm.
Oh, right.
As I rolled it into a cone.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm happy you got bent.
Right. And I've made a really super angry face, but this is the butt end. You really can't see it. But some of the techniques of making it clearly angry, and I'm going to briefly overview, because this is the finish up day. To make it briefly angry, can you get the whiteboard? Yeah, thank you. Cut up, finish up, clean up. Yeah, thank you, and that was awesome. Okay. All right. I got that. Is in imagine you have 5 shapes. You have 2 eyes, a nose, a triangle, and a mouth. This is fairly neutral. I don't want neutral because it's sort of neutral. Because Stratacut is about conveying emotion with energy. What I want is those eyes to be doing this. And I'll go fatter there. And you want the smile to do this, right? I want the fanaticism of the emotion of happiness to be extremely overdone. Because when you take your 5 shapes and you make them extremely overdone in a happy way, it communicates through Stratacut. So all of the textural stuff is lovely because it's accentuating. It's not getting in the way of me going, oh my God, that's an incredible, you know, that's a, how would you say this? I don't know. A lot of coffee happened. And a lot of, I took out all the other, I had 3 other drug references that I stopped saying. So, anyway, yeah, there's a certain amphetamine happiness to this. But the other way to do it is to turn everything upside down. Watch, I've turned all the shapes upside down and I'm getting this. I'm getting, I'm going to have a long nose. But at the eyes, what works is this, right? You're trying to go, this is a real woe is me kind of Stratacut design. And there's probably this going on. There's inside this my block here, I have a little mouth inside of a larger mouth, but it's all screaming. And again, that's a terrible image. You got to cut it up to see how it looks. But ultimately, that's my idea of Stratacut sadness. It's very strong in its unhappiness, and this is my idea of Stratacut happiness. And you can do any shape. I am not saying these are the ones you do. I just think these are a fun way to think about the extremes of character animation when put through this moving mosaic, this pixel field of Thoreau pointillism that can delight us with its psychomorphic textures, but confuse us if we're not giving a strong outline to the audience to understand what the hell we're trying to communicate to them. So communicate. All right, that was yesterday. And this is me. I'm going to cut up again. I did not finish this. I just did a tangent. This is going to knife this way, and I'm going to continue to cut it up. Now, practice this technique. It's not hard. I'm going to jump ahead now and show you the hard part. So as it gets thicker, look, I'm taking a giant whack, and it's actually caused strain. I'm actually moving the block. It's kind of dangerous. I mean, dangerous in the sense of animation. It's not dangerous to you. But at this point, everybody look, if I have a table and I am trying to cut, I have a problem. What is my problem right now? Now that I've gotten this low on the block, not only is it thicker and harder in every way, something else is going on that's going to make it very hard to cut. Is the position of my hand and the handle of the knife. Look at the level at which the natural cutting would go. I have a problem because my table is in the fucking way for me. Excuse me, in the frickin' to actually continue what I'm trying to do. So I have to do really crazy things. I have to like bend the knife. This is one thing you can do with a knife. Look at that, up and down. And you can actually go in and gouge. Like I'm putting my thumb down here, and I can go in and gouge at 2 sides. I can take one side out. This is really, yeah. I can take one side out, I can bow it, and I think I can take the other side out. Not a good look. It gets it done. It's going to start to be uneven in how it feels, right? I didn't take a single slice. I got everything moves, but the center will move more slowly and the outsides will move quicker. Now, how do I accomplish this problem? The answer is every time you have a Stratacut like this, sitting down on, lift it up on 1.5 inches of junk clay, of clay that you don't care about and don't need. You stop filming at the point that you get to the knife level. So in a sense, that's how it should have started. with enough contour that it's actually, you need to support every piece of it. Like this is a blob. It needs to be supported to the outer edge of the soft clay all the way around below it. Then I could get to the knife level and I won't have a problem. What if I don't have such a thing? Well, I've put this close enough to the desk edge. This is the desk edge, this is my thing, and I have a long enough knife. I can actually continue to slice it because why? My handle and my hand are not near the desk. So I'm continuing to actually perform a proper thumb pressure cut on a parallel cut. Look at that. And I can get pretty close to the bottom. This is dangerous because there's a lot of pressure necessary to cut through it in this strange way. But it's not impossible. It's not that difficult. You can see I can do it fairly quickly and on and on. I'm not going to cut more, but you see the point of how you can take a top-down view Stratacut and accomplish with a locked off camera, looking down on it, you can make what Mason did in 90 minutes. No, well, it'll take you another half hour to cut it up. So I'll say 2 hours. All right. That is one lesson that I didn't quite finish, and I'm glad I was able to say it. I have another one. It's over here if you want to come with me. By the way, put these over on the table to be cut up. Oh, no, it shouldn't be cut up there. Never mind. I'm going to plug them down. We have to find a way to shoot them shooting down. Here we go. What I need. Somebody made a lot of eyeballs. These are not mine. Oh no, they are mine. Oh. Yeah, student work's pretty good. I can't tell them. I'm gonna roll this up. And I shouldn't have. I could have used it. Oh well. The simplest way to show this is reprocessing. We've talked about repurposing, reboxing, and I think of this as reprocessing because I'm going to take the original slices from the original, the one they passed through the thing once, and I'm going to try to make a lot of. Does anybody have some sheets? I asked some of the new people to make sheets, like to put your plate in the pasta grinder and give me a sheet. I don't think anybody did. If there are any sheets, I would love to have some. Yay, thank you. Anything you have, thanks for offering. Cool. I need, yes, okay. Yeah, I can use those. Why not? Thank you. These have interesting padded textures in them. It's awesome. More. Don't stop. Oh yeah. I'm only like 30% of the way there. I need like twice as many of these if it's findable. Thank you. You hand it to her. She'll hand it forward. Thank you. Awesome. I have a crowdsourced clay sous chef army. Occasionally attempted to doing this. All right, I'm going to move these eyes to the side so you can see my work area. They don't need to be in the primary place. I'm going to put an eyeball down. It goes on the surface. I'm going to put, oh great. I'm going to put a bit of single tissue papery. It's a very thin slice. It needs tissue paper. It's going over the eye. Done. I'm going to put the next eye. It's better if you do this in a sequence, right? Keep your sequence. Have all your slices. Reprocess the sequence step by step, slice by slice, the original way you did it, but offset it ever so slightly. It's like if I were to cut up a bunch of bologna and I had all the slices and I tilted it just 20 degrees, they don't line up ever, but they do, but they slightly are shifting against each other. If I take them and I shift them in two directions, they're kind of like stacking like that, right? They're stacking at a slight angle to each other, and that's my goal here, is to reprocess. I'm going to put lines through them. And yet the coherency of the animation, if it's done right, it's not done right here, but if you actually do what I described, do as I say, not as I do. I'm only giving you an example of reprocessing as a technical problem.
Oh, I need to offset the slices one direction. So I'm going to start to build this upwards at an angle like this, right? Like this. I'm not building it straight up. I'm building it at a gradual angle like that. That's my goal.
How are you gonna cut it?
It's going to be a Reebok thing. It's
Oh,
going to be cool.
I bet.
All right, I'm trying to line them up and stack them slightly, not directly down, but with a slight shift off to one side a little bit. And another. And again, I'm throwing in colors willy-nilly. You can do any imaginative idea. Already, you can kind of see that it's going at an angle. It's not stacking straight. I'm trying to build it slightly offset. So I'm going to add more. These are not lined up, but you'll get the idea when you see it. Of the goal, when you do it correctly in the future, of having the line, each eye should be lined up, if you could, all the way through it, to let these lines are going to be rippling through it at sort of a 20-degree angle going one direction. We are into reprocessing. I'm going to throw more play down. Oh, that's a blink. I don't know. I'm going to not do blink because just, I'm trying to get continuity, not chatter, because it's not lined up at all. It's not really real. I'm just trying to line it up on a slight angle, stacking. Here it goes. Use some of your texture here. This is I like using extra textures in there. This is a great use case of it like that. Let's watch what that does when it gets cut up later. And what happened? Oh yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So helpful. Appreciate all the care the off-camera people are doing to deliver the live stream to you all. More lines. I'm still just lining up eyeballs, trying to reprocess. I'm trying to make them sort of the same. I'm not spending a lot of time. So this will be janky in a potentially beautiful, but probably janky way, and not a smoother, strangely effective. We'll see how effective it is. Okay, I'm almost down to the last feet of eyeballs. I'm almost out of thin tissue paper. Some of it isn't so tissuey. Some of it's pretty fat. And I continue to lap a single piece of clay over an existing this bunch of Stratacut taken from a sequence. Trying to put it at an angle. In a sense, let me put it down and show you what's the angle. You can see that is not straight. It's intentionally not so. It's trying to do this at this angle. So there's two angles going on. It's not this, it's that. It's angled and on an angle. Then more. I'm going to reverse it and start flopping stuff on this direction because it's getting a little convex. Doesn't have enough floor support. A good trick, by the way, if you're building on Stratacut at this level and you're starting to warp what's underneath it because it's soft clay, somebody it was mentioning yesterday, I think it was Ellard or someone that, I can't remember. But if you put it in a refrigerator, if I put this in a refrigerator or bring it out, I can actually stack a lot more and nothing changes. Use temperature to solidify what you have so then you can build upon it without it distorting. It's an important thing, a concept really useful in complex stratacuts because your geometry distortion is going to be what you're fighting all the time as you add new material around it. And I'm almost done. Okay. One more. All right, I have a basis for a repurposed eyeball, which we can set into a block. now we're gonna do the reboxing. And I'm gonna do a little cleanup, but only a little. By putting this. All right. It's gonna get interesting now, so if you want to look. Everything's kind of lined at this angle plus that angle, so it's trying to do this. How do I get this to be reboxed? How do I make it usable so I could lay it on its back? It would show me what it was going to do, and it didn't fall over. Like, right? Okay, I want to actually have that be straight, and I want to see it. I'm aiming ultimately for that, right? That's what I really want on a sort of an angle like that. It's pretty simple. Again, be bold, be brave, but you actually just slice it anywhere in the middle. It could be here, 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 anywhere. As long as it's not near the edges or the end of it, you can make any choice in it. And that is your dovetail joint. That's your fitting of one side that is an effect to the other. It's reboxed, and now it can stand almost on its back. And you can see the effect of what's going to go on. There's an eyeball in there that's going to have all these lines going through it. So you're going to get a coherent image, an understandable image, because you already cut it up once with a coherency to the image. But then you can add anything in between to make any texture or thing fly, and you'll still see it, even though it'll be very kind of like static or like your TV. Your NTSC old school TV that I grew up with is losing its vertical stabilization. All right. In this, it's ready to probably cut. There isn't much more except to put a tapering support wedge at the back. I was going to do one more thing with it. It's probably not necessary. So I'm going to call that good. So that's reprocessing. I reprocessed it by alternating it. I reboxed it using the dovetail of the two sides. This should actually be at kind of a more of an angle, but it seems a little more linear than I was expecting. But you can see the slant. You know, that's the slant. It could be that this is not slanted enough. I wanted to get this slant. Like that's the slant I was trying to get. I didn't build it right. So it's an angle on an angle. So that's one of the angles, and then this is the other angle. Instead, I have this angle correct, but this angle is kind of flat. And it's not a mistake as much as just too rapid, too thoughtless.
Put it together differently or just cut it differently?
I put it together differently.
Okay.
The answer, great. The question and the answer is, how could I put it on angle on angle? I needed, instead of this, I really needed to do that. Simply that slight shift was enough to make, this is angle on angle. This is more angle with the linear thing. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to get this angle in there as well. I managed to get that angle, but this is too straight. It needed to be like that. Or if you're the camera,
Yeah.
let's do it that way. Okay, that's straight, angle's that, all the way through.
But you still sandwich it the same.
Hey, everything else is the same.
Okay.
It's just that, and that was, watch this amount of difference. Okay, there's not a lot. But it's important because you're getting a completely different outcome. All right, I'm going to put that to the side. Somebody I'll put a wedge stack on it. And I'm going to move to something. Oh yeah, I'll move to that first. I think I only have two more ideas, and then it'll be questions, and then we'll go to cut. Oh, we should go see Nathan if he's cutting up. Anybody want to go see if he's ready for us to go? Like in 5 minutes, if we.
What do we want?
I want the yeah, SpongeBob. I want
I went like 10 to 15 minutes ago and said 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay, so we have 5 minutes. Great, good to know.
Thank you. So I put the tapering back so it'll be supported when it actually goes into the guillotine rather than fall over in the last. All I'm trying to do is solidify so it doesn't fall apart. You can I throw it to you? You can put it in the back.
I'm not a
You can
good
go
catcher.
all right. All right. Storing Stratacuts that are small and sending them around. Okay, this is a box full of very small Stratacuts. Taylor did a great job of showing that resin can preserve a Stratacut. These are not resin. These are a petri dish. You can take a petri dish. You can put your two-sided acetate on it with heat and cut it around, drop it in, and at least it's portable as a compact way to show. These are other versions of the same thing. So this is more of a less intense process than resin. It may or may not be as permanent. To me, it's probably so because the acetate is actually the two-sided acetate. It's not plexi, two-sided acetate on both sides. It's a great way to preserve it. I have things that last that are still viable. Like here. Can you grab the little guy, that little face guy? So that. Does anybody recognize? Yes. You have. So, well, many of you have seen BuzzBox, maybe not enough, I guess, that I thought most of you might have, having knowing that I would be here this week. But this is one of the first animated characters I did in Stratacut. And what is it? Two-sided acetate. It's cells. You know, cell animation for animators, that's a cell. I cut the cell in two, I heat it up a little bit. And this guy is 41 years old.
That's awesome.
41 years ago, he got put in here and he's still there. And he's still, well, yeah, he's still pliable. It works. It's not dead. Yeah. So that's kind of what this is. That's just two-sided acetate. And all I'm adding is a container reference. A container to allow it to be more transportable. The edges are the issue. Like, look at the issue. Here I am using simple black tape on both sides to try to seal it up so there's nothing coming in. Here I am just trying to eliminate the black tape and make it clear. It's more like glasses that don't have a rim on them, if you will. And this is a horn rimmed version of two-sided acetate. And this is the clear version. There's a lot of possibilities. I had earlier shown in the morning section today, I was showing a lot of liquefaction of melting. And one of them was Pee Wee Herman's, this was from the telescope of Christopher Columbus in the Pee Wee Herman episode of Stratacut, where Pee Wee is talking to Christopher. And it's simply two-sided Stratacut thrown into this. This did not melt, of course, because I wasn't trying to be as aggressive with it. So it still exists. Nice that some of the art didn't die.
Are the pieces like, how are they adhered at the edges?
Okay, they're not.
Okay.
They're just cut to fit. They're sort of form fit. They are tight enough that they'll stay when they're finding their way. It's not a very good finish.
Okay.
I did it because I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
I don't know that I have it figured out. By the way, if you want to, I wouldn't advise you to cut your Stratacut first and then re-register it on another thing. That's what I had to do because I was applying a circle on an existing object. The object was the telescope. So every frame I shot, I had to have characters moving, and then I would peel off my Stratacut and put the next object on. How do you do that? This is before, this is 1986, so there wasn't a lot of frame grabbing technology. But what I did was very straightforward. Well, it didn't work as well as it could have. perhaps if I was more focused and more precise, maybe like Hillary, I could have succeeded better on the reapplication. Like that just process alone, it doesn't take much of this wobble, this amount of wobble in stop motion before people they start to see the wobble and not the Stratacut inside. Simply, I put a witness mark on 3 sides. So I gouged it along each side, the tube. I built the tube, I gouged it, reversed with the knife like this. And then I rolled out a little bit of a different color of blue or white. And I inlaid that tiny, tiny, little, super tiny snake all the way down that gouge. And I did it 3 times. And then on the telescope, I made 3 marks identical to where those gouges were. So as long as I could keep them straight, then I could reapply each one, trying to use the witness marks, if you will, that I could see in order to reapply it. Details. Maybe that'll help somebody someday. This is from 140, by the way, the Sesame Street piece that has the rotating numbers 37. I'm going to leave that now as a thought. I just think having portable medallion Stratacut actually can be useful in certain ways. Like if we had enough time, we would have lanyard. I would have done the lanyard as a Stratacut piece, but it wouldn't be lost on you. But it would have been. It would just can't put your work in the wrong place. Got to put it in the right place. All right, we're at 3:15. I'm going to pull out a very complicated Stratacut, the most complicated one that will not get cut up because it's a lot of work and I can't hand it to anybody. It has to be done right. It has to be done by hand. It is a swimmer. The swimmer is this very strange piece of Stratacut laid out for you. And you're welcome to stand up if you want to get a better view, because I realize it's really hard to understand from there. That looks like a lot, huh? I think it goes the other way. I'm trying to imagine which side is being cut first. I'm pretty sure it's this side. So I'm going to face this side toward you. I'll take this out of the way. Oh, it's heavy. All right. What you need to understand maybe is this is what I'm attempting to show in the head. This is the animation that's in there. These are the 5 frames of the cycle of the head right here, breathing. Oh, right here. No, he's looking down. Sorry. The head breathing would be, this is here, right there. The head's down. That's corresponds. And then by here, the head is up. So you can't see it, but he's twisted his head so his eyes and nose and mouth are looking at you there. And then you go further and it's kind of going back to down. So in here, it's underwater again. His head is down. And then here, again, I've gone another 8 increments. And now the head is aiming at you. It's buried inside the mystery box, right? You can't see it, but that's actually what's buried in there. This is also like the arms. The arms are pulling this shape up out of, back. This is the elbow. You see this elbow? That's the best way to see it. This elbow is trying to pull back. Like I'm having to put if I were to redo this, I would say that should be pinched in more. That should be like, that's a little elbow, foreshortened elbow arm there. And then easily you can tell this elbow is flattening out. Can you see that? I don't know if you can the live stream understand that? You think? I don't know if they can even perceive it. And so the elbow is going down into the water. It's gone because he's doing the stroke, and then it's coming back out of the water, cocked elbow first. So it's sort of like pulling, when you swim, you pull your arm back like this, and then you loop it over and lap in, right? It's like that motion. So I'm trying to pull the elbow back, open it up, and then slap down. This hand should probably be Well, all right, look at that. The hand is up here, the hand is down there. Why, for loopiness, I often like to leave the wrist loose because I think that's fun to do. In this case, it's directed. It's a swimmer. He's aggressive. He's actually trying to dive the water in. So that's why the hand is down there. Whether or not any of that communicates. But when you look at it, this is a cycle, of course. I am repeating the same thing over and over. And what the hell is the rest of it? So you want to look at it from the top. This is the leg coming up. So when you're swimming, this is his kick. He's kicking his leg up. It comes above the water surface. So he's only halfway there, right? Because most of it's underwater. You don't see it, you don't care. And these are the reactions of the water flowing off the kick, going in a directional way toward, as I'm animating it, they're going up, out, and over from every kick in an arc. And they're open architecture, right? You're looking at them, you can actually see through them. Why not? Because they're just interesting and you can support them. When I cut it like that, right? I put my finger in to make sure that it doesn't drop down. So all the way through this, these are splashes. You see this big splash? That's when the arm first goes in. So he did the boom, and that's the moment the water is coming up and flying back and over, because in a sense he's going forward. You're trying to make the illusion he's going forward. And to that point, this would be shot on a a rectangular table. It would have at least 2 or more feet of travel this way, but you're cutting it toward the camera this way because he's actually migrating across screen. The idea was he's on a tabletop, you see it, but he's actually moving from right to left in the frame. You don't want to do it this way. So a lot of people think, oh, why isn't it lined up like straight on a traditional thing? Well, all of this animation wouldn't work. That much motion makes it bizarre. And B, I think it's kind of the difference between walking in place and having your character walk across the table. So he's swimming across the table. That's the attempt here. And he will literally make that progress in front of you. He will, that's kind of what it's going to look like as a shot. And I just think that the water splashes that you see when he dives his hand in, oh, it's 2 kicks. Come here. This is another thing. You see 8 of these and 4 of these, right? Because as you're kicking, your arm is coming up. You're getting 2 kicks in for every arm stroke. And they're going bump, 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 bump. There's 2 different rhythms going on when you're swimming. There's a little extra, look at this, extra water. So even though, like from this leg coming up, something's going very quickly, splash is going quickly, splash is going slow. Quickly, slow, because with the cut up angle, the arc of that is going to be watery, headed quickly to the back, but there'll be other small splashes that don't move as far, and I'm trying to get a complex water effects from him. And when I cut it up, he will probably be mostly right and somewhat interesting. This is 15, no, 12, I'd say 11 years old. Yeah. I still haven't cut it. It needs the right. What?
Sequence wise, how long is the sequence?
Great question. I'm going to guess 1/8 of an inch just because I that would be my default. I don't think it needs 16. It can't function on 16. This is going to be cut by hand, not by any guillotine, because it's moving across. The throat of the guillotine that Taylor made means you cannot go this wider than that, and this needs a lot more room to work. Questions? I thought that would be interesting to like lay out one of the more complicated, ambitious, crazy physicality human events with all the corresponding, because Stratacut does water and flow and clouds and explosions, by the way. One person said, why do you like explosions? And it's because it's what the medium can do most easily. And I think, yeah. And water is one of those. I have a lot of water ideas I haven't really had the chance to explain. Maybe or not. Lovely. I'm glad that was of interest to you. Any questions further?
You don't have, okay.
If you said like, so it's 16th of an inch,
8,
eighth of an inch.
that's me, yeah.
So,
It's
so
safer.
what does the second look like?
Oh, right, right.
Second.
It's basically 3 inches a second. So that's 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds, in that range, 8.5.
And you have how many, like, how many?
I have 8 kicks and 4 arms. Four arm strokes. Yeah, well, this is for, I believe there's 2 sides to the arm. So when it's the back arm, this is the back arm, front arm, back arm, front arm, by the way. And so when it's the back arm, it's always obscured by the head. When it's the forearm, there's that moment where I'm cutting the head away in a gouge at an angle to allow this arm to go through, covering the head, and then it dies. So it's not identical between them. It's appearing is, yes, this one obscures him. You can see it right there. It obscures him. You can see how his head disappears into the arm, which looks weird, but it's actually really, when you see that, his head is actually behind the arm. You know, in physicality, it feels like his head is in front of it. But anyway, dyslexia, sculptural dyslexia. And so this one is behind his face dominates against the arm because it's the back arm. Then his face is lost against the forearm as this goes by, and then his face dominates on the last one. And then it's kick, 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 because there's a little motorboat on the back of it while you're doing stroke, stroke, breathe, stroke, breathe, stroke. All right. And you can do it too.
So you said you were waiting, to cut it out.
Yeah. No, I can't teach it. So I can't be in 2 places at once. I have to be doing this. It would be a mistake for me to hand this to somebody, explain it, and it will come out wrong because they don't quite, it's just too much, there's too much finesse in the cutting. But eventually, it's like everything that I'm trying to show you, it's just finesse. One thing speaking of cutting, one last thought, and I'm going to put this to the side. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's as you can tell, to transport that stuff in a way that doesn't get destroyed is part of the challenge. That's a whole other technique. But I'm going to move it to the side for now. A point about cutting. When you do not have a guillotine, and most of you never will, you're going to be using a knife. It's best that you know how to survive, because that's all I ever use most of the time. It can be done. When you're cutting down on a big block, which is the biggest problem, a big block, small ones you can kind of get, you're going to have a hard time and it's going to get really meaty and difficult. What you need to do is either seesaw it like this, or this is the trick. Pull the frickin' blade while you're actually dragging it through it. Make it not stick. Make the friction not be there. Now, the problem is finding, what you don't want is a lot of cuts in doing it. So what I managed to do is when I'm pulling it, I'm actually seesawing and pulling. And I'm able to get through an entire slice that's this big by seesawing and pulling, meaning I'm pulling this far like that, but I'm also seesawing as I go down in that pull.
You push on it?
Yeah, oh yeah, you're pushing on it. Here's me rocking it. Sorry, I'm rocking it and I'm pulling backwards on it. I'm trying to hold the block so it doesn't go anywhere, but it's a way of going down and pulling out to get less friction on it. It helps, it makes it easier. Towards me, because towards it, it's hard.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's that. Again, I encourage open cavities. I gave that quick lesson that you just simply support the thing below your, wherever your open cave in your Stratacut is. Imagine there's nothing in the middle, but the only thing is on the outside. How do I cut it? I put my fingers in to support the part that's the arch that is open, has no support. You simply, every frame, need to go down and make sure that the blade is not pulling and distorting your shape in that open cavity. Great. I have one more thing.
I think it's a good time. It's a great time, actually, to look around the room and then go to Tay. I think Tay's probably ready, I'm guessing. So goodbye for now. Cece's gonna drive the camera over in the stop motion room. And you could probably take the umbilical and plug it into the battery and then walk over here, and then Tay will be there for maybe 10 minutes and then come back when he's had enough. Is that fair?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. All right, thank you. I'll have probably one or two ideas by then.
Should we put it on break?
What's nice to get?
What is a good knife to get? All right, that's a good one. Let's talk now. Sorry, I paused for one more thing. It took a question to bring it. I had a meat cleaver. You see it in early photograph, right? It was a hand-me-down knife. It was a handmade knife. It came from I don't know where. It was probably 50 or 100 years old. I don't know when it was made. It was literally bolted together by somebody who pounded the rivet. You know, he pounded that rivet by hand. It was not a machine thing. What hatchets do, the big fat hatchet idea, is it gives you a lot of support to push down and get that thing done. It is a cleaver. What it's bad at, it needs to still be very thin in the muscle. This muscle is what is going to smear your block if it's thick. Additionally, even if it was thin, if there was any kind of serration or divot or any kind of other shape here, it would also smear the block. So the key is simply very thin muscle, very sharp blade. I prefer it not to have a tip because then it's not quite a weapon. And so it's gentle. And this is bendable. I think I didn't do enough bendable knife work with you in this thing because if I slice this and I don't like what I have, meaning I didn't get a good slice. Sometimes you slice, only half of it comes out. Re-slice the other part. You know, if I have a slice like this and I go, uh-oh, I didn't get a full, complete picture, I have to take the other part to keep the fuse burning. You know, Stratacut is a burning fuse. If it stops, it's weird. So I glue them back together in the best I can. I throw them on the pile with the rest of it. And I keep going. It's not ideal, but the knife is sharp blade and muscle. This could be Hinkle in Germany. It's carbon. It's a softer steel, but there's a reason I like carbon steel. But the Japanese knives are the sharpest and or hardest sharp. I think there's some other things, but you can sharpen this as like a Hinkle or something like it. Yeah. Yeah.
What sharpener do you prefer to use?
Okay, that's a great question. You know, I was going to bring a sharpening kit and do it for you. I don't know how to do it really well, so I'm not the guy. I take it to the $8 knife sharpening store and say, all right, yeah.
I like that.
Let's
Taylor's about to.
Yeah, right. I'll finish this up. We're going.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
We can only fit 12 people.
Okay, 12 people can go with Bob and Taylor in a moment. When I am done with this last little micro tutorial, he is cutting up SpongeBob. It might be very interesting to see SpongeBob come back. Go do it. Take a look. You can come back in 5 minutes or whenever you want. Give me another 3 minutes or 2, and then I'll be done. And questions will. I would like to get a Japanese knife. Speaking of Taylor and his overlapping, he did that Japanese lapping on his demo yesterday. I know you may not know that, but his little texture was built by taking super thin Stratacut and lapping it, and then lapping it again and lapping it again, and it gives this shimmer to it. That's what you do with Japanese steel. That's how they built it. You know, that's how they kept forging it by lapping it, pounding it, lapping it over again, pounding it, and it gives it sort of shimmery look to it. So Japanese, I definitely want, and my ambition, love, would be to have one. I don't think you need it. As far as sharpening, to be more clear, I have some basic sharpeners. You know, they sell things where it's like a set of 2 circles,
and you just go this way through it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, that's not very good. The right way to sharpen is to use a sharpening stone. I'm gonna sort of demonstrate what that kind of looks like. A whetstone is better. Why a whetstone? Because if it's just powder, the powder of your knife giving a tiny fraction of its steel to the surface, all of that dust goes into the stone. You don't sharpen it after a while because the dust is actually sitting there stopping it from getting sharpened. And so a whetstone solves that, which I never really knew till recently. Watch this action. So sharpening is going into the stone. If this book is the stone, you're going at an angle, you're deciding the angle, and you're going like that. And you're trying to smooth it, and then you're going to the other side and trying to figure out, okay, how do I do it the same way? You both want it to move and move forward at the same time. It's two things you're trying to. Now, is it a 20-degree angle? Is it a 12-degree angle? What is the precise angle? I don't think they could tell you. That there's a sort of feel to it, and you have to keep, putting it under a microscope and understanding how to learn it. It is not an easy skill. Probably learnable in a few weeks if you really. I mean, you can be probably good at it in a few weeks. It's still doable, and I'd encourage you to have your own sharpening. But I've lost Mason, so I'm going to stop talking about it. He asked. It was a good idea. Knife sharpening store. The German stuff is much cheaper, and there's knockoffs of this that are even cheaper. So this might be 40 to 80 bucks, depending on how it was done. Oh, it says no stain. I think that's part of the thing. Like you could get no stain is a big deal for some reason. I've had Brazilian versions of this. When I bought one, I was in when I was in Anamamundi, we bought a bunch of knives, and they were like 20 bucks. They did the same thing, but they were made in Brazil. I couldn't tell the difference.
Okay.
They would still cut, but you can get really dull. There's a dullness that sets in, and your block will get a little less crisp. And you do need to sharpen them probably every 4 or 5 blocks, I would say. Go get them sharpened. Don't assume. I mean, you can stare at it. I mean, certainly cut it, stare at it, take a magnifying glass, and try to understand the micro material that's being changed. And there are probably more effective ways than what I'm describing. Really, I think it's a science thing at some level, and I'm just doing art. Okay, knives. German carbon steel, Japanese. I don't know how you can describe it. It's just the best, if you would. And I wouldn't get a curved knife. If you're going to get a chopping knife, I just don't know about the thickness of it. I used a knife that had a pretty thin muscle. It was a chopping knife. It was that tall. And it was that straight. That's what I did most of the first 10 years of my work with. I lost the knife. And so I had to live with newer stuff. The advantage of this blade is this. So once you've cut the Stratacut and you don't like what's in there, like if it has a smear, if some black surface has messed up with some lighter surface, you have to. I go in and I bend cut. I actually go in and I say, oh, that's an error. A bit of garbage got in there, dirt, a piece of pebble will go down all the way to the line. I cut it. You'll see there's a line of gouge from a piece of pebble that got in there, and you have to go in like that. And you actually just try to carve out the error or add, so that's the advantage. Nice. Japanese doesn't do that. So I guess soft steel there. But the blade is damn sharp. It's not like it's isn't a great blade when you sharpen it well.
Yeah.
But it does get duller faster. Japanese will stay sharp much longer, generally if it's used right. All right. That is my knife tutorial. It was brief. It was quick. I think it's a good time to go see Tay. Tay has got the SpongeBob going. And I'll see you all in 10 minutes or whenever you come back. Thank you. We have about 20 minutes to go. Probably we'll just go to Tay then.
stay there, and we'll sign out. And we'll be back at 4:30. Before we leave, since you're probably not coming back, I wanted to quickly say, finish up cut and clean up. I'm gonna take one more minute. Does somebody have a slicing blade? Like the little Van Aken slicing blades they gave us? Yes. All right. This is where we walk around on our knees. I want to show the Stratacut world what's going on down here. Clay. You don't need to pick it up. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's all, yeah, it's not it. Clay, clay, clay. And this clay is easy because it's recent and it's easy to pick up. And thank you. But generally, it's a blob. It's not easy, and it's usually everywhere. I hadn't announced that. You have to actually blade cut. No. Let's keep walking. We cleaned it yesterday. It's not that bad. And yesterday, this is what we were doing. So it didn't get ground in. Generally, is this okay? Yeah. So yeah. So generally, oh, these are good right there. Step back a little bit. So go to the floor, and on a cement floor, scrape it up, get rid of it, right? You got to do that because otherwise this is going on your shoes or anybody's shoes who walks past it. And then once it's on your shoes, it is going on your carpet. It is going other places. And you have to control it at the source or be happy to live with a lot of oil and stains all over wherever. All right, I'm going to leave it at that. I just wanted to have that last clean up out there. 52 card pickup is a phrase I use after I'm done strata cutting. Come here. Look at this table. What a freaking mess, right? Because I've been working like a blizzard, trying to get things done, and everything is askew. 52 card pickup is to say, all right, I want all of these together. Okay, I want this to go with that. I want the textures that are similar to go in the texture box. I want the reds to go with the reds. I want the blacks to go with the blacks. I'm trying to refine my way toward understanding everything. And I do that after every tutorial we've done, every class. I'm trying to pick up my pieces, reorganize them, and you will have to do that too, and think about that. All right. I really am done. All right, we should go see Tay. Let's walk over. Thank you, and come by and see me if you can. We're here. Different than normal, but we've been doing a 1 week long on the trip. Got something to show?
I was looking for this one. They don't know if it's right.
Okay, just a starting point. All right. Stop monkeying. Hey, everybody. We brought the world outside of us into your layer. All right. I'm
I
passing.
like my staging.
I love your staging. Kidding?
If you want to see the framing, it's on
Right
the
there.
camera screen right here. Yeah.
Okay. How many slices have you?
None.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
I did the first one just to get a clean cut, and this one's for you, David.
Wow. Okay. Wow. This is the proof. The proof cut. Nice. All right. Well, you ready to take over?
Yeah, I'm gonna start. This is a time lapse camera. Just be careful not to bump it while we're walking
It's
around.
taped. You need sandbags, but all right.
Yeah, I know.
Hello.
Everybody just be careful for this camera here. I'm gonna get time lapse.
There are legs.
There are chairs too if anyone wants to sit
Every
down.
leg you see, do not catch, do not bump, walk around the leg.
I'm gonna do it.
File away, go in, get deeper.
Yeah, go to the back of the room, that's where there's room to, that's where you're gonna be able to see better.
There we go.
First frame is captured. I find it to be like a really nice medium, like it's smooth like 24, but it takes long. No people shoot on twos.
Yeah, I usually do one.
People in the back of the room can move back a little further, so additional people can probably get in.
We have one more visitor.
Told Doug too, but I don't think he was in the.
Well, I think it's,
That is way too thick.
no, no. Oh, it's way too thick. So now we're calibrating the first slice.
That's. Going 160. So, yeah.
Madness.
It's like so.
All right, here we go. Here's the first slide. See how big a slice we get. The thin boy. Oh, yeah. Very little. Those will be hard to keep on it, but down.
For me.
See how long this is gonna take?
Yeah.
A long time.
We're gonna be back here until like 8 o'clock tomorrow.
All right, who wants this slice? I'm not gonna hand them all out. I do want to keep some of them. But I'll hand a few out.
Feels like stars, but it often.
I think his first action happens around here. He does an eye blink, I think, and then honestly, it's been months since I built this block. I don't really remember what he does. But I know I can't take him back on the plane, so. You guys have no idea how satisfying. Good. Oh, I think he started blinking.
Are you taking the gazing back? To the front?
Oh,
yeah, you can't take that on.
No.
Portland?
Can you imagine TSA?
We're like, oh.
Probably heads off. Oh, yeah. All right, I'm gonna hand out a couple more. Anybody want this one?
Thank
I
you.
got you next, dude. Yeah, it's starting to blink.
I guess I didn't have this right. Did you?
That's a weird blink, but we're gonna go with it. Yeah, right. It's a weird blink. You never really know what's gonna happen, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just gotta go with it. Sometimes the freakier the better.
It's like the melting popsicle.
Oh no. All right, that's. Anybody want that one?
Yeah.
Look how weird that is. Not really how I planned the blink, but
This word is reading.
I think I know why I did that too. I think my angle on the, I did a thin layer of black for like eyelids. And I think the angle was too sharp, so it's almost like a flat surface was trying to cut through. All right, last one I'll give out. Is, yeah, yeah, yeah. Didn't close his eyes.
Yeah.
A little jumpy. Oh, I took two frames of that, that's why. Probably. Now it's me. It happened so fast that I don't really know. Black boots. This one should be clean. If you do stack them, just do parchment between them for me so they don't stick together.
So slice, parchment, slice, parchment.
There's mascara's fine.
Yeah, he's fabulous. He was crying.
Right.
I mean, one right, I'm slicing him open.
You know, that can be cause for feelings.
Starting to open his eye. No, I think the hardest part was the tie. That was a really weird shape. That's what makes you a patient.
Okay, 4 million views there.
Look at him close. For some reason, have you guys noticed on the blocks that the
Wait, I want to make one so
slide
bad.
plates here?
I want to make one so bad. This is like your biggest one on there animation.
I think that's what? I think the black plates smeared.
Oh, that was great.
That's fabulous.
Probably the
He's
one,
like, he's high.
the one after it. Yeah, oh, yeah.
That's LSD animated SpongeBob.
He just hit a big doobie. That what the kids say? Doobies? Doobies. Doobies.
I don't know that. Definitely see that printing on the phone. Might have behooved you to refrigerate this thing first.
Yeah,
Like
this
last
light,
night, last night.
light is hot too.
Yeah.
Yes, it gets solid.
It almost looks like motion blur or something. It's a little sloppy, but
It's giving like a chameleon when they like, I'm done, a whole eye gets covered. Chameleon Bob.
Yeah, I'm looking at guillotine dude.
yeah, if anybody wants to build one of these guillotines, subscribe to my YouTube. I did the whole build on there.
What's ravioli?
Might just need a new blade because it's been getting a lot of use. Well, Mason will probably use it.
Keep going.
The blade is only like $40. It's a wood planer blade. Yeah, it cuts off really thin layers like veneer of wood.
I mean, black is also the first to get the softest, especially with these lights. That's probably why it's smeary.
Plus,
And it's only the black that's smeary.
I love Van Aken. It was awesome been the sponsor of this, but their black clay smears really bad.
Yeah. Definitely. It's a big shoot.
I might actually flip it up to 24 frames a second so it's even smoother. It's kind of a slow blink. Let's see what it looks like.
You watching the playback?
Yeah, see?
Wow, that's pretty good though.
Pretty good blink. It's really like it's deceptively hard to make not like crazy active Stratacut, like to make like cartoon style. It's really hard.
It makes you want to do a thing for sure.
So but I'm a big fan of like 90s cartoons and stuff. My favorite. So
You should do a
that good slice right there. I will be passing that in red. No, you can just stack them. I'm gonna take all of it. I don't even care about the sloppy black. Yeah, right. It's kind of a scary scene anyway. This is an actual scene from a SpongeBob episode, by the way.
Yeah, I'm just getting like.
Oh, he goes overtime. It's like, I don't know what episode.
Oh, I
Is the
think
one
it's
there
because
as
of
well?
the strike.
Well, this
Was it
is
a strike episode?
I think so.
We couldn't get the lighting.
Never get sick of that. He doesn't. I'm gonna put music on it, but he doesn't. In this block, he doesn't say anything. But I could because I'm pricing on the gate thing. I could time it to dialogue.
Right. Yeah.
I have before, yeah. It is feasible, but it is possible.
Yeah.
How big space are you taking and how many frames are you shooting?
Exactly. How long is the each syllable?
It's just harder.
I would love to see
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. You have to plot it on a piece of paper and
Right.
measure out each segment.
Are you doing the shutter? Are you just doing it manually?
Got a little control, drag and frame control. It's got all types of.
That was a Bluetooth one?
Mhm.
We have the older ones that are USB cable. The newer ones are.
Sweet, man. Makes it so much easier. Because I can be like far away. I can get like far away from the camera, just lighting at you.
What's the range of those?
I've never like tested it, but I've been like 20 feet away and I haven't had any problem.
It's really through walls where Bluetooth suffers.
Yeah, exactly, like solid material.
I always like walk like 2 rooms from my house and then like Bluetooth lines. Speaker connection.
I'm not having a lot of smearing pumps, to be honest. It's just when that black is present. It's like look great.
But you can even feel how soft the black is.
We also call them time sculptures. The crazy thing is like the movement is physically built into an object, which is like really
Yeah.
weird to think about.
No, it's like a very, totally making you think about.
I'm getting fine slices. Like it's just the black that's smeared, which we've been having issues with all week. So
What's that clay you use? You get it Hobby Lobby.
it's called Nara.
Nara.
It's made for children and it's vanilla scented,
That's the vanilla stuff.
but it is amazing for Stratacut, dude.
It's a plasticine.
It's plasticine and it's I don't know like how to describe it. It's more flexible than Van Aken. It doesn't smear, and when you do smear it with your finger, it doesn't like crumble behind your finger. Like leave those marks. It's like a smooth. It's great.
Have you used new plastic? New plastic?
New plastic.
Yeah.
I've used it for modeling, but not for Stratacut.
Okay.
Did you play with the new Van Aken sprays that they brought out?
Yeah, it's freaking awesome.
It's awful.
It's awesome.
Oh.
Awesome. It's like totally like
Wait, is there still some?
yeah, it's in the main gallery. It's totally like residue free. Like it doesn't.
Oh, there's some of that.
It doesn't leave oil on your fingers. There is. Yeah, it's in the gallery.
Oh, I see.
It's like by the coasters, behind the coasters in like. the
Okay.
block. He's like morphing. He's going to open his mouth soon.
you need to put little rubber pressure plates, so plexi doesn't get too much pressure. So it's gripping, but more like rubberized pieces. That's what it says on my license. I feel like it's for extra information. Why do you set it off? I get bored of talking.
The editor. One side, so we're.
Now you can put cardboard around it. You can put any sort of you want. This is done. But music. I don't want to pitch them, but I'm not really nice. Some plexi friendly who's where they're word on the plexi. And they say, okay, you guys are saying. I think vinegar. Simple thing. But awesome.
Like everything,
Thank you.
it's like, I guess I have to do it in order to shoot. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I feel that I'm like. I like video edit.
No, or like post.
Yeah. I don't know, I think.
Yeah, yeah. And this is like, you just sit down and then I have a couple of I don't know, like video editing for me, because in animation, I guess a lot of things are put beforehand, so that you know how many seconds of this thing you're done. And like editing for me is like putting things together and just chill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, yeah. And the other stuff.
Yeah. It's important. Like it can change the pace of the tone of the story.
Figure out what works.
Yeah. You like editing or like just like posting?
For the most part, I also, do like, and then like sometimes. Stuff, mostly.
Yes, I'm
Definitely like. And one guy and he's so into preparation. So I'm like, I feel like we should just make one film together so that you do the presentation and I was
like.
but unfortunately, we have to do film separate.
That's like, yeah. That's like, you have a friend that's, you like working with them, just like, they're really good at doing the thing that people do.
I was bringing something that I never
As long as. Or, you know, things like.
Yeah.
No, that's good. Yeah, it's-
Oh, no, I don't know. I don't like when people do that. It's like, you're saying, you know, like, give me a reason, or like, how, like, like, working with people, it's like, you also have to pass around, like, whatever. You also have to, like, figure out what.
Yeah, whether, yeah. Whether the-
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if well, all my favorite stuff.
Yeah, I feel like it's always nice to work with people that you know, like what they're working and how they work. But like, I guess a lot of the time when you're actually like working, you have to work with people that you don't. I don't know.
It's like professional, in the professional sense.
Yeah. That's the hard part, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's somebody that's like production. Like, probably meet people first.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, when you're like, everything is so stressful. Okay, cool.
Yeah, for real. I did this project over summer and it was really fun. It's like brought friends together. We're like, okay, get a lot of fake blood and just like play with them. It was just like super cool. And that's the thing. It was just 2 days. Everything was like work is like having fun. It's like and stuff.
Oh, where's it supposed to be?
Oh, I put it there.
There.
It was
So
so it's just streaming from this.
Um,
Do we go to the other room?
yeah, yeah. It's set up in the other room. Are you comfortable with the camera and what it is? You want to start it? The cell phone, this one, yeah. Probably get that over there. Make sure that it works. If the person here sees it, and then someone starts off here while there's some, Mason can probably have the go button.
Oh, yeah.
So you want to say 1 minute?
Okay.
Just the oh.
Oh, when I go to the other, I'm gonna bring together. If, like everything looks good. and
Yeah. Let me check. Okay.
I guess.
Yeah.
I think if they're not having like double.
Hey, thank you for coming by. Second time. Yeah. I need to plug it in somewhere.
Yeah.
Will you take the camera over there?
Yep.
No, what you do, if I'm not there, just say, hey, everybody, we're running the live stream, put it wherever you want. And let it run, just so they know they're being recorded.
Right. Do you want it to be like at the front row?
I
Okay.
don't know, I don't have a grasp on it. I'd like to do it all over the audience, like wherever
Right.
anybody's talking, but, yeah, it will be, of course, that, start off there.
Okay, yeah, because I'm not really sure how Sarah did it the last lecture because I wasn't there the whole time. Like I saw her, when I saw her, she was in the front row, so
We just did, Luca, just at lunch, right? And Luca was Zoom called in. I think we need Tay. I think Tay would know. How to do it.
or I can just pop into the other room and ask him
Yes.
if, okay,
All right.
I'll do that.
And I'm saying if I'm not there, just don't, feel free to start a live stream anywhere you wish, really.
Yeah,
So people know, okay, filing in. Okay, we're filing in.
okay.
Just warn them that the camera started, so they know whatever they want to say.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Cool. Hello. I thought the SpongeBob hey.
He wasn't here a moment ago. I think he might be in the lecture hall right now.
Okay.
He's probably transferring SpongeBob.
Okay. Okay. I was just gonna ask him about a camera setup. Yeah. Ooh, nice. I can't wait to see the work that everybody has done. Yeah. Okay, I was just looking for you. Do you remember the last time we were in the lecture hall? How was it set up? Like camera? Like,
Are we about to go in there again? Are we about to go in there again?
yeah.
It was.
Because when
This camera?
because I think we're only using this.
Looking at the screen, which is not ideal, but we could,
Oh, it smells so good. I don't think I can. I don't think I can stay in this room.
I ate a bagel sandwich this morning and that's it.
Oh my god, that just sounds terrible. Where did you get it from, Luigi?
But not like the things.
Or maybe like, I don't know. There are like quite a few places around. Choose that. But some people say that. But
I'm from Chicago, so I'm judging it on based on my Chicago food. Everyone says New York City pizza's better, so
I don't know. Like it's like I think it's the
like chewy.
like with the
But I'm like,
so
I'm
good.
so it's not really like.
Smells really good. I think I'm gonna.
No, in there,
Smells good, right? Yeah. Like I don't think I can stay in this room just because it smells so good. It's true, yeah. The car's wasted.
That's what we need.
And,
It says on air, so maybe.
I can hear it now, I think. I'm
Okay.
getting the audio again.
Okay.
how would this go? And what?
Do you want to see how it looks?
Yes.
Right now, I'm just, I guess, doing it on it
Okay.
like this.
Yeah.
When we're having the screening, or is the like
listening to the stream, so you can give me like a turn the stream on.
Awesome. You're with us in the other room, Mason. He's got the audio.
Yay.
Thank you, Mason.
So I'm thinking like whenever the screening
You
starts, I'm just gonna pan. If
Yeah.
if it's not gonna cut to the streaming.
I want it to cut. Well,
Is it working?
oh, I don't know. You're asking me things I don't know technically. My desire is it to cut. You're telling me by negative inference that it doesn't work. Is it working? So there is no cutting going on.
Because like cause nobody told me like
Oh, this is Taylor. Taylor had set up OBS because he got the
Okay.
screen working separate of there were two things going on. And he's got to know how to do it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, there should be like on the Mason, there should be like a button that he can click to cut to the.
I don't know. I actually don't know.
How's it going? How's it going?
Oh, good, yeah. It'll be shown. You make it on.
He's not in here. Oh, he's here. He's here. I lied.
So I think we're trying to flip between the main presentation and the audio. And seems that it's not working or it's not understood.
Like what the screen is showing on that computer.
Like stream the.
Yeah, like when it's like streaming the work, like screening the work.
You have
and
to open that Ninja thing
I
and get a
think,
new.
yeah, you open Ninja on that computer.
Yeah.
If you
And then
play it
edit
on the
on here.
computer, the computer monitor is where you play it.
Oh, okay. I just don't know how to open that computer because it's not like turn on the because I think it's locked.
Over there earlier, I was just pointing to telephone.
Smells really good.
It's fun. I wonder if it has like a typewriter. Oh, no, okay. Do you not know, do you know the password? Do you not know the password?
Is it the instructor password
No,
or?
the DDA is just the.
Oh, it's
DDA
just
box, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then I know because I thought it was the instructor.
Okay, so what was it?
VDO
That should.
Ninja.
Ninja, okay.
Yeah. I guess green.
Green share? Yeah.
What would you like?
Oh, blue.
We just need this.
Okay.
Yeah. We're adding.
I think it's the admin.
Do you know the admin password?
And then the plain one. And then there's
Let me get to meet first. Yesterday when we started,
the setup was different from what Sarah left.
Probably.
That's like,
It's
I have
been
no idea.
fluid, it's been changing.
Yeah. Oh, it was? No,
No.
it didn't. Entire, oh, Rain, are you scared? The entire screen. Okay. Oh, Mac. Oh, but it'll be okay, right? It just left. Maybe stop motion? Okay. Yeah. Looking kind of crazy.
Oh, look at this, we got a video feedback effect here. So what am I looking to do?
Just open up your email. I sent you a link so we can download this SpongeBob.
Yes.
Just open a tab.
Oh, okay, this is. Blue. So, here, it's complicated to get to it. Let's see.
Oh, it's your private.
Yeah, oh, let me see, I could try. Personal email doesn't have anything. So let's try that.
You see where I sent it. It was whatever we were using when we were communicating about this whole thing. Yeah, it's your Pratt email I sent it to.
Okay.
Don't make stuff easy, do it.
Oh, this has got all kinds of firewalls. But the other school's even worse. Yeah, their whole system has been hacked. They had to scrap a bunch of computers. Oh, shit. I'll put that one. So you sent it to me?
Yep, two. You just,
Just down there.
with this little drive, or yeah, you did it.
So what was the other option? Just
Click that link and maybe able to do it there. Download
Can't
anyway.
scan this file for.
There it goes.
Should be downloading.
God,
So there's my wallet.
that's the only way I could think to get it over.
No, that's fine. Old school, I like I thought about it when I left the house. I was like, I should probably bring in a hard drive today. It'll just make it easier to move stuff around. Don't need to say one. You've only got about 2 gigs of space. Should be in it. Here's our folder thing. Now, the next thing to do, if you want to do it, would be either a DLC, playlist, which would be pretty quick, because at least last time, I haven't used it for years, but it's
In DLC on the computer.
so, yeah, let's like, yes. DLC. It's, no, yeah, it is.
Wow,
So, good.
someone knows what they're doing.
Yeah. I don't have to put it in cool. Here.
Yeah, I've actually never made a VLC playlist,
I have.
but I bet Mason knows how. He's a computer guy.
I think it's as simple as drag and drop all of them in there. But it's going to
Are
play
you
in.
just showing the students work?
No, it's got like
we're showing
SpongeBob and
Just everything we've made this week.
Can I see before? I could.
Oh, yeah, get yours over there.
like you did some that here while you were here.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, then they should be part of it.
I just need to airdrop.
There it goes, my- I'm back in my-
No, you don't, He's gonna airdrop it.
Oh, okay.
I'll take over.
So I'm thinking you just take all these and drop it into DLC, and that's all you have to do. You can
Okay.
play them in alphabetical or numerical order.
So this one's for you. Go to preferences. I need to know the airdrop's in. Actually, go. Go. Airdrop.
So it's like. We've got it on.
Oh, you did? Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Thank you, though.
No problem.
If that takes too long. Got it.
I mean, should be the only one really to be, right?
No.
What is that? I just realized you're wearing mine. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
You like, let's put it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't get drop because I don't know.
Oh,
Because they're all generic kind of.
he sent his to me, to my email.
Yeah, I emailed it
And I
to
downloaded it.
him. Okay, I can do that.
Our Lions. At Pratt. EDU.
Yeah. Like,
You have to log into that. With the course, so-
Good. Tired.
Yeah. Yeah.
So weird. You know,
I sat and watched this stuff like month.
Really?
Good. So this is probably like 483, but I don't know what the. Yeah. I guess they, well, it says it's 483.
Oh, my buddy, Derek, he works in,
Is that it right there, Mitch?
oh, how are we gonna? That's the thing, yeah, he's
Should we not live stream because you have evidence?
I think the thing is, don't leave bottles under
Oh,
the
right.
chairs,
Right.
don't get pizza and anything.
Yeah.
Be neat, clean up your own mess and everything's cool.
Also, Bob, I was hoping you and the others would sit in the front, Taylor, anyone else who was.
Well, that's where the pizza is. So yeah, definitely.
No, mostly, what I feel is it's a very small audience. It's better that we are in actual groups, not necessarily linear stacked in lines. So to some degree, we can mitigate that by making a roundy round. Anyway, I'm letting you know, like, if Mason's in here or, Taylor. Yeah, we, nothing's happening until.
Soon as that's done, I'm sure they'll be back. Yeah.
Are we allowed to have pizza now? Or we wait?
Bob said to wait
Yeah,
till
okay.
everyone's here.
Right. You had a question about preservation, staff data stuff.
The earrings.
Yeah, you.
Oh, ask it again.
I believe a lot of what you're doing is asking questions that for an audience I don't have. And I'm assuming someone else will have that. Even though I don't have the earrings with me, maybe easily come up with model one.
They just have some too.
Yeah, if someone has.
The candles.
Yeah.
That's good. We can model you that.
There's like a flight or watching like a Popeye. Digging in. That like wow. Spinach made a lot of money back in the day on the back part. Big spinach.
Yeah. Who doesn't want some damn spinach?
Eating a big. Yeah, what is there has to be some like narrative thing about Wimpy loving hamburgers and he eats spinach and like I don't know, is there like corporate sponsorship? But yeah, it's so
Relatable.
No, I guess it's a trans.
Yeah.
It's a transformer, right?
yeah,
Yeah. So
Popeye.
Jason. Vegan
Yes, he is definitely vegan.
fry.
He's the original vegan superhero.
And a boat anchor appears on his bicep.
Yes.
So it's.
He sails.
Like that.
Popeye versus Cinnamon.
That's what I want.
Yeah, with the like selling versions of the like layers of it.
Yes. Yeah. That's why I started watching that. That one. There's a real guy though. Who's modeled that.
Oh yeah, I think he does the voice too, right? I think.
Interesting. Okay.
I think so. I don't.
He's from like Missouri or something.
It's not a coastal place.
Yeah. From like, hold on, I'll look it up. I looked it up a couple weeks ago.
See, my cell phone's over there, so I couldn't even look up anything. It's very good.
They're brief on it.
Oh, okay. So, a real life sailor named Frank Rocky Fiegel. Fiegel was a rough and tumble man who, the guy who created the cartoon strip, knew from his hometown and had worked in the local store.
Good, it's good. Good. So
You got it uploaded?
we're telling you-
Waiting for the words to start screaming and
yeah. All right.
transition over to that.
I think we're anytime. I would do the to the phone here.
Both on
Okay.
at the same time.
Whoever's talking.
They don't make them like
I
that.
mean, it's this is our only guarantee people. This is our only guarantee. Okay, great.
Yeah. So it's kind of like you see this in the background, the little frame in the corner with us.
Okay.
But they're both screaming at the same time.
Okay, and when you turn us off, it's completely hidden.
We could do that, but right now it's just gonna be both. But it's
All right.
it's not covering up
Okay.
anything.
All right.
That way we don't have to switch back and forth, so someone doesn't have
Okay.
to.
Okay. Hey.
It looks good.
Okay. Well,
I'd like to somehow you to all try to convey your energy if the camera is turned around to the audience and as much as you can. I know I'm absolutely exhausted and got tired in every way. So bring a lot of people told me there's energy off the screen, and I think, and you don't mind if we film you, if you're talking.
We signed the waiver.
I know, I just, sit in the back over that side, but the larger, I want, 12 playable dummy people to put in, so it's like a Trump rally. But, this is great.
Yeah, exactly.
Say what you told the guy.
We're very close, you can start my.
It's not great energy, but it is energy.
Tell me when. Tell me. I think somebody has to press the button on that side.
That's Mason's
I
job.
pressed the button on that camera.
Oh, man.
That's running, so,
Okay.
I don't know what they're gonna do with that footage.
I wish someone had let me know this. Well, there's a certain, whatever.
Yeah,
Good
that's-
enough.
that's cool.
That is, yeah, certainly. Oh, wow.
And, everybody can grab a slice before we get started,
Well, it's gonna be on live stream.
if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
We're live.
All right. Hello. We're debating whether we should eat pizza before we begin live.
I think we should eat pizza as soon as possible.
As soon as possible. So the first thing on the live stream is well eating pizza. So, dive in.
Happy belly.
We're all
happy
happy.
belly.
I only did everybody.
There's a one that's vegetarian, one that's sausage, and one that's plain. Just, like I said, be neat, don't drop any on the floor and take away.
I love that.
Reading.
And you said, here, hand me a pizza for a moment.
Look at what we have, internet. And you can't have it.
Take that, Pratt.
No. That's been very nice to us, really.
But I am talking to people watching. If you came to Stratacut in person, you could be eating pizza like this.
Knockers.
Yeah, please.
I'm going to the bathroom.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going.
Yeah, so anybody catching up, I guess the six,
Let everybody else.
event 16,
I just got here.
4 days, 4 sessions every 4 days. And this is going to be discussion, viewing, and it will evolve as it is, as we try to respond maybe to all this input. There's been a lot of input. It's good to hear response. And the idea is it got triggered perhaps, and it's going to be fun to watch. So that's I wanted to say I'm absolutely exhausted. Apologies, I know that no one would be surprised at that. I feel a little punchy, and apologies for that. I'm gonna have pizza. We're gonna watch movies. Oh, cool.
Your metallic is the same.
Thank you.
He has to further.
Sam, my master of
I
puppets.
think so. Yeah, totally. That would be.
I was just making fun of those.
Nothing
Poor
else
guys.
matters. That's 3.
Nothing else matters.
Now, everybody is not on camera, and somehow I'm just sitting here, right? Can we, I don't know, that doesn't seem fair. All right, this is my view. I modified it. It's a tripod. You just tape the 2 things and, oh, the shirt. No, this one. Yes. My wife put the collar in. What I really wanted was basically chaos and coherence. Yeah. And this is a working man's, it's full of grease, dirt, and earth. So it's a working man's art form, I think. It's not a super elegant, I've got a USB disk. Type, tap, tap, tap on the keyboard. So this I had a long time ago for some reason. And it was a philosophy I grew out of a little bit, but I was kind of I was very energetic and passionate. And so I would want crews and people working with me to share that as much as possible. and I would get a little too energetic because I wanted them to be art marines, like a level above, coming in at 9 and 5, a little of passion and or interest, not that's it's not that it's really good to have a job that's stable and you really know what your schedule is. There's nothing wrong. It doesn't fit with any kind of production that I know of generally, other than CG perhaps, or these other pipelines that really are industrial scalable. Because stop motion is literally kind of teamwork, all jumping into a pit, and everybody's sort of handing the instruments to the guy in the pit. And you can't scale that beyond that. It's the animator who's doing the Tai Chi, slow motion Tai Chi, and then it's all the other people sticking all the other stuff in and giving him a puppet. Yes, it's a working person's business as well, because I, wear braces or, stocking clerk support because I'm 6'3" and I couldn't, I can't make a shot bad, but often the table is too low. And often I'm bending over into ridiculous positions and everybody knows that. I don't think I took care of my posture well enough, but there are other things going on that caused this. But this is sufficient to get me through to actually do something. This has been my challenge physically, and it's awesome that I've actually somehow met it, because the amount of face plant that I was worried about having was so large in so many levels, and the amount of collective problem solving on a, what would you call it? In the old days, they called it anarcho-syndicalism or some strange word, which meant everybody is sharing in a kind of it is hierarchy, of course, but there's nobody's keeping you to a deadline or whatever you're doing mostly out of goodwill, and that's worked. Oh my God, it's worked. I just can't express that enough. So thank you to everybody who pitched in, and we're here to make it actually come off. 16 episodes, each one different and unique, each one trying to go into a different specialty with different talent who are taking such different approaches. And the beauty of like just the SpongeBob that was made a moments ago, which we get to see tonight immediately. And so it's the best graphic Stratacut of a character face. It's just so well defined that obviously Taylor's proven that this is completely doable, and for the first time at that level. Why, I've never done anything that pristine or clean. And there isn't as much character work as I'd like to see. That's strong character work. So it's a good step. I'm going to stop talking. I've talked too much. We're going to watch Stratacut movies and all the work we did together, and have pizza and chat.
By the way, they're in a random order.
They're in alphabetical.
Oh, that's not random.
First.
Oh, I got you.
If you wanted to put numbers before them.
Oh, no.
They would come back up.
Oh, all right. Well,
You're broken. This has been happening all day. I know the solution. You have to turn the audio off and on, which makes no sense. But it was working earlier.
Have the artist say anything before?
oh, if you want. No, I think we just watch. I think, don't you?
Well, that gives
No, definitely. But after we go through this, when there is a discussion of any kind, I want 2 or 3 or more of you to come up and let's from the back and let's just talk, because being front to back is it's better to be together. All right. Uh-oh.
Oh, I think
It's the projector going down.
did this just go to sleep or something? It's still up. We were that close. Just like the projector. It's been happening all day. It's happening during Luca's.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I
It's been a
didn't.
thing.
Right, but it was very brief. It came
Yeah.
right back
I was
on.
able to fix it quickly. I just did exactly what I did then. And it was
Well, the blue screen, real time, face plant, fail. I say how well it's worked for, oh, something, oh yeah, woo!
I
See?
turned off the audio receiver. We're still. How the hell?
Still the, OBS still not there, right? On this? On there, okay. Woo! The theater darkens. Your phone is on the live screen, trying to see it, right? Is that why you're
Oh, it's
on
on.
black?
It's on.
Okay.
It's working.
All right. Wow, what a team. Pizza ends fast. Thank you.
Ready?
Amans, yeah, thank you too. Oh, is this, oh, it's in frame. Whoa. That's a reprocessing diagonal. Experiences. Masons.
So cool. And then Luke can cut that up.
Yeah, Luca could cut that up.
I don't think.
We are still in solutions. I'm fascinated how he will evolve now. Huh. Oh, this is the first test where we put all of our twisties at 3 different rates of speed.
Whoa.
Yeah, Adam. All of mirrors. Nice. That has so much energy in it. It's so simple, and it can be done in 90 minutes or 2 hours. That's so cool to know that's so real.
This is the Eller's block, right?
Oh, right. Wow. See, those are all the textures he taught you, by the way. He actually showed them actually happening. Oh, yeah. Strong.
Watch it again.
Yeah.
I feel like we gotta watch it twice, really.
Oh, this is on. Hello.
Hard drive, which has my keys on it.
Uh-oh.
We're gonna have to leave a little for this.
Your hard drive.
It's.
In the Mac, the Mac mini?
Max right here. Oh, this guy. That's your key. But it's happened under the machine. No, we just downloaded it. Right. Yeah. We'll find it. It's easy. All right. Round two.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah. I love the flat against the deep. Wow. Again, it's miler at the beginning, it's sort of crawly at the middle, and then it's just twisting within itself on the third step.
You did the beer first. Yeah. Beat Tony to it.
Tony's gonna bring the kaleidoscope. Huh. That's Mason. I love the blink at the end. Oh man, it's like happily insane. He's so clean on his cut. On his... Well, I have no energy, so lights up and chat or. All right. Oh right. Right. Well, do we want to talk about what we just watched first, since we just watched it? I don't know, but we should bring that up in a moment. Yeah.
Maybe they can tell us a little bit about what their expectations were when they made it and what it looked like, you know, when they watched it. Anybody care to talk about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're gonna pause.
Just pointed at the wall.
Oh, I'm the wrong way. I thought it was there. That's fine. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, do the main camera. Years ago, did. Do you need help? I don't think so. Okay. What could go wrong? It's OBS, man. Everything.
Everything. OBS. So rephrase your question, Bob. That how
The results meet with your expectations that you were making. I'm assuming most people in this room, with the exception of the people working, I think that David, you know, so on, have limited or no experience. Right. So I'm just curious, you know, how you felt about what you saw as compared to what you thought you might see. Anybody?
So I wrapped that black and white, but I couldn't remember exactly which one it was. But I think a lot of what I was doing was I was making. Spent a lot of time this week, I feel like, making snakes with different colors on the inside. And then we did a couple different things. I'd take it and then I make a snake with, and then I roll it up. Like, vertically, big lollipop. And then I take that and extrude it, and I go press it this way, then I throw that. There's a lot of things that would be. I guess it was kind of influenced by the strategy and the thing that Mason made, where it looks like brains on the outside.
Yeah.
The logo, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like brains on the outside of the letters. So I got into this, yeah, taking snakes and just kind of making them snake along around, and then yeah, just sort of interested to see what we have. And I think that's why I'm excited to go home and try things, run through, and be like, well, what happened?
I think once you've seen the results of something you've done, that's the first step of learning, you know, how to do it.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to talk about what they did?
So yeah, all that. So, like, for me, like, yeah, like, be better, but.
I feel like you've been hearing from all the stages of making of others, and it's important to hear from your experience because you are part of this adventure. You're all learning something brand new. So I think, you know, just having you hear one another is a good way to kind of close things out. So you can know what each individual experience was and what you learned from it, and what you would do next if you try it again. Anything else? We'll talk about what they did. What they thought.
Some of you who were here for 4 days, so did the progress of each day, each step, they weren't obviously linear, but they were still progressing in difficulty. And you appreciated and understood that that was actually doable. That's awesome.
Bring the phone to who's speaking.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Oh, I hate to do that. So it's the picture. It's the picture.
Hold on, we have a hot microphone.
Ah, better. Because I don't want to jam this in everybody's faces. Is that better?
But it does have a cable, so
Well,
it's not wired.
I'm going to ask you to come up so I don't have to do. Otherwise, I'm going to go like this, and you don't want that, right? No. I want, yeah. So,
I got quite a slack. I can probably.
yeah. Right.
Now I have microphone. I just want to talk.
If every state from class takes it,
I bet you got more self-deprecating approach.
Also, mic test for the.
Hello. Hello. Oh, so yeah. Mic test, so he can hear.
Hi, Mason. Can you hear me? Mason.
So he can't.
Mason.
All right. So it has to be that loud for this to pick it up.
Well, I also have the like 15 or the 10-second delay.
Oh, right. Okay. Excellent. I'm going to move it to the center, but we can keep discussing. I don't want to keep speaking. I want to actually understand more. It's a good thing. And when you look at each other's work, to describe that as well. Like what you saw in other people next to you, like or saw was awesome. I'm gonna make it more wide angle. Oh yeah, maybe not. I wanted to move it the audio closer, but we'll use the microphone. Which one is the mic? Okay, next. You're asking the question. Come on. Okay, you know my question is.
Thank you.
Bye. Yes. Gotta go. Thanks for the screening.
It was really good experience. I was having trouble working on things, but I think this was the nice helpful.
like, get back. Creative.
Good.
Are you
Well-
taking any blocks? home?
Sorry,
Are you taking any blocks home? Did you build any that you can?
I brought some like slice for the day. I have so many other foods that I put them on.
Oh,
Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
helping me scratch into the fifth dimension.
All right.
Later.
Scratching. So I'm sorry those comments weren't loud enough. We're having audio issues, I guess. So maybe this phone, Mason, you can hear well because I'm talking. 10 seconds from now. All right. So what'd you get out of it? There.
So I was able to make sessions, but I was following along kind of surreptitiously at my job, the day sessions in the live stream. So every day I was sort of taking note of things that I might be able to work on when I come to the evenings, experiment with. And every day I would latch onto one thing and say, okay, that's the one that I want to work on tonight. Let me go in and try it and see if I can get some help with it. I'm sure I'm going to get stuck because I'm not doing it with anyone else. It was successful most nights. The first night I did something. I don't remember. I think I did the walking crab the first night.
Falling crab, yeah.
Falling crab.
It's an easy one and a really good one. It's very satisfying.
It's a lot of fun with the alternating colors. I also did obviously some snakes with that. I did some raids a la Mason,
Mhm.
and it worked out well. Night two, I experimented a little bit more. I tried to do the eyeball with the blink.
Yeah.
It was very scary to do that cut. We had to cut the top, cut at the bottom. It was not the faint of heart. And I got through it. And
Surgery. You're a surgeon now.
that's correct. So I haven't cut into that log yet, so I'm not sure that, well, excuse me.
It's
So,
either all of it works. Block, log, loaf.
I think it's a neon turd now.
Yeah, neon. There was a.
Neon magic turd.
It's not sure. A mystery.
Neon mystery turd.
Yes, neon magic. Mystery loaf.
I'm gonna go with loaf for now.
Yeah, it's it.
So I haven't cut into
Loaf
that
and
loaf
bread.
yet.
Yeah.
I learned from Mason that it's best to keep them in the fridge so they're a little bit easier to cut later. Because I noticed on Wednesday, trying to keep my chronology here. Wednesday, I started cutting into the eyeball at first just to get an idea of what it looked like graphically. And I noticed that my knife was sticking to the clay and I was a little bit discouraged. And I said, I'm gonna hold off. I'm gonna go put this in the fridge and open it best. So it's sitting in my fridge at home.
Okay.
Um,
Were you around for the knife? Little knife. I did 2 or 3 minutes about knives.
I might have missed it.
That's, you make it sure it's a really sharp blade with a really thin muscle, and like a slicer knife, a meat slicer, will get you there.
Wednesday was the day when the air conditioning was down too, so.
You can have the rest.
Oh, yeah, we had that working against us too, with our loads. Okay.
Keep going. Keep going. Sorry.
And then, of course, Thursday I came in with a mission. I wanted to learn to do some reboxing, and I had watched some of Eller's stuff. I was speaking with him, and he sent me some resources to work on it. And I was sort of like figuring it out in my brain throughout the day. And I came here and tried it. Had some difficulty. Mason was there to kind of pick up the pieces and help me. And I ended up starting a face. I don't know how that came out. That's another one that's a loaf in the fridge. But it's been a lot of fun. I can't wait to cut them up and see what the result is. Because I'm assuming that some of them came out good, some of them came out bad, but I'm going to learn from both.
Mhm.
But I can't thank it for enough. This was a really, really amazing opportunity. I hope we get to do this again next year.
I'm so thrilled you guys made it, and you in your own lives found a way to sort of show up and figure it out. Thank you.
All right, who's next?
Yes. You have a lot of ideas. You do.
I was here for a week and I learned a lot, how to wash my goods, made a lot of sales things. I'm also still trying to learn the reboxing. Absolutely determined. It'll probably take like a week of just trying to do that. I I just can't get over like colors. Just his textures are so beautiful, crisp, and I messy, and
Yeah.
I had clay that got hot and weird. And yeah, I'm really, really excited. It was so wonderful to meet other animators and like dork out and talk about ideas and just like weird shows that we like. And it was just a beautiful, beautiful experience. I really, really enjoyed it. I did a really like wonky cut of my loaf in the hotel. Thing.
Wow. With your own phone?
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, it was like very shaky, but it made me so happy. Like it's just, and I also like watching these also with the backgrounds and everything. It's so they're so joyous. Like there's such a beauty to it. Besides like how cool it looks, there's like that it's all like stuck together. It's just like millions of eyeballs, and that's kind of how this week felt.
Thank you. Wow. Yeah. God, so much for me too. I never imagined. I was just winging a prayer, and it actually everybody stepped up. You got something. I know you have all approached me at different times to talk. So you want to share your ideas? Next microphone. You don't have to, but I'd like it.
Yeah, I actually only signed up for a day.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just kept like I don't know, there was just so much to go on where I was like I was enjoying it so much. Like I gotta come next day, I gotta come the next day.
Excellent.
And yeah, it was really I really wanted to see like or just play around with like some of those ideas of yours with like almost like keyframes or something
Yeah.
that you don't have time for. But yeah, just even the smallest things would be able to play with and experience them.
So in keyframes, you're going to try the the drawing on the acetate and trying to build up in reverse way. The rotating P, excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see that. I actually only sort of did that once, and it was with cardboard. So I didn't really have any tools, the clear stuff. So I built it up like that to try to understudy the stepping shape that reveals it, and then find the time flow. It relates to the lunchtime, the beautiful thing Luca put together regarding how textures in CG, can be. You're getting the same result in a sense. He took a block and he cut it 3 different ways. He got 3 completely different effects, and I find that all with some kind of interesting qualities. Anyway, it felt relevant to what you were saying. I'm sorry if I'm meandering.
I also just love like all the artists coming in and just each have their own kind of.
Wasn't that cool? Wasn't that cool? Really, I can't applaud. We don't have applaud again. I can't clap. So, but thank you, Mason. Thank you. Sorry. Yes. Thank you, Taylor. Thank you, Mason. Thank you, Ellard, and of course, Terrence. And I also want to shout out to. I keep wanting to show like Steffi Yee's work, because she had started this in 2017. So she was actually earlier to the game, and in some respects, I think she should get some recognition for her. She likes to do sound with, it was called the sound screen, the silent noise. Like the silent noise might have been the title of it. And she plays with motion really well. And then also Jordy Taylor. When Steffi couldn't come, then Jordy Taylor had said, yes, I will. And she's made a lot of long form music videos on a micro scale. And it has a whole different look to it, which would be really interesting to watch. And if I had more energy, I would get up on the thing and link it so we could all see it. But do you want to? Yeah. If you don't mind, and we can keep talking, I'd love to. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to detour. Okay. The fact you came back and it kept going. So we started doing clay painting. You did a really good one, as I recall, right? Yeah, that I think I wanted to show it to. I might have actually tried to live stream it. I can't remember. It was a nice face.
Oh, yeah, yeah, you did.
Yeah, yeah. So, and that was 30 minutes, right? An hour? Is that satisfying or fun or yeah? Okay. That's great. That's great. Again, I want to shut up. Wow. Taylor, we have 2 takers already in a, that's a percentage of 20%. Yeah.
Yeah, instead of manual, well, especially to get it back to its start.
Yeah. They said it, you can set it in like. Yeah, I mean, there's like so many ways to improve it. Not perfected by still.
But he proved it. You know, it's obvious now.
There's also other microphones. You could get a better one. And there's also other maker space programmable microphones. But I mean, guys are doing promotion and stuff. He knew part of the Spanish guy has a whole.
You should probably take the mic actually, just make sure. Arduinos or control?
Arduinos and guillotine. And the purpose of the Arduino would be to move the bed automatically every time. You might be able to think that in the Dragon Frame too, and then when you click the button, then you just progress it forward. That's my answer. Cool.
Progress it forward?
No, that was on screen. Great.
Oh.
It's like 30 characters. Good luck remembering it.
You shouldn't have even called it out. Oh well, there it goes. Okay, it was funny. One never
Yeah,
knows.
the guillotine absolutely was kind of a necessary. I didn't even interrupt.
Yeah.
No. And maybe even, I was telling Taylor earlier about an idea, because I was talking to David about an idiot box there, the head goes in and this can comes out. And I asked David about how to cut around the can, to just take them around. So I was thinking, what if we had a guillotine, but the guillotine didn't come down straight, it had some sort of circular blade that could come down and cut. You could cut shapes, like you could move it so it could cut shapes.
Wow.
To be able to cut, get the guillotine accuracy, but then have that more complicated nature of the Stratacut itself.
Wow.
You're gonna need to get to work. Yeah, right.
I'm trying to visualize, but I admire
Like a
the description.
pendulum? Yeah.
Oh.
Some sort of pendulum thing that is something you could, maybe you could have some sort of stops that you could set to make set the motion, because you're gonna have the same repetitive motion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. The sky's the limit. I think that's really what the most exciting thing about this is. You mentioned earlier you used the Wayne Gretzky, the Wayne Gretzky quote of being ahead of the puck, and it's just there's so many ideas that I've seen to pour out of this week.
Yeah.
That are so strikingly like fresh and relevant, and just the ability to like mammography. We're always talking about the mammography.
Right.
The ability to express things like you're Donald Trump. Sorry. You know, like it's this thing where you can comment on.
Right.
It's this really fresh way to comment on what's going on and be artistic. You know what I mean? And that's just it's just so exciting. Really cool. It's gonna grab me. Really grab me.
Thank you.
Like
Well.
radical and like
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you
That's
for coming out.
absolutely.
And
And
all these.
it's so fulfilling. I can't absorb the joy until I'm able to sleep, but I feel awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much.
I can't absorb the information. So. Information is out there.
That's just been very special for everybody who made the effort to record it in under really interesting circumstances. So you have the chance now to review it, having had it in person, and you can really,
Can the live stream videos get segmented into classes?
Absolutely. Who's going to do it? Eventually, yes. And there is a master version that we tried to record on the hard drive, which would be a better. In theory, I don't know a better. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to start probably working through them again next week or whatever. So I'll just keep track of time. Because I love it.
I'm
If they want-
I'm the whoever, just so you know, and I don't want to deal with anything for 2 months, but I like the idea of segmenting. I like it.
Because then you can just.
Yeah.
go to-
Yeah, you have an enormous catalog now, and it does need to be hyper divided by category, blah 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 blah, and event, all that. Yeah. But that's 3 or 4 months from now.
Here's Jordy's work.
All right, Jordy. Yes.
He does music video. Animates for her own music. Well, that's not her song, but
Right.
tiny little blocks, like it's big, I think.
Yeah. This is micro. That's microstrata, so it has a whole different sort of feeling to it.
Yeah. So she was supposed to, I didn't know she was gonna be here.
I wanted her. She said, "Hell yeah," and I felt okay. Steffi's in Australia. It's kind of expensive. Everybody's volunteering. No, it was tough. And then Jordy was in LA, and she said, "Yeah, she comes to New York sometimes, but other things happen, and she couldn't." So, but her work,
Look, she's got like a little guillotine type.
yeah. And she says that's
Like a guide.
right. It's a guide for a putty knife, by the way. She's got to sharpen.
There's a really simple way to do it there, but
She said, there's a
there's like a
those
gap between
the gap between the wood and the wood. There's two
So it
pieces of
guides
wood
the
on both
blade.
sides. So you put the blade down. The blade is sturdy, but I think she's also getting a blur from that blade. She's really came at it completely from her own. She'd seen the work, but came at the technical part of it from her own point of view. And I think I encouraged her to try a sharper blade. Only because I don't know, but I think the accident, if it was, or the intention, if it was, on a blurred blade was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's kind of a soft.
It's a softer look. So even intentional or just the nature of a putty knife. Yeah.
That's a much simpler one. I should have just done that.
Okay, here's the thing. It's all frontal. The gate, the throat of it is way too constricted for. Yeah.
I was kidding.
I know.
Happy.
She's trying to help the world understand the bottom.
That was awesome.
And she, I like that because it's like bit by bit, kind of. It's more mechanical at times than usual. It's not. Sometimes it's not organic, and that's really fresh. One thing she had said that was fascinating when I talked to her was that she does it by the foot. The reason she adopted it is that she could just, at a certain scale, she had music videos to fill, and she could. This was the best way she could make people continue to watch them and do it by the foot. So it's like, oh, I got 40 seconds to fill. Oh, I guess that's going to be whatever X amount of feet. And if you keep it small, you cut it thin, you can actually just fill 40 seconds with abstraction and fun looking stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay.
I just,
Trying to chill as well.
shameless plug for my own page here. Here's a Daniel. Here's a Makume game pattern that you're so curious about.
Let's get this flipped.
That's my old guillotine. Oh, that's model 1. That's just Makume game right there with 4 or 5 colors. You're well, it's back.
Wow, yeah.
Steffi.
Oh, you could show more. You don't have to shy away from tape. Okay. Right.
This one, it's like a textured paper.
Oh, okay. Like that sticky paper you had today.
Mhm.
Is that the same for the other ones or all?
Yeah, it's kind of what I always use. It
Yeah.
works well for me.
So
What is this? It's like a. Well, there's some strata in there.
yeah, I think she's pulling that from the silent noise or the
Isolating.
uh, Yeah, you want to get the
Slices.
long version. What I liked about her slices was the complete profile nature of it. It's sort of like a primitive cave painting of a human from a
Mhm.
side view.
Wonder if she has it posted.
Yeah, I actually have a link, but I'm too lazy to open up my own and try to get it open.
Listen, that's
This
like
is very early.
a realistic eye. That's cool.
That's true. Yes, yes, you're getting the highlight bouncing around nicely. Yeah.
There's the.
Oh, I love anything like that where she's watching herself be bisected. Did you see that?
Oh, there it is. There it is.
That's the key.
Sneeze.
That's one of the keys. Yeah, pieces in her short film, The Sneeze.
These things.
And again, this is like hieroglyphic, right? It's
Yeah.
kind of neat that it's not trying to, like I'm trying to do, rounded and rotationals. This is animation in a character sense that a lot of people, yeah, okay.
Now you can really see the
See
shape
the
there.
shape, yeah. On the Sneeze. And this is 2017, I think. So I wanted her to be, wanted pre-Instagram
Mhm.
group.
Now.
She's
Oh,
very,
we got to show Eva's.
yeah, I would love to put
This-
Eva's up.
So this
That's
person
lip sync.
has only been doing this for a few months. I think this shows like how
4 months
quickly
maybe
you
at
can-
most. Yeah.
It's on her.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep it on you. Don't want to get reaction.
Okay.
And he can get the screen right. He's got the screen playing. Your screen is what he can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
These only got 2 Stratacuts.
1 and 2. Ava, I think, was first. That was her first attempt. So now we can all quit, right?
Yeah. I don't even have my first attempt. I didn't upload it because I was embarrassed.
Yeah.
But this is my first posted one. Technically my second Stratacut. That's kind of. You what? Yeah, it was, this
This
is
is
actually what I,
monthly.
this is what I submitted to Tony's
Uh,
Stratober contest.
Okay.
And
Strata
Ellen
Masters.
won.
oh,
Ellen won. No, this is what I was talking about, like staging and stuff, like really
Right.
fun stuff like this.
in the background, yeah.
Yeah.
You have some good staging.
all my stuff.
Show us one more. You have good staging. Choose one.
Which one? My first attempt at an eye.
But it shows your setup really nice.
Yeah,
This is guillotine prototype one.
yeah, that's the version one.
Yeah. So fluid and smooth though, and the beauty of the soft focus front and back is awesome.
Yeah, it was.
It's a beautiful presentation approach.
This one was kind of cool.
Yeah.
With those moving.
Yeah, the crawling crabs.
Yeah.
And I love that you did that, which is the simple, like multi-two targets, if you will, snakes that have been wrapped multiple times. And then you just lay them on the curve, the semi-curve of it. And then, is that roughly what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this was probably my biggest block I ever built. They also look badass in reverse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You're gonna go forward. I don't know, maybe.
So we saw both of Ava's. Yes, those
Yeah.
are awesome. She's very good with that lip sync, as you can tell. The lip sync is so spot on. It's so thought out. It's so architecturally concise.
And she didn't use a guillotine.
Again, I think that was during the audio.
Oh yeah. Okay.
She hand cut that sink,
Right. She
which
can
is
cut the
absolutely
thing.
insane because your slice thickness is varied. So
Yeah.
the fact that she matched it up, yeah, I don't know how she did it.
Yeah, I see it hand cut. Yeah. You just stick the. So
Like flooring.
I'm gonna guess, yeah, Florian. I'm gonna guess she had some kind of witness mark of some color that you could tell. Okay, that's where the lip sync is. But she was also putting in, and it's only a guess, I don't know, a sheet that had all the lines on it next to it, and pulling that out mechanically every frame to make sure she was hitting the predicted thing, and she was lining it up with a witness mark. That would.
Yeah.
No.
I think we do-
Right, and look at the whole thing again. Right, she's moving the underpiece, but she did a really good job of putting a back piece and a left piece. So I always thought shooting into a corner on an invisible conveyor belt type thing is a really effective way when you have nothing else. You're simply sliding the board underneath it, and you have two walls, and they almost touch, but they float. Let the board happen, and you're good.
Yeah, I think I actually told me. I think it's Medea or something. She told me how she did the lip sync. I'm not gonna-
No. All right, I think that's staggering how quickly she had done that on Concision. I'd like you to see her try textures at some point, but
Okay.
keep going where you're going. It's all good. Who's that old guy?
These are badass.
Yeah,
One for each number too.
yeah.
Each number independently.
Yeah, when we were on the phone,
The little pointer and the marks.
yeah, it tells you how it's done.
I love this melty.
Yeah.
So cool. Looks delicious.
Looks like, yeah.
Right, and you matched the negative space was the green that matched the surface of the larger tables, so.
This is the one you did for that on.
Oh, yeah. No, this is me showing, yeah. I don't know where it is. Keep
Oh, you
going.
posted
It's I did post it. It's after that, so we passed it. We passed it.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, it's okay. Keep going. Keep going.
Wait, I want to this.
Yeah.
Jesus, man. That's why I keep showing people and they're like, what are you doing? I'm like, oh, this.
How did you shape a continent? Like I literally see the US and
South
South
America.
America.
You get the body mass of Africa, and that's the body mass of East Asia and Africa going across, and the giant Siberian, north. There is a little Europe in there. If you can look, Europe isn't very big, so it disappears. I did that in that's not true. I didn't do it in 3 hours. In order to appear that I did it in 3 hours, I pre-sculpted most of the continents and most of the ocean, and then I basically built Australia and New Zealand for them and the Pacific Ocean to finish it. I think that's how I was able to squeeze it into 3. But even then, I wanted to cut up. I was way too naive. I thought I could cut it up there, but it took 3 hours to even build that. So, and I'm glad, because waiting to cut it up. That's shot with 15 cameras, by the way. You're only looking at one angle right now. So this was an attempt. Eventually, the footage exists as an array camera. It's actually,
Here, right?
yeah, there you go. Thank you. It's not maybe the best way to see it, but yeah, this is on a sort of rotator axis, and I have 3 cameras on this sort of rotating thing aiming toward the front of the loaf, and you're shooting 5 shots on 3 cameras. Every frame, 5 shots, and hopefully hitting the same position every frame. So the blue marble sacrifice, yes. And so that's what that rig is coming in each frame. It's the first position of the next 5 frames that I shoot when I'm and lining that up without, that was not machine done. That's wood. I wouldn't advise it. Meaning I'm doing my best to do bad carpentry to make it work. It does have some metal in it. It's just, yeah, there. It's pivoting around the.
Like this thing here.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if that's even. Yeah, look at that. It's pivoting around that little pivot, and I built a triangle, and that triangle is just sliding metal on metal, sheet metal with oil on it, so it's actually frictionless somewhat. And then I build a contraption of cameras, crazy man, and they're at different angles, stacking up, looking down. 2, 3, yes, and there was a 4th one. There's an Android over here. And I only assumed I would use 3, or I could have used 4. I could have had 20 shots, but the Android failed. It had some auto focus thing going on that fluttered, and then so it's 5 positions, 3 cameras, and you get an array. That's a field.
If you move the rig, don't you have to fix the focus on all of them?
No,
Distance change?
no, it doesn't change. The pivot at the center is the focus. I mean, I'm focusing on the same spot. This is a rig of plexi with a bunch of little plastic pieces as a conveyor belt, like a popsicle stick conveyor, but no, it's still, oh, well, yes and no. Actually, when you draw a radius, like here, Mason, are you there? Can you hear me? I'm going to draw this for the live stream. So, and then I'll show it to you out in a second. So you have the pivot point. What is, and okay, and your cameras are here, here, here. The block is here, straight, and you're cutting that way. So it comes at the camera, and the equidistantness of it is, I should have done that while you were watching. So that's the pivot, and it just swings, and it's really like a pontoon. It's all based. The triangle is sitting there like a outrigger. Three. So strong. Sorry. Yes. Way out of my.
I was just wanting to figure out.
I don't know if that's interesting to you. This is just strange. building a low-cost multi-camera rig. And so all it has to pivot is that's the cutting point. You have camera 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the same camera. Just click, click, and you just keep repeating it by hand.
What do you do with the camera
Cam-
array?
What do you do with the footage? Yes. You're going to make a neural radiance field in your near future. I don't know if it's soon or a little less than soon, but soon, very, in the future.
So there'll be some software you can.
Yes, it goes into, thank you. It goes into ingestion of a neural radiance field, ideally. I want to tell you why it did not work. It was I don't know. All right. It did not work because, oh, sure. Floppy.
Might be clicking.
It needed to be more accurate. My attempt at making barn level motion staying consistent is going to be sufficient it also I was too sparse and too inaccurate. I needed actually twice as many cameras, and it needed to be absolutely dead on every camera with the same exposure, the same color, all that bullshit. And that's why the answer in the 6 Degrees of Freedom robot with a single camera, because then it's the same lens, the same sensor. The AI doesn't figure out any kind of shifty. So my hope is in the future that this, as we capture this, becomes real. The nerves, yeah. And that name may change, right? The software will evolve. So I always add Gaussian splatter because a lot of people who are cutting edge in the field would look down at me and saying nerf now. Really? Yes. And they would say, but, and I would say yes, and of course Gaussian splatter. It's a faster way to deliver it. It has it loses a tiny bit of quality, but it's so much faster that everybody has jumped over there. It's the same structure. It's just AI is going to continue to do that. That can be played back on giant boxes now, like on actual $10,000 machines that have all the GPUs needed, because it is a heavy thing pull for now. But the design of it, and it's clear, it will be on laptops in 2 years. It will be on cell phones in 4 years, because the inferences shrink, the whole thing advances, and the cell phones are going to be as powerful as that $10,000, or no, maybe not, but similar. That ramp both of those things will lead us to be able to do it with our phones and see our Stratacuts or our stop motion or whatever as if we're the cutter, right? We have done that at lunch. So imagine if you have constructed the block synthetically. I don't know if it's digital strata or synthetic strata. We'll come to the name, but recreated it or generated it, I can walk with my cell phone and choose where I want to cut it from and actually see the face of it disappear as I do it. This is the strength of it. That's what I think is why. So that's why I want to do the multi-camera array. And then that's the data you need. We need to do that, enough people at least, for, I don't know, 100 data sets, 1,000 data sets. How many of these things do they need? Then going back to finish this loop, to say that the blue marble that I cut up with 15 cameras somewhat inaccurately, it will have now a database of accurate stuff built so the AI will completely make my footage usable in 2033. It ain't dead yet, even though it is my attempt without enough technical knowledge to assume that, hey, it's smart enough. No, it's not smart enough yet. It expects denser amount of cameras. It expects super accuracy. There can't be any fluctuations in any of that. But you're building the database three-dimensionally to have absolutely take any kind of footage that's sort of there, and it's a very sparse light field. Is the You've heard half of this, so I hope that it's awesome. I think it is awesome. I don't think it's pie in the sky. I try to tell myself stories that are not lies.
I got a buddy who operates a motion camera robot with native threads and stuff, but it's just incredible. Like, it's absolutely incredible, that kind of stuff. They had one commission that never came through, but the idea was for a watch company.
And the idea was to build the watch piece by piece, basically explode the watch, all the pieces of the watch, and then snap it together. And you can do that with a motion camera because you just zip around it every time, put a piece in, zip around, exactly. And then the actual end result is just, yeah, it's like watch. Super cool. Super fun.
That sounds awesome. I almost need you to repeat it for me to visualize it. But,
So
okay.
take a watch, you take like a watch. So like a high end, like a Rolex.
Yes, exploded.
Exploded all the gears.
Yeah.
So the explosion is you take you work inside out. You put the first gear on something, or you float it somehow. Probably use green screen, and then you get the first component, and then you stick in the second component, and maybe you pull the first component out. I'm not totally sure, but then you get the second component. So then, like when you, I don't think compositing is the right word, but when you then take both of those, you can then have both of those objects physically located in space in video suspended. So then you do that to all of the components, and then what you have is the explosion of all the components, and you can take them and you can snap them all together and then spin the watch around, and you have complete control of every component to be able to like manipulate it into itself. Just insane. Does that make sense?
When you say it's robotics, it's real. Real thing happened.
It's a Bolt arm. Bolt is the company. It's a Mitsubishi arm. Yeah. It's what they build.
The film world and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're $500,000.
Yeah.
It's insane.
I'm aiming for less than 1,000.
Yeah, I think that's doable.
And it's going to be some kind of tabletop small, and that'll be enough. As long as it can hold a cell phone, it's probably going to move, 12 inches and something like that. I think the view shed is interesting too. I don't believe you need a giant view shed to make it impressive. As long as you have some view shed and you're narrowing the angle of the possible bad views that the audience may get. So it's not be a filmmaker and say, this is how I want to see it, but allow people to actually see enough of it that they feel like, wow, it's actually happening. Yeah.
Jason, I want to talk about this.
Yeah.
Did you photo scan? What?
Yeah.
Do I need a microphone or something?
If you're close to the phone, I think
The mic's right.
Oh, okay. I guess, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's short. For this, it's the Stratacut element that's photographed. But it's normal stop motion photographed. It's split symmetrically. There's like several Stratacuts in here that are composited together. So like the main body is 2 Stratacut lobes, and then flipped and played at different speed and like kind of at
Offset.
yeah, like phase offset kind of I guess. And then I've got like a little 3-fingered hand on the head.
Yeah, like it's and pulling it out.
Yeah, what I love there, it's composited in finely in Unity. So those like subcomponents are like child objects is the term. The main Stratacut is the parent object or the root object, game object. I'm now getting into Unity. Not yet, but it's in a video game engine. So you can like kind of other animation software could do it, but because I know the software already, it's an easy way to like animate. I can set the animations for where the points where they're attaching and animate those. And then I've got some other fun stuff. The legs, they animate like with stop motion, but then they also get kind of Stratacut away. They're going. The resolution is really low, so because I do this like I try to go for this pixelated look. And then the hands are just video. Yeah, with like big red gloves on.
Okay.
So cool. Yeah, thank you. I saw another one.
I like the puppeting aspect that you have.
This is in Blender. And the pixelization stuff, I do that later in Photoshop, like the power reduction. But this is a 3D, the model itself is a 3D scan of a clay model. The color is done in Blender, like everything is color, because this 3D scan is just a gray 3D mesh. Well, I mean, that's the default text. No sense.
Alright.
That's cool. Thank you.
Anything you want to? Yeah. You want to show?
I don't know, scroll down a little bit.
By the way, you're really good.
Thank you. Thanks. I've been sitting at the art students league. I gotta give them a shout out because that's why I draw well in the recent years. That's the stuff that I do. Get those like cone people. Yeah, I really like that one. It's like robot. Those are like characters from my first game, but I redid them in like, a more advanced claymation stop motion style. So like the original game just had like static, non-animated characters, and I took their basic design and like went nuts with it.
So you build video games?
I programmed. Well, I to the extent I can. Solo develop video games.
Are any of them playable?
Yes, there are two on Steam. Ilex 1 and Ilex 2.
How did you come up with the title for the second?
Man. Yeah, and people are saying, I should have been double Ilex.
Ilextober.
Yeah.
I feel like if we do find aliens, they're gonna look something like this.
Yeah. I had another good Stratacut in here. Oh, there's two side by side in the middle there.
Oh
Yeah. I enjoyed them.
This is sort of to me a kind of vision with a mono through a mono view. You're allowing some dimensionality and to understand physicality of the load here, but it's not stereo. We're not moving around it. It's kind of cool that shifting allows me to see the shape.
Yeah. It is. This is the first Stratacut.
Totally MRI.
This is the first one you did?
I believe so.
Like
Yeah.
Heideck's brain. You decided to go through a Heideck.
Yeah. And then it was like so much fun. I had to do like a ridiculous all-nighter, like make more of them and fight them. So like this was all like this, the sculpting and everything was like a marathon session. Oh, these are the components from that. Inside the first one,
right?
So these are my like first. I think I must have watched your tutorial, and
I'll
then
go back to that.
uh,
I love the onion thing up at this
yeah,
and the zigzagging things of the striking.
yeah.
And these are a mouth opening and closing.
Not really. A lot of this is just like let's see what happens stuff. And then there are a few things like, I mean, I'm not like doing a diamond pattern yet, but I had seen you cutting up the checkerboard in your old tutorial.
Yeah, everybody go spend 12 hours watching.
That's where all of us learn.
This is a good photo. I got to run back to the other room.
Oh yeah, check it out.
Push the screening button for the recording. But this is my green screen method.
Oh, right.
So the front of the block you can cover with green clay.
Right.
And then like you're supporting the back,
important to see that.
you can make that green
Wow.
clay. And put it on the green screen. Or whatever your
Key it out.
whatever your key color is.
Yeah.
And that's what I've done on all these.
The support clay is green screen, so it disappears.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
All right. Probably.
Uh,
Yeah.
we have a lot of them in the other room.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. People behind the scenes. Yeah. Any last comments or thoughts? It's probably time to wrap pretty soon. I don't know what else we really should go. I'm really super tired. How are you?
I mean, I can go for a beer.
Yeah, after party. We're planning the after party now, after we turn the live stream off, but I want to get one or two more comments. We'll call it a night. Somebody has to have some thoughts.
Or question,
Yes, please.
whatever.
Up, cable. I gotta help her. Nice eyes.
I'm gonna log on.
Yeah, I don't know, I think just, so like I animate like characters, like I make my own characters and then do like traditional stop motion. And I think after this workshop, so I'm trying to see if it's possible to do, like for me, I was just thinking like, what if I just like combine the two? Like,
Yeah.
do Stratacut and
Yeah.
let's see what's possible with that, like.
It's inevitable. It has to be that. And you can be closer to the lead because it doesn't seem to have happened a lot. I tried my little bits, but agreed that one of the things about the Janza here was we didn't do enough character work at the end of it, which would have been, it's a certain path you can take that I wanted to keep it more open-ended, of course, to get people going. But I absolutely think of how do you actually manipulate the character precisely. I have, I shouldn't say it, but I have 10 feet in my garage of nothing but a character talking and acting. Probably, and not probably very well, but I tried, often Stratacuts tend to change a lot, like because you have a certain batch of clay and another batch of clay, and you're done. You don't have a lot more to go. And so I put, a 10 feet of flesh color, or whatever the face color was, 10 feet of hair, 10 feet of all of that stuff, which is a very difficult, weird, arbitrary attempt at saying, all right, what does that count out to? 4 seconds per foot is 40 seconds. The character's talking as a character, not as like any other pyrotechnics much. It is a psychomorphic character. It is not, but it's not that. It's mostly the hair is crazy, but mostly the face is just talking. Anyway, I've never shot it, and I appreciate that you're going to try it. And that I think Tony's work, which did you see Tony's work? Great. You did? Awesome. Yeah. His ball going into the block. Bless his heart. Thank God. And that's just the beginning. I really had always wanted to see a character walk into the block, and they're walking, blah, 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 and then they somehow come out. And it can be simpler than that. It doesn't have to be taking on the pyrotechnics of a walking character is a lot right now, but choose a simpler, something a little less simple than a ball. Make that your character. And I had one that thought.
I've got it on the back burner, but I've been wanting to make one where a block gets punched.
Yeah.
And
that was
slices, you know what I mean?
That's what I was going to say.
But like
yeah,
doing even, like, so it looks like it got punched.
Yeah. I sent out that like kung fu. It was this kung fu image I'd seen as a graphic, and it's basically Bruce Lee. He's doing the kick like that, right? And he's kicking in some kind of other image, and it's warping and distorting. It's like he's taking a 2D image and kicking it. And so I sent it to the group saying, hey, this.
Someone do this.
Someone, and Tay, you're thinking. Outside, it can be anything like a three-dimensional toy object that's kicking it, and really it just has to have a pre-indented event that overreacts the other direction. And in fact, the Stratacut itself, if you actually showed the kind of impact thing, and he did it as a line of some kind of vibe, that when he kicks it, you use reprocessing and put him into a bunch of lines that are flowing through him, and then they go out as three-dimensional objects. Like they leave the block there, and then they go, and so it continues. The emphasis of the motion is brought back into the mixed media of the software.
Someone's got to do it.
Someone's got to do it.
You gotta get to it. Thank you. One more and we'll call it a night. Anything you have to say? Try games is over.
I got a question tomorrow,
Yep.
and I don't want to take any more time. 30 years ago, when you invented this, 35 years ago,
Thank you. 37.
37 years ago, when you invented this. did
38. It's an 82.
38,
That's
40 years ago, when you invented this.
41. 82.
A shitload of years ago, when you invented this, did you dream of
No.
other people taking the mantle and
I wished it to be so. I never dreamed, and I can't dream it now. It's so amazing. I don't feel like an alien anymore. You know, with my whatever worldview or whatever I found myself doing, it's very hard to explain. And the fact you've brought yourself to share that fascination, right? I can share the fascination of stuff. So that's an enormous relief and a kind of, it's been a long road, 41 years is a long time, and only 20% of that was I doing Stratacut probably, right? It's making my life doing all those other things. It's really nice to come home. Nice to come home to Brooklyn, to come home to Bob, who got me Nisa, who put me on Instagram, who got you to notice, and Tony to develop, and then kick that thing. And then I'm there, and somebody invites me to Stratacuts, and then they know there's 4 other Stratacutters out there. And I keep looking, and there's more and more. So I never knew that. I had no idea. Well, I had an idea, but I mostly without social. Not that that's a whole mixed bag. Sorry, I didn't mean. It's not. I wouldn't have. It would have happened as it was. Meaning, there's lots of legends of people doing Stratacut parties in 2005, and people trying it here and trying it there, and certainly in Brazil, everybody was trying it, for a day or two. But it wasn't. I wasn't clear enough. There wasn't enough of a depth to it. There wasn't a echo chamber from which you could hear it. It wasn't going to be scalable. And if I put my entire energy and not tried to make a living in more commercial paths, I might have been able to actually continue. I mean, I regret not doing it. The other path in my life would have been that. I regret it. Here I am, having gone way, way out of my way to come home. But yeah, I love it, and I wouldn't have known. We're here. Thank you, Caleb. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Brad. Thank you. Thanks for all the people who brought the energy. Thank you. Yeah. I have such hope of what the next year is going to look like. I have to say that. Maybe not the next 2 months. I understand it takes some time, but I bet by Christmas some surprises are going to show up. So carry on.
Yeah, a lot of hashtag Stratacut.
Yeah.
Follow us. Everyone that was here teaching.
All right. Yes, please. And be safe on your journeys home. Be careful. May good things be going with you. And again, thank you so much. I'm really happy. I have to say, I don't want to say I'm happy it's over because I'm not, but I'm really happy it's over. Goodbye. I can sleep now.
So, just quite sorry to be a pain, but if you have any plates or bottled water, just